Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 2 of Isekai as Ghost Doctor. Let's dive into the video. Accompanying her voice as it fell, a light shot out from the ancient seal her hands formed, like a blood ray of light, that sped straight up into the sky, a brilliant fiery flame that rose, lighting up the entire sky. Scraw! A sound seemingly from the far ancient, a phoenix's screech reverberated across the sky, its immense oppression forming into a visible airwave that tore out strongly, a violent release of oppressive aura in an enormous wave. Under the shockwave brought about by the sound, the entire ground of the cloudy moon city trembled slightly, as if the earth dragon stirred, driving fear into the hearts of everyone. All the people who had been rushing towards the flames and earlier explosion had, upon hearing that ear-splitting screech of the phoenix, stopped in their tracks one by one in shock, staring in disbelief at the surging roar of flames that rose burning in the night sky, enveloping the entire darkness within that brilliant red figure. That magnificent sight that rocked one right to the core, that stirred up a heart-numbing wave of shock, refused to settle for a long while. That is a phoenix! It is the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix. An ancient sacred beast actually appearing here? Who is it? Who possesses such an ancient sacred beast? The people were incredulous and they shouted out in surprise, their minds and eyes completely filled by the brilliantly magnificent fire phoenix that filled up the entire night sky. Some time ago, they had heard that a sacred beast had appeared within the 9 entrapment woods, but they had only seen a fleeting shadow within the sky and not seen its true form. That had drawn cultivators from other countries to come eyeing for the prize, and it was never thought that the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix, would finally still fall into the hands of someone within their sun glory country. Looking upon the widespread wings flapping majestically as its body burned with raging flames, the sight of the fire phoenix made the blood within their hearts surge and boil. It was actually the ancient fire phoenix's true form. In a 9th grade tiny country like theirs, they had actually had the chance to witness an ancient sacred beast on this day. How could they be expected to not become highly agitated? Among the people rushing towards the spot where the flames raged, Murongishian also stared in shock at the fiery figure within the night sky, an ancient sacred beast, the phoenix that reigned supreme among birds, an incomparably glorious sight, that was just out of this world. Although his heart was so worked up as it beat wildly, he did not stop for too long, but quickly gathered back his senses and continued to speed towards where the flames were still raging. Meanwhile, within the Su mansion, on top of the roof, the gray-robed old man had, under the heavy ancient oppressive aura, found himself unable to even stand up. Both his legs trembled and he fell limply in helpless collapse, staring in disbelief at the fire phoenix with its widespread wings soaring in the sky, his eyes turned red, filled with disbelief and feeling highly aggrieved. No! This cannot be true! How could you possibly possess the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix? How is that possible? With that ancient aura of oppression enveloping him, he should not be able to even be capable of speech, but he forcibly broke through that ancient oppressive aura, and the moment he opened his mouth, his heart meridian sustained severe injuries and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, but he was still unwilling to accept that merciless truth before him. The prey before his eyes was as good as in the bag, but it had suddenly flown from his grasp, and even gave him such an intense and unacceptable shock in response. How could he just accept all of this quietly? Standing facing into the wind, Fengzhou's chilling gaze peered at the miserable and wretched-looking old man who sat there helpless, her icy voice slowly reaching him. Being able to die under the hands of the fire phoenix, you would have gained. Just as that voice ended, the fire phoenix in the sky swooped down, bringing with it the roaring flames with a loud swoosh, its widespread wings suddenly wrapping around the old man a moment before it shot upwards into the sky once more. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. No! His pitiful voice highly reconciled as it trailed out from within the raging flames, and Fengzhou saw the night sky suddenly showing a scattering of burning sparks, trailing behind the soaring fire phoenix, circling above her head. When Murongishian leapt over the roofs as he came to one not too far away from the Su mansion and saw that shocking scene, his entire being was suddenly uncontrollably thrown into mindless blank as he stared in hapless shock at the painfully beautiful scene that shook him right to his core. Upon the rooftop of the Su mansion, the red figure stood facing into the wind, the brilliant and flamboyant red clothes aglow with the light from the raging flames below, making it look recklessly devilish, the fluttering jet black hair behind the figure, seen among the roaring fire, and the gigantic fire phoenix circling about the figure's head, everything within all that his eyes saw, looked so mysterious, so beautiful, so enchanting it seemed completely surreal. Maybe it was because his unwavering gaze had been noticed, but the figure turned his head, the golden mask with the mandara flowers reflecting the glow from the flames clearly imprinted into his mind, finding himself suddenly driven by an urge to remove that mask, to get a peek at the face beneath it. However, without waiting for him to recollect his mesmerized senses, he suddenly saw the fire phoenix sweeping downwards through the night sky with a low cry. As it sped downwards, it morphed into a ray of light and entered the mysterious figure that stood facing into the wind, before disappearing without a trace. Seemingly at the same time, that man retracted his gaze, and summoned his chi to make several leaps, the figure passing over the flames like a wraith, speedily disappearing into the darkness of night. He opened up his stride a step, his hand reaching out to call out to that man, but in the end, he retracted that hand, and did not shout out the words he meant to say. "Who is that person?" he thought. His heart could make a rather accurate guess. The flamboyant and eye-grabbing red clothes, that mysterious and devilish aura, with his recklessly nonchalant demeanor, and lastly, the golden mask covered in red mandara flowers. That could only be the mysterious ghost doctor and nobody else. All new chapters NNV.com. When the family heads of the various family clans came rushing in to see the intense fire enveloping the entire Su mansion, they could not help but to gasp loudly, unable to believe that a middle-sized family clan would have fallen just like this. Whoa! This is the Su family? Heavens! Does this mean the Su family has been exterminated? How did the Su family get themselves tangled up with the owner of that ancient sacred beast that had caused the entire clan to be fully annihilated and had met with such a sorry end? The people there debated, as they watched the Su mansion getting engulfed inside out by the surrounding fire, burning up under the crackling flames, their cries continuous. Seeing an entire family clan fall just like that, disappeared from the cloudy moon city, their hearts held complicated emotions that were kept unspoken. This was a world where might ruled, and a truth that would not change. Regardless whether you were an influential family that reigned over 100 other families, if you offended someone powerful, exterminating you would be a matter of mere minutes, and taking out the entire clan could happen within a night's time. One of the family heads saw Murongi Xian, who had reached the place first, staring blankly into a certain direction, and his eyes flashed briefly as he stepped up to ask, "Third Prince, you reached this place first. Did you see who was responsible for this?" Hearing those words, the other family heads who were in their own discussions turned to look at Murongi Xian. "That's right. Who was the one who exterminated the entire Su family clan? Who was the person who possesses the ancient sacred beast, the fire phoenix?" Murongi Xian snapped back to his senses, and he saw that everyone was looking at him with questioning gazes. He thought about it a moment and said, "I only saw a fleeting red figure. As to the identity of the person, I had not been able to see clearly." Red figure? Everyone's hearts thumped at that moment, the image of a single person forming in all their minds. The ghost doctor. Could it be him? The most mysterious person in the cloudy moon city now was the one person everyone wanted to meet but were unable to see. Although they had all not seen the ghost doctor's countenance, but they had heard that he liked to dress himself fully in clothes colored a wild and flamboyant red, always wore a golden mask covered in red mandara flowers, his aura devilishly alluring and sinister, highly mysterious. 2 days later, in the Plum Blossom Ridge. Dressed only in white casual clothes, Feng Jiu walked her room and immediately saw Leng Shuang coming towards her and approach. "Mistress." Leng Shuang greeted, feeling a little worried as she looked at Feng Jiu. Ever since the day she came back, her mistress' complexion had been very pale. "Has my brother regained consciousness yet?" she asked, looking at Leng Shuang, her voice slightly tinged with weakness. That night, she had gotten injured in her heart's meridian, and if not for the fact that she was well versed in medicine herself, it wouldn't have been possible for her to even get out of bed these 2 days. But, although her injury had shown improvements, she still had not fully recovered. At this point, if she spoke too loudly, or were to cough or something, she would still feel a dull ache within her chest. Young master has woken up. I'll go take a look. As she spoke, she made her way outside. Guan Shilin's courtyard was just next to hers, and it was close enough for her to walk over. Hence, she reached the place just having taken a few steps after coming out of her yard. Once inside the courtyard, before she pushed the door open to walk inside, she heard coughs coming out from within. She stopped in her tracks and turned to Leng Shuang. Has he taken his medicine? He has taken it earlier when he woke up. Hearing that, Feng Jiu then walked inside. Once within, she saw Guan Shilin, who was lying upon the bed trying to sit up, and she hurried forward quickly to say, "You are still injured. Just lie down. Little Jiu?" When Guan Shilin saw that it was Feng Jiu, he revealed a smile upon his face. But when he noticed her pale complexion, he was immediately shocked. "Little Jiu, why is the color of your face looking so bad?" He had just woken up and had not even had the chance to ask them how he had come to be here yet. "Injured my heart meridian. It'll recover with just a few days nursing." She sat down by the side of the bed and stretched her hand out to feel his pulse as she said, "Although you have many injuries upon your body, but they are mostly surface wounds upon the flesh. It was fortunate your bones and meridians were not hurt, or you would have needed to rest for at least another 10 days or a whole half-month." Seeing her pale face and then remembering that he had been rescued, however dense a person could be would still know that she had been the one who saved him. His eyes immediately felt hot and he said, "Little Jiu, your brother is so useless. Always just adding on to your troubles. What are you even saying?" She pulled his blanket higher up to cover him properly and said, "Your body will only need another 2 days rest and you can then get out of bed to move about. But the selections of the Guan family is in 3 days and the timing will be rather tight. I am worried your body might not be able to take it." "It's fine. I can. For the Guan family's selections, I must definitely go back. Then just rest well these 2 days, and I will prescribe medicine for you to have you recover quickly." She then stood up and said, "I'll go back to my room now. If there's anything, just tell it to Leng Shuang and it will do." "All right. You are not well and should rest more as well. You do not need to keep coming to see me." Feng Jiu smiled and nodded. She next turned to Leng Shuang and left instructions for the changes to be made for the medicine and then returned back to her room, quickly slipping into the spirit palace within the space. After that night, not only her heart meridian had been injured, even the fire phoenix had fallen into a deep sleep because of it. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velbn.co/m. For the fire phoenix, which had taken the appearance of a human toddler to manifest in his true form, would actually require him to wait till he matured. But last night, Feng Jiu had employed the ancient seal to break those constraints with blood to make him manifest in its true form to exterminate the enemy. In his true form, the might of his powers had almost reached the levels of an adult ancient sacred beast at the pinnacle of its powers, and it was naturally effortless for him to defeat a warrior sovereign. But the cost had been very high, which meant that he would fall into deep slumber, and moreover, it was not known when he would awaken. She stared at the little fire phoenix wrapped in a teensy ball of fire within the space. He still looked like a 3-year-old human toddler and just seemed to be in a deep sleep, lying there sleeping peacefully. Turning her gaze away, she sat down and assumed the lotus position to repair the injury within her body. With the surge of both spirit and mystical energies, her entire body was wrapped up within the sources of energy, and she could feel a warm surge flowing through her meridians as they moved along. 3 days later. An inconspicuous horse carriage rolled slowly along on the street. The carriage car was not eye-catching. What drew people's attention was the cold and beautiful girl in front dressed in black. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, the body wrapped by those black clothes sexy and alluring. If there could have been a little trace of a smile on her face, she would surely have become a stunner that made men fall head over heels. However, the young girl in black garb had a chilly aura emanating from her entire body, that cold and chilly demeanor quickly discouraging people from approaching her. Inside the horse carriage, Guan Shilin looked at Feng Jiu, who was leaning heavily slanted against the side of the carriage as she read her book, and he asked her in slightly distressed puzzlement, "Little Jiu, since you possess such exemplary medical skills, why do you not remove the scars from your face first?" It had already been so long, and the scars on her face had still not shown any signs of fading. Every time he saw those scars on her face, he would feel worried for her, but she herself had instead seemingly acted like she had gotten used to it and did not bother with it. Isn't it said that girls could not bear to have their countenance damaged? Why was he seeing her so nonchalant and unbothered by it? No hurry. The scar-removing medicine I am concocting still lacks one more type of herb. She replied nonchalantly, flipping a page on her book and continuing to peruse. It was a scroll that recorded the Tempest Cloud steps, found among her master's collection within the space. After looking at it, she found that the footwork depicted within was more amazing than hers, and she had her nose buried within it all the way since they left the Peach Blossom Ridge, unable to put it down for a second. Till, her nose picked up a fragrance and her head raised up unwittingly. "Big brother, do you smell anything?" Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at him. Sniffing at that fragrance, she could not help but gulp her saliva back down her throat. Seeing her looking like a gluttonous cat, Guan Shilin laughed out loud helplessly and reached a hand out to rap her gently on the head. "That nose of yours only knows food. Even with the curtains drawn, you are still able to smell the scent of fried scallion pancakes?" Right. It's fried scallion pancakes." She smiled happily and hugged his arm while rocking him to say, "Big brother, can you help me buy some?" "I want to." Sticking out 2 fingers, she waved them before Guan Shilin's face. All right, I'll go buy them," he said, helpless against the pleading. Most up-to-date novels are published on n0velgen.co/m. At that moment, Leng Shuang, who was driving the carriage, had heard the conversation inside and she had already slowed down their speed. Guan Shilin drew the curtain open and jumped off the carriage, saying to Leng Shuang, "Stop the carriage at the side. I'm going to get some pancakes and will be coming right back." As he spoke, he was already walking towards a little stall a short distance away. Leng Shuang parked the horse carriage at the side and waited, looking over towards the little stall. "Uncle, for fried scallion pancakes," Guan Shilin said loudly as he took out the money. "Young master, you want a couple of bowls of green bean soup to go along with it?" Fried scallion pancakes go exceptionally well with green bean soup, the slightly elderly man asked, as he packed the sizzling hot pancakes. "That works, I'll take 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls. Pack them properly for me so it's easy to take away." Sure. The elderly man said with smiling eyes, quickly filling up 3 bowls of green bean soup and packing them up for takeaway. A distance away, accompanying Feng Qingge, and he had just stepped out from the Jade Pavilion loft when Murong Yixian's unconscious glance around the surroundings spotted a man buying something from a small stall. He was surprised and a sudden delight came into his eyes. "It's him? The elder brother of that girl in red? If he's here, then would that girl in red be here as well?" Thinking about that, his heart started to thump, as both excitement and a certain nervousness gripped his heart. "Big brother Murong? What is it?" Feng Qingge, who was pulling him, asked in puzzlement. Seeing that he was just standing there and not moving, she turned her head to follow his gaze, only to see a man in ordinary dress buying fried scallion pancakes. Big brother Murong knows him? A friend of mine. I'll go over and say hello and you can just wait a while for me here. He told Feng Qinggu quickly when he saw the man about to leave and hurried himself over, taking rather fast steps. Feng Qinggu looked at him, feeling that it was all rather strange, her gaze measuring up the strange man, but did not see anything exceptional about him. Just as Guan Shilin was all prepared to go back after buying what he came for, a voice rang out from the side into his ear. "This young master." Murong Yixian called out and came to stand before Guan Shilin, his gracefully handsome face showing a gentle smile as he said, "When we parted from our last meeting at the Rock Forest town, I had not thought that I will see young master here in Cloudy Moon City again." Guan Shilin looked at Murong Yixian in bafflement. "You are?" He did not remember this person at all. Seeing that Guan Shilin had no memory of him, Murong Yixian's smile constricted slightly but reverted back to normal immediately and said, "I am surnamed Murong, named Yixian." Murong Yixian? Guan Shilin was slightly flummoxed a moment before it turned to delight as he looked excitedly at the man before him, the pitch of his voice suddenly going up a few notches. "You are Murong Yixian? The third prince of the Sun Glory country? That martial warrior cultivator prodigy?" The name Murong Yixian was naturally familiar to a person from the Guan family in the Cloudy Moon City, but just had not met. Guan Shilin only knew that this person's stellar reputation preceded him and that he was a genius cultivator among the newer generation, a proud son of the heavens, that he would be fortunate enough to meet here today. What he realized that, his heart grew excited as he said, "Lord Third Prince, I have wanted to meet you from a long time ago, and I have never thought that I will bump into you on the streets like this now. It must really be fate." Before Murong Yixian could open his mouth, Guan Shilin continued to say, "Do you know? You have always been my target. From long ago, I have always wanted to train very hard in my cultivation to finally beat you one day." When he heard the first few questions, Murong Yixian's smile had deepened and he was just about to ask whether his sister had come with him when he heard the statement afterwards, which made the smile on his face freeze as he thought to himself, "This guy really doesn't hold back with his words at all." But he didn't really mind it all that much and he went on to ask with a smile, "May I ask our young master for his name?" "I'm Guan Shilin." He offered generously. "So it's young Master Guan. I wonder if young Master Guan's sister is with him?" As he was walking over, Murong Yixian had already noticed it. Guan Shilin was holding extra portions of the snacks and wondered if they could possibly be for his sister. She liked to eat these foods? Huh? Hearing Murong Yixian mention his precious little sister, the smile on Guan Shilin's face immediately stiffened and his eyes became wary as he asked, "What are you inquiring about my little sis for? You don't even know her." "It's like this. Back in the Rock Forest town then, I had unintentionally offended your younger sister and I have been looking for a chance to apologize to her, but have not had the opportunity to meet her." He did see her. That time at the Peach Blossom Ridge, he had seen her looking like a flower spirit, which had gotten him dazzled and distracted after he came back, causing his heart to sink. To the point that over this recent period, he had been thinking about his relationship with Qinggu and had wanted to find an opportune time to speak openly with her about it, but just had not found a good time for it. The hand holding the fried scallion pancakes waved dismissively and Guan Shilin said, "No need, my younger sis is highly magnanimous and will not bear any grudges with such minor affronts." "No grudge only because you have not riled her up enough. Get her angry and she wouldn't give a damn about any nonsensical magnanimity regardless whether the infraction was big or small." "Arg! She's still waiting for my fried scallion pancakes. Can't talk, I'll make a move first." When it came to the affairs of his little sister, everything else became negligible and he immediately lost the mood to exchange greetings with his idol as he hurried back to the horse carriage, afraid that he had kept her waiting too long. Young Master Guan. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/. .cm Murong Yixian's gaze followed the direction Guan Shilin was running towards, and when it fell upon a horse carriage stopped at the side of the road, his heart skipped a beat. Is she inside? When that thought came to mind, his feet just followed behind helplessly. Feng Qinggu saw what was going on from behind and her brows came together, her gaze swinging over to look at the ordinary-looking horse carriage before her steps followed suit, walking forward as well. On the other side, Guan Shilin reached the side of the horse carriage and handed a fried scallion pancake to Leng Shuang. This is for you. There is also green bean soup. You should take them while they're still hot and we can go after you finish. Leng Shuang looked at him and reached out to receive the snacks, offering a quick word of thanks. He then stepped up onto the horse carriage and his hand had already lifted the curtain just about to go inside while he said, "Little Jiu, the fried scallion pancake is still hot. The elderly uncle said it will go very well with green bean soup and so I brought back for the two of you a portion each." From inside the carriage, Feng Jiu reached her hand out and took the fried scallion pancake together with the green bean soup as she said with her face all smiles, "Green bean soup. I haven't had that for a long time." "That's great, big brother, thank you." "Heh heh, thanks for what? As long as you like it, it's fine. On our way back, we should buy several housemaids back and have them serve you and prepare nice food for you." Having been around her for so long, he knew she was a glutton for good food. Up to TED chapters nnvelben.com. "Sure," she said, smiling in agreement. Seeing him seated back inside, Feng Jiu opened up the bag and was about to bite into the fried scallion pancake when she suddenly heard a voice that was not unfamiliar to her come in. "Miss Guan, this is Murong Yixian." "Miss Guan? Who is he addressing?" Feng Jiu within the horse carriage was surprised as she looked at her equally surprised free elder brother, asking without a sound, "What's going on?" Guan Shilin bit into his fried scallion pancake and said, "We just met when I was buying these things. His name is Murong Yixian, and he mentioned something about having offended you back in the Rock Forest town previously and wants to apologize to you." Speaking of that, he was feeling slightly irked and he went on, "I've already told him that there's no need and he still comes following behind. I really don't know what he's up to. I'd better go down and go take a look." He put the fried scallion pancake down and was just going to draw the curtain open when he suddenly turned around to say to Feng Jiu, "Little Jiu, put on your veil first." The scars on little Jiu's face still had not healed and she always wore a veil whenever she went out. He didn't wish for people to look at her through tinted glasses after seeing her scarred face. Feng Jiu smiled and put on her face veil, feeling rather puzzled about what Murong Yixian wanted to do. Waiting outside the horse carriage, Murong Yixian was feeling rather nervous and his palms were sweating profusely. His gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at the horse carriage and thought to himself, will she open the curtain? Does she remember that she has met him twice already? Leng Shuang, who was seated outside the horse carriage, saw the look of eager anticipation on Murong Yixian's face and her brows creased together, giving him a rather strange look. What was this Murong Yixian trying to do here? From what she knew, isn't he already engaged to the Feng Qinggu of the Feng residence? Why was he still staring the horse carriage with such longing and nervousness? The curtain was pulled open by Guan Shilin and he stepped out of the carriage. He drew the curtain closed as he stepped off and stared at Murong Yixian standing before the carriage to say, "Haven't I told you that there is no need for you to apologize for anything? Why have you followed me all the way here?" At that moment, Murong Yixian was staring slightly dazed at the horse carriage as the sight of the girl inside the carriage he had seen when the curtain had been lifted made his heart start to thump madly once more. She wasn't wearing red clothes today, but it had been a white dress, with a similarly colored face veil across her face. She had quietly sat there leaning against the side of the carriage, an air of refined elegance surrounding her, appearing tranquil and graceful. and when she was wearing those red clothes, she was flamboyant and alluring like the blazing sun, her every movement languid, mesmerizingly indolent, seemingly like every time he saw her, she would shock his spirit in different ways, causing him to be helplessly mesmerized every single time. Awaiting for a response from him, Guan Shilin saw with a chill that Murong Yixian was staring rather dazedly at the horse carriage behind him, and his face immediately darkened as he shifted his feet a step to his left, putting his brawny self right in front of Murong Yixian to block him off. "I say, what are you looking at? Big brother Murong, do you know the person inside the carriage?" Feng Qinggu walked slowly over and asked in a gentle voice. Her gaze looked at the outside of the horse carriage a moment before shifting away to look at Guan Shilin to say with a faint smile, "Since this young master is a friend of my big brother Murong, then you are also a friend of me, Feng Qinggu. How is the person inside the carriage related to this young master? Why don't we invite her out for us to have a meet?" She had watched from a distance away for a while, and she had her misgivings about this. That dazzled expression on Murong Yixian's face had caused her to feel threatened for the first time since she had taken over and assumed Feng Qingji's identity. That gaze Murong Yixian was giving was only too familiar to her, and it also made her heart shiver. In the past, she had always watched quietly as she stood on one side like she was now, seeing him give the same highly gentle and deeply loving gaze to stare so dazedly at Feng Qinggu. But ever since she had taken over this identity, she had always felt that he was lacking the same gentleness and deep love that he had shown the previous Feng Qinggu in the past. Even though when he looked at her now, he would also use gentle words, and was highly accommodating to her. But sensitive as she was, she had felt the difference. That had made her uneasy, but she had not dared to probe deeper, deeply afraid that the result would be something she would not be able to accept. She had tried to brush it off, telling herself that it just her thinking too much into it. But just earlier, she had been standing some way off watching. At the moment that the man had swept the curtain aside as he came out, she saw the way that Murong Yixian had gazed inside the carriage, and she had almost lost her mind. Needless to say, her instinct as a girl told her that the person inside was definitely female. But what kind of a woman was she that was able to make Murong Yixian forget himself like this? Guan Shilin looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. "Am I on such familiar terms with you too? Just because you want to meet, and she has to come out to show herself to you?" Upted chapters nnvelben.com. Upon hearing that, the look on Feng Qingji's face darkened, but she did not throw a fit, but instead turned her head towards the horse carriage and said gently, "Miss, fate has destined us to meet. Why not come out for a meet?" Inside the carriage, Feng Zhu toyed with her hair fallen before her chest, her eyes narrowed and the corners of the lips below the veil lifted in a devilishly playful smile, her voice unhurried as it sounded, 3 parts languid, 7 parts indifferent. "Do I know you? Why should I go out and meet you?" Hearing the voice coming out from within the horse carriage, Feng Qinggu was slightly taken aback, as she seemed to find it a little familiar. And she was not the only one who felt this way. Even Murong Yixian was startled. That voice, which sounded rather similar to Qingji's, yet different, because that voice was filled with a lazy and nonchalant indolence, which was highly alluring. Maybe it was that little bit of familiarity that caused her heart to feel so highly uneasy that she swept past Guan Shilin before her and went to the horse carriage with her hand stretched out to pull the curtain open. However, before that outstretched hand had touched the curtain, a large hand clamped over it. "What are you doing?" Guan Shilin was glaring at her, his face unfriendly, staring highly displeased at the peerlessly beautiful girl, suddenly thinking that all her brains must have gone to growing that face, and she could not understand human speech. "Let go!" Feng Qinggu chided, her brows creasing up closely together as she stared at the hand clasped around her wrist. Guan Shilin pulled her to take 2 steps back before letting go of her hand, his face showing utter contempt as he said, "If you had not wanted to open the carriage's curtain, you think I would want to hold onto your hand?" Slap! A crisp slap resounded. "Qinggu!" The color on Murong Yixian's face changed slightly, and he immediately stepped forward. Guan Shilin stood holding his hand to his face filled with incredulity as he glared angrily at Feng Qinggu. You slapped me? He hadn't done anything bad, had he? Why had this woman slapped him across the face? From birth till now, he had never been slapped by anyone. Although his heart filled with indignant rage, but he did not raise his hand against her. He was a man, and he really couldn't hit a woman out in the open streets, could he? The eyes of Leng Shuang, who was holding the reins of the horses, grew cold and was about to jump off the carriage when she saw the horse carriage's curtain being lifted by a fair and slender hand. "Mistress," she greeted, and quickly lifted the curtain all the way to allow Feng Zhou to come out. Feng Zhou crouched over slightly and stepped out from the carriage, resting her hand on Leng Shuang's proffered hand for support and gingerly lifting up the hem of her dress. She stepped off. She looked at her freebie of a brother whose hands were clenched into fists and his face darkened with rage with a glowing red palm mark on his cheek. Feng Zhou's eyes narrowed and she turned her gaze upon the other two people, her step slow as she walked over to them. When Murong Yixian saw the girl step out from the carriage in her white dress, his eyes immediately lit up. As he watched the elegant figure calmly walk towards him, his heart suddenly becoming nervous, and tinged with a bit of anticipation. Up to TED chapters nnvelben.com. And when Feng Qinggu saw the girl in the white dress getting off from the horse carriage, her entire body stiffened. That slender figure, those mannerisms, felt so familiar to her. Exactly alike, so exactly like. Slap! Slap! Two resounding slaps rang out, forcibly shocking the two of them back to the senses, and stunning everyone in the crowd of surrounding passerbys looking at them. As the few of them possessed outstanding looks, and it was out on a highly public street, the surrounding people had already noticed them all earlier. Moreover, Murong Yixian and Feng Qinggu were both highly influential people in the Cloudy Moon City. But they had not thought that Feng Qinggu would suddenly raise her hand and slap the man hard across the face, and the last thing any one of them could have expected to see was for the lady who had a veil covering her face to come out from the horse carriage to slowly walk over to the pair, and immediately raise up her hand to slap Feng Qinggu 2 times across the face, which stunned them into complete silence. That scene had just been absolutely shocking to see. Feng Qinggu held her hands over her stinging cheeks in utter disbelief, her eyes almost spitting fire as she stared at the woman in the white dress who flinging her hands, and she stammered slightly, You have the audacity to hit me." Feng Zhou continued flinging her hand that was stinging from the slaps, and without even glancing at her, she turned to the stunned Guan Shilin and instructed him earnestly, "Big brother, do you now see? If someone slap you once, you will then have to return them with 2 slap. It is just proper manners to reciprocate what you are gifted, and it's a matter of etiquette. We must not slack on our manners." Guan Shilin's eyes shone brightly as he looked at her in worship, and he nodded his head vehemently, Your brother will remember that. If it happens next time, I will not care whether it's male or female. Just strike first and talk later." That absolutely correct." She nodded smilingly at him and then went on to say, "It's getting late. We should not let people of no relevance hold back out time. Let's go." "All right." Guan Shilin's face was brimming over with smiles, and he did not want to bother himself with those 2 people anymore. From his perspective, for that slap that he had suffered, his precious little sister had already claimed it back for him 2-fold, and as a man, he would naturally not be so petty to still hold any grudge against that woman. People of no relevance. Murong Yixian stared blankly at her back as she turned to leave, that one statement resounding inside his head. That's right. Wasn't he a person of no relevance to her? He was nobody to her, hence what right does he have to ask to see her just because he wants to? But why is it after hearing those words coming from her, and realizing that she had not even looked him in the eyes even once before she just turned and left, his heart was feeling so dejected? "You stand right there." Feng Qingge shot like an arrow forward, her face twisted up in fury as she blocked the way before Feng Jiu and said, "You want to leave just like that after hitting me? It's not that easy." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to uncover the veil upon Feng Jiu's face, thinking to get a good look at her countenance. Feng Jiu had had her guard up against her. Seeing Feng Qingge stretching a hand out towards her veil, Feng Jiu very naturally slipped behind Guan Xilin and hid, both her hands gripping the clothes on his back. She blinked her beautiful eyes innocently and with a voice that sounded highly aggrieved, she said, "Big brother, she is trying to bully me." Murong Yixuan standing on the side was surprised, never thinking that the girl who had been so graceful and composed just a moment ago would suddenly go hide behind her brother, to reveal such an aggrieved gaze that looked so fragile and delicate, with such a tender tone in her voice and helpless complaint, making even he himself to feel like jumping in front of her in her defense, to be her protector. Seeing his precious sister hiding behind his back and complaining about the other girl's unruly behavior in such a helpless voice, Guan Xilin's eyes turned into a cold glare, puffing up his chest, and stuck his hands onto his hips to retort fiercely. "What are you trying to do? Why are you showing such a lack of etiquette here? And you dare to claim that you are General Fang's daughter? With General Fang's greatly revered name, how could he possibly have brought up a daughter that shows such a lack of manners? I think you are most probably a big fake and an imposter." His voice was very loud, boisterous and uninhibited. When his voice dropped, he did not wait to see Feng Qingji's reaction but noticed that quite a number of people have crowded around to watch, and he continued on to say loudly, "Everyone, what do all of you say? Isn't this young lady showing a lack of manners here? We don't even know her and she just came right up to me and slapped me across the face. What's more, she had even wanted to tear off my sister's face veil. Tell me, don't you think she is being just too much?" Feng Qingge had had to pedal back a step due to Guan Xilin puffing up his chest and pushing himself close in confrontation. When she then heard those words coming out from him, her heart became highly enraged, especially when she saw that many people were already beginning to point their fingers at her, and Murong Yixuan, whom her heart went out to, was at that moment staring blankly, mesmerized by the white-dressed girl who was hiding timidly behind her elder brother, not stepping forward in the least to speak a single word in her defense, which just further embarrassed her. She felt so aggrieved and hurt as she glanced at Murong Yixuan, her eyes immediately becoming red-rimmed, as she covered her face and ran away quickly. "Hey, your little beauty has run away crying," Feng Jiu said to Murong Yixuan smilingly when she saw that his gaze was still locked onto her, thinking that all men were just as despicable, already eating what was in their bowls, but their eyes still roving to see what's in the other dishes. Murong Yixuan gave her a complicated gaze and did not say anything, but just clasped his hand over his fist in greeting before turning to walk away. "Big brother, let's go. We've already wasted a lot of time here," Feng Jiu said, tapping Guan Xilin on the arm, gesturing for him to get onto the horse carriage. "All right." Guan Xilin grinned and replied as he looked at Feng Jiu getting into the horse carriage, but suddenly stopping in his tracks and said in a puzzled voice, "Little Jiu, why do I feel that the girl earlier is somehow a little similar to you?" Having pulled the curtain open and was about to go inside the horse carriage, when Feng Jiu heard those words, her eyes showed a glint of surprise and she turned around to say with a smile, "How are we alike?" She had not expected that this conveniently acquired big brother who seemed so thoughtless was in reality rather sensitive. Up to TED chapters nnvelben.com. Guan Xilin scratched his head and thought, just the body's figure and physique is the same, but mannerisms differ, but in terms of face shape and eyes, there are some similarities. She stepped into the horse carriage with a laugh and waved her hand towards her big brother saying, "Get in quickly. ORH." He then took a big step to climb onto the horse carriage and pulled the curtain aside to sit down inside. Outside, Ling Shuang waited till they were seated before she drove the horse carriage forward to make their way towards the Guan family's mansion. Inside the carriage, Feng Jiu took off her face veil and looked at her brother smilingly to say, "Big brother, your eyes are sharper than some people out there." "Huh?" He was a little confused, not really understanding what Feng Zhou's sudden comment meant. You will know in the future. She blinked her eyes at him, just smiling but not saying anything more, not intending to tell him everything now. Today, the Guan residence was bustling with activity and the front of the mansion was filled with many parked horse carriages. Many of them were people who shared close ties with the Guan family, with their respective family heads and young masters who had all been invited by the Guan family to come spectate the young masters of the Guan family compete against each other for the position of young head. When Leng Shuang drove their horse carriage up to come up to the front of the Guan mansion, they could already hear the cheers erupting out from inside. She stopped the carriage and turned to say to the two people inside, "Young master, mistress, we're here." The curtains were flipped open and Guan Shilin leapt off from the carriage and reached out his hand and said, "Little Jiu, come, let me help you down." When the two guards standing at the door saw Guan Shilin, their eyes went wide with shock. Isn't that young master Shilin? Isn't he already dead? How is he still alive? The faces of the two guards changed drastically and one of them managed to recover from the shock and he quickly ran in to report it. Feng Zhou held onto Guan Shilin's hand and stepped off from the carriage, looking at the numerous horse carriages parked outside the Guan mansion, and she let out a laugh. Big brother, it seems to be very boisterous in there. All the various family clans of a similar size will come watch this competition. His gaze fell onto the plaque that was hanging above the main door. Guan Mansion, this was his home. However, he only felt the place to be so unfamiliar, so cold. Young Master Shilin. The guard at the door quickly came over to greet him. His eyes were still filled with surprise, and his gaze secretly shifting to gauge the woman dressed in white who exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Didn't everyone in the residence say that he had died? But how was he standing in front of him well and alive? Has the competition started? Guan Shilin looked at him and asked in a somber voice. At that moment, his whole body gave out an oppressive aura that had a razor-sharp edge. Just merely a few months had gone by, but the aura emanating out from his body had become incomparable to what he possessed just mere months ago. U updates tnvel/by. Com. St. Started. It has started already. Under the oppressive pressure he felt, the guard squeezed out the words weakly, a layer of cold sweat bathing him unconsciously. Hearing this, Guan Shilin turned and walked towards the entrance with large strides. Feng Zhou followed behind him, light steps, with Leng Shuang by her side. Looking at their backs, the guard swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself, "When was young master ever so scary? It's just been a few months." The guard suddenly thought of the recent marriage between young master Ruan and Kuinya, his heart filled with curiosity. Now that young master Shilin had come back, what would his reaction be if he found out that his betrothed had already married another? Unfortunately, he couldn't follow them to watch the show that was about to unfold as he had to guard the door, or he would have really wanted to follow them in to see. Inside, beneath the competition stage, the front few rows of the spectator stands were filled up by the most important figures of the Guan family together with the other distinguished family heads of other prestigious family clans. In the rows behind them sat all the younger generations of the various family clans and the children of the various family heads. They watched the match as they chatted, and when they saw the 8 or 9 consecutive wins by Guanxi Ruan, the son of the Guan family head with no other worthy opponents that could be his match, the congratulatory compliments from the various family heads flooded the arena. "Ha ha ha, to have such an outstanding talent is just like your Guan family's style. To be so strong at such a young age, the eldest young master's future is limitless." Listening to these words of flattery, Guan family head was very proud, but he still laughed and put on a modest front. He chortled happily and replied, "You're all just being kind. Who doesn't know that all of the younger generations here are dragons among men? I've always told my boy to try to learn more from the various young masters here." The senior Guan family patriarch was also smiling happily and stroking his beard as he listened to all the praises when suddenly a servant came running in a fluster. The various family heads seated in the first row had naturally noticed the steward running in looking highly flustered and saw the steward whispering something directly into the elderly patriarch's ear, which caused his expression to immediately change as he stood up from his seat. "My distinguished guests, this old man needs to excuse myself for a while." Which upon saying, he followed the steward outside without waiting to see the reaction from everyone. "Ha ha, let's continue to watch the matches." My father must have suddenly recalled that there was something he needed to do. The Guan family head said with a laugh, and brushing it off, diverting all their attention back to the stage. However, he was thinking deeply, his heart bewildered. What could have made his father's expression change just like that? Seated together with the Guan family's womenfolk was the newly wedded Ku Xianya, the new eldest daughter-in-law of the Guan family, naturally present there to watch the competition on the stage. She was beaming as her gaze fixed on her man she married, who reigned over all that challenged him, with none being his match, and her heart soared as she looked on with pride, silently saying to herself, her foresight had been right, and her choice had not been wrong as well. However, when she saw the steward rushing in and the family patriarch leaving with him, her previous state of bliss dissipated in a moment and her mood involuntarily darkened, while her hands pulled subconsciously at her clothes as her face became slightly pale. Because, as the steward had been leaving together with the family patriarch, she had caught him having cast a quick glance at her, which made her heart tightened, the image of Guan Shilin suddenly coming into her mind. Did he really come? He really dares to come? Guan Shilin and Feng Zhou had entered the main house and were making their way over to the arena when they were halted by a low and elderly-sounding voice. "Shilin? Is it really you?" The old Guan family patriarch came walking in with large strides, leaning on his cane, and when he saw the tall towering figure, he was slightly taken aback. His eyes widened in a complicated gaze mixed with doubt. However, there wasn't a trace of surprise in them. When Guan Shilin noticed that, his heart turned cold as he looked at him frostily, and he called out curtly, "Grandfather." "You." The old man wanted to ask, "Why did you come back?" But he held back in time and instead said, "It's good that you are back. Go have a good rest in the main house first. Later, I'll have a good chat with you in the study. The Ku family should have already told you that I am well and alive." He looked at the elderly family patriarch straight in the eye. "Grandfather, aren't you curious at all? Why would my cousin claim that I've died? Shouldn't you be telling me how my fiancée turned out to end up as my cousin's wife?" As an elder, being questioned in such a manner by a junior, the old man's face sank and he furrowed his brows as he looked unhappily at Guan Shilin to berate him in a deep voice. Read latest chapters at no.vel.bin/c/o/m only. What kind of words are you spouting? Is this how you talk to your grandfather the moment you come back? Did you not hear me tell you to come find me in my study later? It's just been a few months and look what you've become. Have you forgotten all your manners? It seems like to see me well and alive doesn't bring any joy to grandfather." When he heard this, the elderly Guan family patriarch found himself at a loss for words, and his face contorted with awkwardness. Guan Shilin cast him an indifferent glance and took a wide step forward, ignoring the old man. "Stay right there." The elderly family patriarch shifted his feet to block Guan Shilin and snapped with displeasure, "Where are you going? Isn't today the family clan's competition today? Don't I have a part in it? Today's competition is for the position of the clan's young head. You are simply not Shiruan's match, so it won't matter even if you do not participate." The family patriarch continued to say in a low voice, as looking into the face of the young man in front of him, "Since you've come back, just go get some rest, and not go out there and embarrass yourself." Hearing that, Guan Shilin just smiled. Guan Shilin looked at his grandfather and the smile on his face slowly faded, as an iron-blooded and absorbing aura began to permeate the air, as an unrestrained voice with a determined tone came out from his mouth. "No. I came back here today just to take part in the competition. Rest assured, grandfather. I have no interest in the position of the young head. I am only thinking to ask my cousin to teach me a few things. The same moment his voice dropped, Guan Shilin strode forward, taking big strides, not giving his grandfather any opportunity to stop him another time. The elderly family patriarch was a little stunned at that moment, shocked by the completely different and absorbing aura spilling out from Guan Shilin. That dominating and cold hard demeanor, suddenly making the old man seem to see a shadow of the boy's father, which threw the old man off to become slightly dazed for that very moment. Watching it all from the side, the corners of Feng Zhou's lips curled up under the face veil. She cast a glance at the dazed elderly Guan family patriarch and then quickly moved forward to follow behind. Ling Shuang, dressed in full black, eased naturally behind Feng Zhou, protecting her mistress quietly. When the tall and towering Guan Shilin came in stepping firmly upon the ground, Guan Shiruan, who had just won another round, was smiling brightly, suddenly looked like he had been struck by lightning as he exclaimed in shock and a slight loss of self-control, How are you still alive?" His face immediately turned white as a sheet, looking highly incredulous and rather flustered, tinged with a little bit of awkward guilt. He had thought Guan Shilin was dead. In such a place like the Nine Entrapment Woods, there was no way that the heavily wounded Guan Shilin would be able to live. But why was he still alive? Why didn't anyone tell him that Guan Shilin was still alive? Another person was similarly experiencing a loss of self-control, and that was Ko Xianya. At almost the very moment upon seeing Guan Shilin, she had instinctively jumped to her feet, shocked and angry, and feeling a tinge of narcissism. She had assumed that Guan Shilin had come to the Guan's mansion to take part in the competition only because of her. Because he wasn't able to let her go, because she still held a place in his heart, which greatly fed her vain heart. Read latest chapters at no.bin/c/o/m only. At the same time, she was angry, feeling that by coming here, he would embarrass her, because she had originally been his betrothed spouse, but had now become Guan Shilin's cousin's wife. Two men, one on and one off the stage, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear up under the curious gazes of everyone who would be keen to watch the show being put on. Due to the shocked exclamation from Guan Shiruan and also because of Ko Xianya's unruly reaction, everyone below the stage were finding the situation strange and they turned to look in the same direction. With that one gaze, some were surprised, and some other ones were shocked. People were surprised by the sudden appearance of the towering, brawny and masculine man, while the latter group were shocked due to the girl in white with her face covered behind a face veil who was standing behind the man. Not to mention all the family heads in the front row, but all their sons in the entire row right behind them had one by one, after assessing Guan Shilin, immediately turned their shocked gazes upon the girl in white, their curiosity and interest evident in their eyes, completely unrestrained. After all, they were all male, and they all were thinking the same thing. Upon seeing that lithe and graceful figure with such an refined air about her, they were all naturally trying to get another glimpse at her. Especially as the girl's face was hidden behind a veil. Although unable to see her countenance clearly, but those alluring mannerisms and the pair of beautiful eyes revealed above the veil were enough to tell them clearly that the face beneath that veil was definitely one that was enchanting and moving, with a flawless complexion. Seeking to look beautiful was human nature, and all of them did not find it inappropriate to stare so blatantly at a lady like that. Hence, the family heads in the front row were gauging and sizing up Guan Shilin, while the younger men behind were all assessing the mysterious girl in white, curious about her identity, and the countenance under that veil. Finally, it was the Guan family head who first recovered his senses. He stood up with a laugh and walked towards Guan Shilin, looking surprised and exclaiming excitedly, "Shilin! You're finally back! Everyone in the family has been very worried about you. Where have you been all this time, and you did not even send a message back home?" "Shilin? Guan Shilin?" The people in the crowd were looking at each other. Hadn't it been said that he went to the 9 entrapment woods with people in his clan but had disobeyed the leader orders and stormed off in a huff, finally falling prey to the ferocious beasts there where not even his bones could be found? Why is he now returning here still well and alive? They had all heard that Guanxi Ruan's present wife was Guanxi Lin's betrothed bride previously. What's going to happen now? He has come back, but his fiancée has already become his cousin's woman. Although their faces did not show it, everyone in the crowd were all prepared to watch a good show. They did not say anything but merely fixed their gazes upon the several people involved in it. Guanxi Lin looked at the family head and did not say a word, the expression on his face solemn, without even the slightest tinge of a smile. Seeing the expressionless face, the Guan family head's face darkened as well, and he asked in a deepened voice, "What is it? Your uncle is asking you a question, so why are you not answering?" Guanxi Lin's gaze was fixed upon his cousin who was trying his hardest to suppress the panic and guilt in his heart, and he replied in a cold tone, "I am back here to take part in the competition." As he spoke, he was already walking towards the front. The Guan family head was taken aback as his brows creased up to look at Guanxi Lin. He had initially wanted to stop Guanxi Lin but finally did not say a word. From his point of view, Guanxi Lin would not be a match for his son, and going up onto the stage would just be asking for trouble. Guanxi Ruan upon the stage watched as Guanxi Lin approached, his flustered mood slowly quietening down. From the moment that he had appeared till now, Guanxi Lin had not mentioned that Guanxi Ruan had been the one who stabbed a knife into his back. He wouldn't speak of that here, as after all, that was dirty laundry within the family and he would surely still be concerned about the Guan family's reputation. With that thought in mind, Guanxi Ruan's mind relaxed, and his highly strung heart warmed up a little as his face broke into a smile. "Shi Lin, it's just great you have come back." Guanxi Lin stepped onto the stage and looked at him, his face darkened as he said, "I had thought you didn't want me to come back." Upon hearing that, the smile on Guanxi Ruan's face froze and he said rather awkwardly, "How could that be? Shi Lin, are you blaming me for having married Xianya?" I had actually married Xianya based on the decision of the elders on both sides, as we had all thought that you had died in the 9 entrapment woods and they had then. When the crowd of people below the stage heard those words, they nodded to themselves silently. This Shi Lin's face isn't looking too good, it must be because his betrothed had been wedded to his cousin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be showing such a dark face to the Guan family head. On the womenfolk's side, Xianya had after hearing the words spoken on the stage had put on a face showing remorse and self-reproach, and she said in a soft and gentle voice, "Shi Lin, I had only annulled the betrothal under the arrangements made by the elders of both sides and married Shi Ruan after that. I hope you do not hold any animosity against your family because of me. If anything is to be blamed, you can only blame fate that we are not destined to be together." However, upon hearing the words that Guanxi Lin was going to say after this, her face drained completely of color, turning to look a pale sheet and utterly humiliated. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Guanxi Lin shot her a depreciating glance and with his arms crossed over his chest, he said scornfully, "You are thinking too highly of yourself. A girl who is so fickle-minded and so hopelessly vain isn't worthy of me, Guanxi Lin, to pay her any attention." Guanxi Lin! That's being too much. Father Ko leapt to his feet as his hand slammed onto the table. Seeing his daughter being humiliated in front of everyone like this, his face contorted with rage. Guanxi Lin gave Father Ku a cold smile as he turned to glance at him. "Isn't what I said all true? Hadn't she been fickle-minded to only seek benefits for herself and pursued a higher position to merely satisfy her own vanity?" Father Ku choked and glared angrily at him. "She had followed the decisions of the elders on both sides, right and proper. It's nowhere as deplorable as the way you put it." Whether it is deplorable, I believe everyone here can judge for themselves. Guanxi Lin snapped curtly, unwilling to pay them any more attention, and turned to face Guanxi Ruan, to greet with a hand clasped over his fist. I seek for my cousin to teach me a few things. Below the stage on one side, Fengjiu stood at a spot not very far away from the stage and watched everything that was happening above, and then noticed a man walking towards her. Get your Avrite ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Miss, there's a seat over there, why don't you sit down to watch? A man in a brocade robe came before Fengjiu, blocking her view, but extended a polite gesture of invitation with his hands. Fengjiu frowned, her gaze falling upon the man before her, and said, "There's no need." Shifting a step to her left, her gaze turned back to look upon the stage. The various family heads had their attention all focused upon the activity upon the stage, but the younger men in the row behind were turning their heads to pay notice to what was going on here instead. Seeing the young lady not even giving that man the slightest attention, they all couldn't help but start to sniggle among themselves. Although the young lady was highly attractive, but they were after all in someone else's residence, and they could not very well step up so blatantly to hit on her. Moreover, their fathers were present as well, and their every action had to be more restrained, without overstepping the boundaries of propriety. Me? The man had just opened his mouth once again, and he was about to move when a figure in all black walked up and stretched a hand out to block him, to say in warning, "Keep away from my mistress." The man frowned and was about to speak when a howl of pain sounded from the stage. He turned reflexively to look, and what he saw shocked him slightly. The two people on stage had started fighting, and he saw that it was Guan Shilin and Guan Shiruan. But why was the aura on Guan Shilin's body so powerful? So intense that they could even feel that absorbing surge of power from here below the stage. No wonder, Guan Shiruan had been punched on his eye and had retreated wretchedly with a howl. He turned to look at his father and the various family heads in the front row, and as expected, he saw the undisguised looks of surprise on every one of their faces. Bam, bam, bam! As Guan Shiruan stepped backwards while holding his eye, Guan Shilin had not stopped his attack but had taken a huge stride forward, and firming up his stance with a slight dip of his lower body, Guan Shilin threw out 3 consecutive punches, the fists imbued with mystical powers landing heavily into Guan Shiruan's abdomen, where he did not even have a chance to retaliate. Immediately, blood spewed out from the corners of Guan Shiruan's mouth. Below the stage, the Guan family head's face turned dark and solemn, his sharp gaze lowering slightly as he stared at Guan Shilin up on the stage, moving with firm and steady steps while delivering his punches with hidden power, thinking it very strange that Guan Shilin's powers could actually improve by such leaps and bounds in just a few short months. Moreover, his mystical aura had exploded out from his body in the course of the battle, and that aura was obviously one that belonged to a warrior already in his peak state. Could he have come across any fortuitous encounter in the past few months? Otherwise, how could his powers have increased so quickly? Seeing his son being pushed back with every step he took, attacked by every strike and blood trickling down the corners of his mouth, the hands he put above his knees discreetly gripped tightly. If things continued on like this, Shiruan would undoubtedly be defeated. Whoa! How did Big Brother Shilin become so powerful? He wasn't a match for Big Brother Shiruan before. Why had his powers increased by so much after just a few months we had not seen him? That's right! I remember the last time they competed, he was defeated so badly by Big Brother Shiruan that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 whole days. The younger members of the Guan family were discussing in hushed voices below the stage, their eyes filled with surprise as they stared at Guan Shilin up on the stage, and their voices of debate were then immediately silenced by the scene that occurred in the next instant. Guan Shilin! Having been beaten up all black and blue, Guan Shiruan shouted out in rage, the humiliation from being forced to retreat back from every strike causing him to lose his reason. Not knowing from where he pulled out a long sword from, Guan Shiruan had suddenly flicked the long sword forward and leapt at Guan Shilin with an intense murderous rage. When the people below the stage saw that scene, their expressions showed varying degrees of surprise. The competitions within family clans were usually contests of mystical powers and martial arts, hence, weapons were very seldom drawn. Like Guan Shiruan, who found himself not a match in a bare-knuckle fight and had drawn arms, once a weapon was drawn, the very nature of the contest had changed. Moreover, because he drew out his weapon, even if he won, there would be no glory. And from what everyone could see, with Guan Shiruan's current powers, he was simply not a match for Guan Shilin at all. As the head of a family clan, if they didn't even possess that level of judgment, they wouldn't have been able to hold their positions as family heads firmly. Seeing his son draw out his sword, the expression on the Guan family head's face did not improve, but he did not utter a single word to stop him, but had just allowed the situation to continue to unfold. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. Today is the selections for the young head, and his son must definitely win. As for Guan Shilin, seeing Guan Shiruan flash his sword, his expression remained unchanged. He clenched up his fists tightly, the joints crackling clearly, as a visible surge of mystical power flared out from his entire body. Whoa! Such an intense mystical aura! The various family heads below the stage were shocked when they saw that surge of mystical power flaring out from Guan Shilin's body, where even one or two of them had immediately shot to their feet, their eyes filled with astonishment. At Guan Shilin's young age, and he had already possessed a mystical aura that was almost comparable to them, what did that represent? It was already clearly evident. This boy was definitely not of common stock. Father Ku was also a man who had a keen eye. When he saw the intensity of the mystical aura and that absorbing grandeur emanating from Guan Shilin's body, his entire person was startled, and he mumbled to himself helplessly, "I saw it all wrong. Saw it all wrong." Ku Xianya was also staring at Guan Shilin upon the stage in stunned silence, her body shaking slightly, unable to believe what her eyes were seeing. How did he become so strong? How did he become so very strong? And on another side below the stage, when the senior patriarch Guan, who had entered following behind, stared at the stalwart and formidable Guan Shilin standing upon the stage cold and aloof, he suddenly thought of that most outstanding son of his old eyes startled as he gazed upon that towering and alluring figure, his heart feeling highly complicated. It was at that same moment that the figure of Guan Shilin moved to attack, his speed so fast that several figures in duplicates had morphed to be seen upon the stage. His body had leapt forward in an instant, his hand gripping onto Guan Shiruan's wrist the same moment his body had surged forward. He exerted power into his hand and tugged sharply downwards, eliciting a sharp crack to ring out, and a pitiful wail immediately sounded right after. Ow! Clang! The sword in Guan Shiruan's hand dropped onto the stage, in a loud and clear thunk. Everyone below jumped to their feet in stunned amazement, to stare at Guan Shilin, their eyes disbelieving. Shifting Mirage! He actually successfully cultivated Shifting Mirage. The various family heads' hearts were highly startled and horrified, not one of them caring that Guan Shiruan's hand had been broken. What they were concerned about at that moment was that Guan Shilin had been able to execute the Shifting Mirage skill. A skill like that, even they themselves might not be able to successfully cultivate, but he, a young man that was just about 20 years of age, had managed to successfully cultivate that. In an instant, all the eyes of the various family heads looking at Guan Shilin were absolutely shining with excitement, just like a bunch of lecherous old men who had seen a beautiful woman stripped stark naked, seemingly almost desperate to immediately pounce upon Guan Shilin, to swallow him up whole, in order to take possession of him. That moment, even the senior patriarch Guan's eyes were so excited they were almost shooting out rays, his body so agitated he was trembling slightly. He thumped the wooden crutch in his hand hard onto the ground and laughed loudly in excitement. Ha 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 ha! This is just great! The sons of my Guan family are brilliant. The sons of my Guan family are really brilliant. Among the crowd, the surprised were surprised, the shocked were shocked, and only the Guan family head's face was dark like the bottom of a clay pot, some gloomy the gloom almost dripped off his face. His hands were clenched up into fists, his gaze darkened as he stared at Guan Shilin upon the stage, as chilling murder flashed within his eyes. At that moment, Guan Shiruan already had an arm broken, and the other twisted and held down against the raised platform, unable to move in the slightest with his face pressed against the surface of the stage, whereby he could not even make any noise. Guan Shilin's gaze was rather conflicted as he looked at his cousin defeated and held down under his grip. He had intended to cripple his arm, but in his mind, scenes of the times when they were younger and training together flashed through his mind, and his heart helplessly softened. "You've lost." Guan Shilin released his grip and turned his eyes away to look below the competition platform. That knife stab into his back in the 9 entrapment forest had already severed the brotherly bond between them, and defeating Guan Shiruan today was just to prove himself to all of them and to tell them that he, Guan Shilin, was inferior to no one. Heroes are found among the youth indeed. Patriarch Guan, your grandson has really shocked all of us here. We must really congratulate Patriarch Guan to have such an outstanding son in the family. His success in the future will surely be limitless. The various family heads saw that the match's result had already been decided, and they all rushed to congratulate the senior Patriarch Guan at the side. To have such an prodigious son as a member of the family, their ascent to more power would be imminent. "Heh heh heh, thank you, thank you." The senior Patriarch Guan was chuckling so happily he could not close his mouth, and when his joyous and delighted gaze turned to look onto the platform stage, the expression on his face immediately changed and he shouted out in shock. "Stop!" Surprised, everyone turned to follow his gaze, and what they saw stunned them properly. They saw Guan Shiruan had climbed to his feet on the stage, and having pulled out a hidden dagger from his boot, his gaze looking completely ruthless and maniacal, he rushed with his dagger thrusting out straight towards Guan Shilin, who had his back towards him. Guan Shilin, whose back was facing him, did not even turn his head around but just delivered a powerful roundhouse kick behind him under the surprised shouts from everyone. Guan Shiruan, who had thrust the dagger gripped in his hand in an unbridled rush, suddenly yelled out, as his entire body was sent flying several meters away, falling in a rolling heap off the competition stage. Ugh! Fallen off the stage, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Guan Shiruan's mouth, as he fell limply to the ground, unable to even summon enough strength to get up. "Shiruan!" The Guan family head yelled in shock, running in a hurry to help his son up. "Father, kill him!" His hands grasped at his father's sleeves, the blood spewing out from his mouth making it difficult for him to even speak those words. Xianya was completely stunned, frozen in place, and her eyes just stared blankly as the horrifying scenes just unfolded one after another before her eyes. She felt as if the entire sky had fallen down, and the unimaginable shock that wrecked at her caused an upheaval of emotions within her heart that refused to be quelled, driving a surge of blood to explode within her chest into her throat, where her throat suddenly constricted. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out and her vision darkened, immediately falling into a dead faint. Xin! Yeah! Father and mother screamed out, quickly grabbing at their daughter frantically. See the entire situation descending into chaos, everyone's faces became stunned. The Guan family has really fallen into one big mess. The son of the Guan family had lost the match in the selections for the young head, and he retaliated by bringing weapons into the contest. And in the end, his powers were inadequate and got himself kicked to be sent flying far away. The power behind that one kick from Guan Shilin had shocked all of them there, and it was thought that Guan Shiruan would not be getting out of bed for at least the next 10 to 14 days. But, compared to Guan Shiruan, who had every intention to kill, Guan Shilin had really held back on that kick, or, with the level of power he had exhibited in the match, killing Guan Shiruan as Guan Shilin turned around would not pose any difficulty for him at all. Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy.com. Fengqiu looked smilingly around as she saw the chaos erupting from all around her. As if she could not wait for it to get any messier, she was all smiles when she said, "Big brother, didn't you mention you have something else to say? Hurry! Say it so we can go. This place is getting to be much too rowdy." When everyone heard her address Guan Shilin as Big Brother, they were all taken aback momentarily. They had never heard that Guan Shilin had a sister? Could it be the lady was from a branch of the Guan family? Miss, you're part of the Guan family? A man standing beside Feng Zhou asked in curiosity, thinking to himself, if she's really from the Guan family, when they returned, he would definitely make his father come here to propose for marriage. That would allow them to firm up relations with the Guan family and let him carry a beauty back home. There is absolutely nothing to lose. Why do I not remember ever having such a member like you in my Guan family? The senior patriarch asked, staring at Feng Zhou, his old and raspy voice sinking lower. Feng Zhou blinked her eyes and then said in surprise, "Don't flatter yourself so much. When did I ever say I am part of your Guan family?" Translator note from Cloud, Chinese literal translation for above line would say, "Stop sticking gold onto your faces now, when did I ever say?" You get the point. Audacious. Do not bully my little sister. The moment the senior patriarch Guan's voice dropped, Guan Shilin upon the stage immediately hollered out right after, his sharp demeanor not losing a single bit to his grandfather, stunning the entire crowd of people in shock and surprise, where everyone could not react for a moment. Has he lost his mind? The senior patriarch Guan is his biological grandfather and he has actually shouted right back in such complete and utter defiance? The senior patriarch Guan's gave flushed beet red, not known whether it was from embarrassment or rage, and his body trembled. The walking stick he held in his hand then thumped heavily upon the ground as he opened his mouth to admonish, "Rebelled? All of you have rebelled? One by one you're all rebelling? Does any of the rules still hold at all?" Guan Shilin upon the stage did not back down from the angry glare directed at him. He puffed up his chest and his eyes filled with steely determined as he looked at his grandfather, the gaze seemingly exhibiting his readiness to sever all ties, which drove a bout of panic into the heart of the senior patriarch Guan who had been overcome with rage. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to ask everyone in the crowd to leave, he heard a highly booming voice filled with mystical powers within reach him, clearly reaching the ears of everyone below. "I, Guan Shilin hereby announce, to expel myself from the clan. From today onwards, all the people and affairs of the Guan family would have nothing more to do with me." The male voice boomed powerfully at them, every word rocking them right in their hearts, which shocked them so hard to make them gasp out loudly at the same time, incredulous at what he had just said. Self-expulsion from the clan. Has he gone mad? With the protection afforded from a family clan and going without one would be an entirely different world. For a son who possessed such extraordinary gift to expel himself from the clan, what would that mean for him? He would be cutting off all resources for his cultivation and without the protection of a family clan, he would just be all alone on his own. Having handed his own son over to have the guards carry him back to the main house, family head Guan's face was dark as he stared at Guan Shilin on the stage, his gaze flashing slightly, not saying a word. While the senior patriarch Guan was completely trembling with rage as he pointed a shaking finger at him to say, You dare say that one more time." Guan Shilin's eyes were grave, his voice stiff as he said, "It will be the same even if I say it 100 times. I, Guan Shilin, expels myself from the clan. Big brother Shilin, you have won the competition and you are now the Guan family's young head. How can you expel yourself from the family clan?" Below the stage, a youth rushed up to shout out worriedly to Guan Shilin and said, "Hurry and apologize to grandfather. Grandfather will not hold it against you. No matter whether all of you agrees to it, I have said my piece today. This is the only reason I returned here today. The Guan family is a place I will no longer continue to remain within. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com." Hearing those words, the senior patriarch Guan went into a fit to shout out, "Has the Guan family mistreated you or something? That would even make you think of self-expulsion? If you do not make things clear today, Don't even dream of expelling yourself from the family clan. I will even have the family clan's rules and punishments waiting to serve onto you, to properly instill some discipline on this unruly son. Guan Shilin met his grandfather's eyes without the slightest tinge of fear. Whether all of you have mistreated me, are you saying none of you really don't know it in your hearts? In this Guan family, I do not have my parents here. Whether I have been treated unfairly, don't tell me no one is aware of it at all? Hearing the accusatory questions from Guan Shilin, the senior patriarch Guan's lips shook slightly, but he could not say a single word. Although they had fed him till this age, but they had not spared him much attention at all. When they heard of his demise, they had not even grieved at all as they arranged for the funeral rites, before quickly annulling his marriage betrothal and letting Guan Shiruan marry his fiancée. Even to the point when they later knew he was not dead, they wished that he would remain outside and not return. And when he had finally come back to the Guan mansion today, the senior patriarch Guan had gone out to stop him, unwilling to let Guan Shilin participate in the selections. The Guan family raised you till this age and you actually have the cheek to set yourself against your grandfather like this, even to the extent of saying that you want to expel yourself from the family clan. I think your conscience must have been eaten up by the dogs. Family head Guan shouted fiercely, his face indignant with self-righteousness, using his prominent position as the head of a family clan. Ha 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 ha. Guan Shilin threw his head back and laughed before suddenly stopping abruptly before giving his belt a sharp tug to throw open his robe, revealing the garish scar just above his hip. Do you know how this wound of mine came about? He said as he walked down from the stage and went before the Guan family head, approaching him with every step while asking aggressively, "Do you know how this wound of mine came about?" "Let me tell you. It was from your son. My blood cousin, who left this on me when he stabbed me from behind with a knife." Once those words left his mouth, everybody's eyes widened in disbelief as they gasped in horror, turning so quiet you could almost hear a pin drop. "That's pure nonsense." The Guan family head shouted sharply, his entire body shaking in anger, but a voice in his heart seemed to be telling him it was all true, or Guan Shilin wouldn't reveal everything in front of so many people here. The senior patriarch Guan suddenly felt his vision dimming at that moment, almost fainting away from the news he was hearing. Hatching a plot to kill one's blood kin, a family disgrace. How utterly shameful. Nonsense? Guan Shilin resecured the belt at his hip and said, "Didn't he just try to kill me with a dagger he hid from behind me earlier? Do you really think everyone here is blind? With a family clan like this, do you think I can still remain here? Continuing to stay here might get me killed unknowingly any day." He then turned to look towards the senior patriarch Guan. "My proclamation of self-expulsion today is just to inform you of it and not to ask for your approval. All that bull about your Guan family rules and laws have nothing to do with me from this moment forth. You can very well keep it to properly discipline your own people in your Guan family." Immediately after that, Guan Shilin walked over to Feng Jiu and said, "Little sis, let's go." Everyone looked at each other, never having expected that the selections of the Guan families today would turn out like this. They had really watched a good show today. First it was Guan Shilin having executed the shifting mirage even though he was still so young, followed closely by the eldest young master of the Guan family sneaky enough to launch an attack from behind someone's back, and quickly after that, Guan Shilin had proclaimed his self-expulsion from the clan together with the explosive revelation of the inside story behind the fake news of his death in the 9 Entrapment Woods. Everything single thing they had seen and heard today had shocked all of them right to their boots, needless to even mention the people of the Guan family themselves. At that moment, seeing the 3 people already walking away to leave with no one within the Guan family saying a single word to stop them, seemingly still stunned and overwhelmed with shock, the people in the crowd stepped up in quick succession to clasp their fists to announce their departure, quickly leaving the premises one after another. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. They had thought that a prodigy had appeared within their family, but who knew he would suddenly expel himself from their clan, and even dragging out the family's disgrace of a plot against a bloodkin within the family into the open in the process. When he thought of that, the senior patriarch Guan felt a rumble of his blood chi in his chest, and he fell into a dead faint. Senior patriarch! The patriarch has fainted! Quick! Fetch a physician quickly! Hearing the chaotic commotion breaking out from behind, the various family heads walking out from the Guan mansion shook their heads discreetly to themselves, thinking silently, the Guan family has really lost all face and any kind of reputation they held today. When the various family heads came out, they saw that an inconspicuous horse carriage was already passing before their eyes, and they watched it gradually going further from them. They clasped their hands over their fists to bid each other farewell and climbed into their respective carriages before relaying orders to pay more attention to Guan Shilin's actions henceforth. T/his chapter is updated by nvel.bin.co/m. They were all thinking that since he had expelled himself from his family clan, then they could very well attempt to poach him into their own clans. After all, after the battle upon the stage today, they all could see that this young son would surely be extraordinary in the future. Ignoring the chaos that had broken out in the Guan family, and not bothered by the gazes that others gave him, inside the horse carriage, Guan Shilin sat in silence and did not speak. No one knew what he was thinking. Noticing that, Feng Jiu asked, "Big brother, do you regret it?" "No." He looked at her, and shook his head to say, "I do not regret expelling myself from the clan." "Then, what's on your mind?" He was quiet a moment before he said, "I have broken myself away from the Guan family today by self-expulsion. But, I am thinking to set up my own clan. I wish to establish a family clan in the Cloudy Moon City that will not be inferior to theirs." "Sure you can. That is a very good thought." She nodded with a wide grin on her face in agreement and then said, "Where do you want to buy a house?" "We can purchase it right away." Guan Shilin shook his head. "Little Jiu, I do not want to use your money. I would like to earn the money based on my own ability to make this a reality." Hearing those words, she had wanted to tell him to save himself the trouble, but when she saw him looking at her with such a determined expression on his face, his eyes flashing with determination, she made herself smile and said, "All right. I won't help you. But, which part of the city do you intend set up shop in? I can at least help you take a look at the place, and see the location." Seeing that she did not insist any further, Guan Shilin then broke into a smile and said, "Thank you, little Jiu. On that, I will ask you to help even if you do not say it. You have a much better eye for these things than I do anyway." "That's true." She raised her head and nodded, her face smug. Her gaze had then unconsciously looked outside the window when the wind had blown the drapes open and she had accidentally spotted a figure, causing her expression to stiffen. "Stop the carriage." Ling Shuang, who was on the outside of the, pulled back on the reins and stopped the carriage. "What's wrong?" Guan Shilin was slightly puzzled as he looked at Feng Jiu, who had put on her veil and stood up. "Big brother, you go ahead with Ling Shuang, get a few servants and go back first. I have something to attend to and will go back on my own later." As she spoke, she drew the curtain open and walked out of the horse carriage. Guan Shilin was surprised and he followed outside in a hurry. "Little Jiu, let Ling Shuang accompany you. I can drive the carriage back myself." Ling Shuang was preparing herself to get off the carriage when Feng Jiu's voice came floating over. "No need, you guys just go. I'll be fine on my own." Hearing that, Ling Shuang did not try to follow, but instead turned to look at Guan Shilin. Guan Shilin was silent a moment and he decided not to insist but only said, "Since she doesn't want us following her, then let's go on ahead. She will be fine." Ling Shuang acknowledged, casting a glance at her mistress who was walking away to one side before she continued to drive the horse carriage forward. Feng Jiu went a ways backwards towards the direction the horse carriages had come and came to the front of a wine shop. Looking at the old man sitting in front of the wine shop while clasping a wine gourd before his body and refusing to leave, her eyes suddenly grew hot, an indescribable bitter feeling suddenly causing her heart to wince. That was her grandfather. To put it more accurately, that was her body's original owner's grandfather. Based on reason, she wouldn't hold much feeling for the old man, but somehow, when she saw the elderly figure, the emotions just surged out from her heart. The indulgence her grandfather had given her, his teachings and guidance, every single scene started playing over and over in her mind. Those images felt like they had all happened just yesterday, like she had experienced all of that herself. She saw him take a gulp of the wine from the gourd and then spat it all out before exclaiming loudly, "Pooey pooey pooey." He then poured all the wine out from the gourd in disdain, and a faint lifting of the corner of her lips slowly broke into a smile upon her face. "What's wrong with you, old man? Haven't I already given you wine? Why did you pour it all away?" The shopkeeper glared at the old man, his voice stiffening in helplessness. Who knew where this old man had come from, having suddenly appeared and plopped himself right at the front of his shop's entrance. He had even refused to go away, threatening he was not going to leave till he was given wine. It really infuriated him now that he was given the wine, the old man had simply poured it all onto the floor instead. Old Patriarch foam pouted, and with a look of unmasked contempt, he said, "Who told you to not give this old man the good stuff? The wine you gave me was so diluted it was like plain water. Even if you can drink it, there's no way that's going to go down my throat." The shopkeeper was so furious he shouted out loudly as he pointed a shaking finger at the old man, You darned old man. Which family are you from? How can you be so unreasonable? You're not paying a single cent, yet you want superior wine. You should be thankful that I've even given you any wine and not be so ungrateful. I'm warning you, if you still refuse to leave, I won't be playing nice anymore. Foam old man flung the wine gourd he held in his hand, and it rapped the shopkeeper upon the head as the old man said in a berating voice, "Humph. No respect for elders at all. Didn't you father and mother teach you that you should not point your fingers at your elders? How atrocious! Simply too atrocious." When the surrounding crowd who had been drawn there by the ruckus heard those words, they couldn't hold themselves back and went pfft, breaking out in stifled laughter. The shopkeeper's face had gone completely red, to the extent he even felt like crying as he said, "Dear old master, take it that I'm begging you, all right? Please be kind to me and leave, will you? Go home quickly and don't stand in my way here and let me do some business. Mine's only a small little business. How can I do any business with you sitting here in the middle of my front door? Go home?" The old man hugging the wine gourd tilted his head sideways as his face creased into a frown as he thought deeply and said, "Which family am this old man from? I seem to have forgotten it again." When he heard this, the shopkeeper knelt down in resignation. He fell forward to hug the old man's legs and pleaded in tears, "Old master, I am begging you, you cannot just plant yourself at this spot here. I'll apologize to you, I shouldn't have shouted at you in a loud voice, I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you, your esteemed self wouldn't take offense with trivial people like me, so please go home quickly." Old Patriarch Fang's face was dark as he said to the shopkeeper in disdain, "What a good-for-nothing. Kneeling over such a small matter. And you're even crying? Don't you know that men shed blood and not tears? Look at what you look like right now. You're just an ugly sight. This old man is really too ashamed to even look at you." Upon saying that, the old man immediately turned his face away firmly, refusing to even look at the shopkeeper, and just shoved the wine gourd into the shopkeeper's arms and said, "Go. Get this old man half a gourd of good wine. I want the superior stuff. This old man will not accept inferior wine." The sourk of this content N/O/V/L by N. The surrounding crowd looked on sympathetically at the shopkeeper, with one of them even shouting out, "I'll say, why don't you just give the elderly one a mouthful of good wine, eh?" Judging from the old man's dress, he is definitely not an elder from any common family, which surely wouldn't shortchange you for that little bit of money for your wine, right? That's right, that's right. Won't owe you wine money. Old Patriarch Feng's face was a wide grin as he nodded and urged, "Quick! This old man's craving for wine is acting up again." The shopkeeper still hesitated for a moment before he went inside with the wine gourd to draw some wine. As he was afraid that the old man would pour the wine away once again, he really took out the superior grade wine this time, his heart wincing in pain as he filled the gourd, apprehensive whether the old master really have the money to pay for it, and just which family he belonged to. After filling the wine, the shopkeeper came back out and handed the wine gourd to the old man and asked, "Old master, which family are you really from?" Old Patriarch Feng grabbed the wine gourd from him and still glared at the shopkeeper and said, "Hadn't this old man said it already before? This old man has again forgotten which family I'm from. But rest assured that this old man will not owe you the money for the wine." As he spoke, he stood up while taking off his clothes up and said, "This old man's clothes are worth some money, take it as compensation for the wine." The shopkeeper's face was mournful, almost in tears. "I have no use for them by taking your clothes. I'll pay the money for his wine." The sudden and unexpected female voice reached the shopkeeper's ears, the words making him feel like he had heard the voice of heavenly deities, and his eyes sparkled as he turned to look in the direction of that voice. The common citizens surrounding the scene turned in surprise as they looked at the girl walking slowly in approach, and when their eyes fell upon that figure, their eyes all lit up, their hearts secretly rising with praise. Such outstanding grace and elegance on that girl. Although her face could not be seen under that veil, but the clear and elegant grace on her made everyone's eyes light up, all of them subconsciously opening up a path for her, to allow the lady to pass. "Miss? Is what this young miss just said really true? You know this old master? That's just great. Can I trouble you to hurry up and take him away? My business has already been held up by him for the entire day." The shopkeeper pleaded, his eyes seeming like he had just seen the piece of driftwood that could save his life, where he quickly stepped forward and started chattering. Feng Zhou tossed him a nugget of silver and said, "This will be payment for the wine." And she then turned to look at old Patriarch Feng. Standing before the main doors of the wine shop, old Patriarch Feng had from the moment Feng Zhou come walking over, had his eyes looking fixed upon her, looking at her from head to toe. And as she turned to look at him, the old man's mouth split into a wide grin, and in a display of childish temperament, he suddenly pouted, his face petulant as he asked in a puzzled tone, "My dear little Feng, how did you manage to find your grandfather again? My dear little Feng, how did you manage to find your grandfather again?" Feng Zhou was slightly startled as she stood there in surprise to stare at her grandfather pouting with pursed lips, his expression slightly dismayed. Seeing that the face was obviously unhappy that he had been discovered, but the sparkle in those eyes however revealed the unconcealable joy and delight of having been found. That question the old man asked earlier had stirred up the old memories in her mind, making her remember the countless times when the old man and his granddaughter had played hide and seek. Whenever he was found by the young granddaughter, he would always put on such a perturbed face and ask in dismay, "My dear little Feng, how did you manage to find your grandfather again?" His chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Her heart suddenly winced and her eyes began to feel hot, as an uncontrollable mist of water seemed to fill within her eyes, causing her vision to become blurred. Because he had recognized her with just one single glance, and because he had called her as little Feng, which tugged at her heart in a way that was beyond her control. She knew her grandfather suffered from intermittent short-term memory loss. Translator note from Cloud, it sounds slightly like early Alzheimer's, but the Chinese Ross is as translated. He might forget where his home was, he might forget who he is himself, and even sometimes forget his own name. But he did not forget her. He always said that she was the Feng family's little phoenix, and the most precious treasure they held in their hands. They doted on her, indulged her, protected her, and gave the best of everything they had to her, just to see her happy and joyous. Seeing that her eyes were misting up, old Patriarch Feng was suddenly flustered as he rushed forward, "Little Feng? What's wrong? Who bullied you? You tell grandfather and grandfather will beat him up for you. To show that he would use force, he clenched up his fist and shook it before her. Fengjiu shook her head and held his hand, leading him out from within the crowd of people to walk towards the Feng residence. As they walked along, their steps slow, she did not speak. Old Patriarch Feng at her side allowed himself to be led by her as she liked and just followed behind obediently, occasionally peeking at her cautiously, wondering why she had cried. "Little Feng, do you still have money?" he asked warily. Fengjiu's steps stopped and she turned to look at her grandfather, before she fished out a nugget of silver to give to him. Old Patriarch Feng took it delightedly and his mouth split into a grin as he said, "You wait here for grandfather for a moment. Do not run off." As he spoke, he bounced his way away. Not long after, the old man came running back, and he hid something within his hand and presented it to Fengjiu like he was revealing a priceless treasure and said, "Nah, grandfather bought it for you. It's your favorite. Sugared lotus seeds. After you eat these sugared lotus seeds, you won't be crying anymore." Hearing those words and looking at the packet of sugared lotus seeds in his hand, her throat choked up. Her heart suddenly felt as if it had been filled by something warm, but felt slightly bitter, wanting to cry out grandfather, but not daring to call out aloud. "My face is veiled. How do you know I am your little Feng?" Her hand grasped at the packet of sugared lotus seeds, as she asked the question in her heart aloud. After all, even Murong Yixian and Su Ruoyun had not been able to recognize her at all, so how had her grandfather managed to? Who knew it, but her words drew a gaze filled with disdain from the old patriarch. "Your grandfather had watched you grow up from birth, and are you now telling me just by putting a veil across your face I will not be able to recognize you? Moreover, your grandfather has merely just gone into secluded cultivation for a few months, how could I not be able to recognize you?" Hearing his words, Fengjiu then remembered that before the incident occurred, the old patriarch had been in secluded cultivation and he had just come out from seclusion and had immediately come out in search of wine. She was guessing that the old man still had yet to see the impostor Feng Qinggu back in the Feng residence. "Then have you managed to remember which family you are from already?" Old Patriarch Feng looked at her and shook his head as he said with a sigh, "Little Feng, grandfather has just come out from seclusion after just a few months, but why do I feel like you have become foolish? You are my granddaughter, so whichever family you belong to, I will naturally belong to that family. Do you still need to ask?" Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. A corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched. Although what he said wasn't exactly wrong in any way, but why did it sound somewhat strange for her to hear that? Moreover, it was obvious that he still had not recalled who he is himself. The two of them strolled on the streets a good half of the day, and when they came near to the main doors of the Feng residence, she stopped in her tracks and said, "You can just go back now. The next time you come out, do not give the Feng guards the slip again or you will forget the way home once more." Old Patriarch Feng thought what she said sounded weird and he glanced at the doors of the Feng residence, before turning back to see Fengjiu having turned around to walk away where he asked in puzzlement, "Little Feng, aren't you going back with grandfather? Where are you still going off to?" Saying that, he followed closely beside her and went on to lecture her, "You tell me, you a girl alone, how could you not have anyone follow you when you came out? What are you going to do if you meet with danger and gets abducted away? Our family only has you as our lone precious bundle. If you get kidnapped, where are we then going to find you? You're not going back?" Fengjiu asked, looking at her grandfather with a strange look in her gaze, her heart feeling rather perplexed. "That's just great. What is she going to do with him now?" Old Patriarch Feng looked smilingly at her and said disarmingly, "Are you going to stroll around some more? Grandfather will accompany you, and protect you at the same time. Might as well, your grandfather has just come out after months of seclusion and I don't want to go back so soon." He then patted the wine gourd hanging on his hip and said, "And I still have not finished the wine yet." Looking at the main doors of the Feng residence and then turning to look at the old man beside her, she then sighed soundlessly as she led the old man away. Inside the Feng residence, Feng Xiao, who had been chatting with Murong Yixian, had upon hearing the steward's report immediately jumped to his feet and shouted in a deep voice, "What? All of you didn't even realize that the old patriarch had come out of seclusion? And you can't find him anywhere inside and outside of the Feng residence?" The steward hung his head, not daring to meet Feng Xiao's eyes, and said, "Yes. That's right. Your old servant has already sent the guards to go out and search, but there hasn't been any news yet. He must have sneaked out in search of wine again." Feng Xiao looked at Murong Yixian and said in a slightly worried voice, "The old patriarch is missing and I need to go look for him. Qingge has been hiding inside her room since she came back and I will need to trouble you to help me go take a look at her." "Uncle Xiao, do you need me to send my men to help search as well?" Murong Yixian stood up to ask. "That wouldn't be needed. We have enough men here and I guess he will be in one of the wine shops within the city. We will be able to handle it on our own." Upon saying that, Feng Xiao did not wait for a reply from Murong Yixian but had quickly strode outside and he hollered in a booming voice, "Get the Feng guards assigned to guard the old patriarch to come here before me." Seeing Feng Xiao stride off with wide steps, Murong Yixian stood in his spot a moment before he walked further into the house to come to Feng Qingji's courtyard. The two maids in waiting there immediately bent their knees in greeting when they saw Murong Yixian and addressed him, "Lord Third Prince. You're both dismissed." He remained standing within the courtyard and indicated to the two maids for them to recuse themselves. The two maids exchanged a glance with each other and nodded their acknowledgement to Murong Yixian as they curtsied and walked outside. Feng Qingge was inside her room when she heard Murong Yixian's voice outside, and her heart became more aggrieved the more she thought about it. "Qingge, I have something I need to talk to you about." He stood in front of the door and did not go in. The room door opened with a creak and Feng Qingge stood behind it with a rather annoyed expression on her face as she asked, "What do you want to say? Are you going to tell me that you did not mean to intentionally stand back and watch me get slapped by someone? Or are you telling me that your heart has been moved by that pretty girl that had her face veiled?" Murong Yixian looked at her with a highly complicated expression on his face as he listened to her words. He was silent for a while before he said, "I'm sorry." Seeing him apologize, Feng Qingji's heart thumped and suddenly feeling flustered, she said, "Big brother Murong, I have been feeling that you seem very distant from me these past few months. Do you really no love me anymore? Qinggu, you are a fine girl, more than fine really." He lowered his eyes, and in his mind, he thought of that girl with her face veiled as he said, "It can be said that we liked each other from our childhood and I had always thought that we would continue on like this, to the point that just a few months ago, I had been prepared to ask my royal father to issue a decree to finalize our marriage. Big brother Murong, you hear me out completely." He then looked up at her and continued, "But in the recent months, just as you have been feeling, I have also felt that the two of us were growing further and further apart. I do not know when the feeling of my heart racing whenever we were together in the past stopped happening. I know this is being very cruel to you, but I do not wish to lie to you." Looking at her tearing without a sound, he turned his eyes away and said, "I had actually wanted to tell your father earlier about annulling the arranged betrothal between us, but as your grandfather had suddenly gone missing, your father then had to lead the guards out to search for him. For this matter, I will speak to your father about it in a few days." Feng Qinggu leapt forward and hugged him tightly and sobbed helplessly. "No. I don't want that. Big brother Murong, I do not want to annul the betrothal. I only love you and I have loved you for a very very long time. Do you even know that?" He let her hold him as his lowered eyes filled with guilt and he said, "Qinggu, please do not do this. In future, I will still treat you just like my little sister, isn't that good as well?" "No. I do not want to be your little sister. I don't want it. Big brother Murong, Tell me, is it because I am not good enough? Or in what way am I not doing well enough? Tell me, I will change. I will definitely change. She raised her head and looked at him with tears flowing down her face in sorrow, unable to believe all that she had just heard. She had genuinely loved him, really truly loved him. For him, she had learnt Feng Qingji's each and every move, the way she spoke, her mannerisms. For him, she could even live with Feng Qingji's identity her entire life, facing him with Feng Qingji's countenance. But now he was saying that he wants to annul the marriage. You updates tnvel/by.com. He then pulled off the hand she had clasped tightly around his waist and looking guiltily at her, he said, Chingu, I am not doing this in a fit of anger. This thought had been weighing in my heart for quite a long while and it is only today that I am saying it out aloud. I really hope you can understand that affairs of the heart cannot be coerced and I am very sorry that I have hurt you. The moment his voice dropped, he did not look at her again but just strode away from there with wide steps. Feng Qingge fell to the ground dispirited and despondent, staring in a daze at the unhesitant back of the departing figure, her nails digging deeply into her palms. After a rather long while, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, the spirit slowly recovering in them, where a glint of hatred and viciousness gradually rose. Murong Yixian, I did so much just for you. How could you let me down with just a word like this? I will not let you have it your way. You are destined to be mine. Highly different from what it was like in the Feng residence, on another side of town in Feng Zhou's courtyard, old patriarch Feng who had been brought back to the place was like a kid exploring a new place, looking everywhere around him in amazement as he asked inquisitively, Little Feng, whose place is this? And you as well, why are you still wearing that veil over your face? He might be forgetful, but he has not lost his mind. Throughout the entire journey here, he had sensed that something was not normal, especially when his granddaughter, even when they had come into this private courtyard, still continued to wear that face veil, which made him feel that something was wrong. Hence, a clear glint shone within his eyes and a mischievous grin came upon his face as with a flash, his hand raised up and he tugged the face veil off her face. This courtyard is... Feng Zhou was stunned. Before she could finish her sentence, the face veil upon her face had been pulled off, revealing her disfigured face that was covered with scars. Whoa! What happened here? Old Patriarch Feng gasped, drawing in a deep breath, as he asked in rage. He had just wanted to tease his precious granddaughter a little and he had tugged off her face veil to see why she kept wearing it over her face for. Never had he expected that he would find that her countenance had been disfigured into such a state. This was his dearest granddaughter, his most precious granddaughter. Who was it? Who dared to inflict such harm upon her? Feng Zhou held her hands over her face, never having thought that he would suddenly pull off her face veil. That had been completely beyond what she could have expected as she had never wanted to let her grandfather see her face that had been so horribly disfigured. Who was it? Tell your grandfather. Who was responsible for causing such harm to your face? The old patriarch was feeling greatly pained and his eyes had involuntarily become red around the rims. Even his voice when he spoke sounded choked as he stared at the face that was covered all over with knife scars. He really could not imagine how his precious granddaughter had been able to bear through that pain. Who could be so vicious that could disfigure a girl's face to such an extent? Feng Zhou's heart quivered as she looked at the red-eyed old patriarch speaking with a highly choked voice and she lowered her eyes before she asked, seeing me like this, do you still think I am your granddaughter? Looking like this, can you still recognize whether I am really your granddaughter? Hearing those words, old patriarch Feng could finally hold his tears back no longer as those tears flowed down his aged face. He stepped forward to envelope Feng Zhou into his embrace and patted her gently on her head while he comforted her all choked up. Little Feng, don't be afraid, no need to be afraid. Grandfather will be able to recognize you, no matter how you change, grandfather will still recognize you. Grandfather. Feng Zhou could not hold back and called out. That one word uttered had come from deep inside her heart, filled with Feng Qingji's love, and was also imbued with Feng Zhou's feelings within. Maybe, from the moment he had recognized her with that first glance, her heart had already acknowledged him as Feng Zhou's grandfather. Old Patriarch Feng took a step back, his hands holding her shoulders as he said, "Little Feng, tell grandfather. Did something happen in the period when grandfather was in seclusion? Who was the one who disfigured your face?" Feng Zhou was silent for a long while, and then she said, "There is a Feng Qinggu in the Feng residence." What? Old Patriarch Feng was taken aback as he said, "You are saying that there is an impostor back at home? That is not possible, right? Your father, my son, is not that dense, how could he possibly not recognize his own daughter? Get your Avrite Ovals at no/v/e/lbn.com. Seeing her cast a glance his way, old Patriarch Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Grandfather is not doubting you, but just finding it rather incredulous. It's not that bad if it was other people who had failed to detect it, but how can our own family members not sense anything?" She didn't mention anything further, she just looked at him and coaxed, "Grandfather, you can go home and have a look, but I hope that you do not mention the matter of me being here to anyone else." When old Patriarch Feng heard this, he was momentarily stunned. "You don't intend to follow your grandfather home? Are you worried that your father wouldn't believe you? Or that you do not believe in this old man?" She shook her head in a resolute manner. "If you still feel that I'm your granddaughter after meeting the Feng Qinggu who's living in the mansion, I'll follow you back." Old Patriarch Feng was in deep thoughts as he stroked his long white beard, being silent the entire time. Since that's the case, then grandfather will first head back to see what's happening back home. Don't worry, you can rest assured that grandfather will come back soon. He now radiated an imposing aura, his face was serious and no longer had that carefree expression from before. This was the domineering aura of one that led such a huge clan. His heart was shaking in anger as he vowed to himself, if there really was an impostor back in the Feng mansion, that was most definitely the culprit who had did such a heinous deed to his beloved granddaughter. He would not let her off easily. There was a cold glint that flashed in his eyes before he turned to Feng Zhou and guffawed. "Little Feng, do not be afraid, wait here for a moment, grandfather will immediately go home to have a look. Don't worry, grandfather will come to pick you up." When she heard this, her heart was embraced in warmth as she revealed a smile and nodded. Although she not planned to return so soon, since her presence was known by him now, she would wait and see how things went. After old Patriarch Feng had promised her, he left swiftly and walked back towards the Feng residence. In one of the back alleys near the residence, he met the person who was searching all over for him, his own son, Feng Xiao. When Feng Xiao saw him, he rushed towards him with both anxiety and relief. "Father! Where did you go? Why didn't you bring anyone else along with you? I've already combed the entire city's wine houses and still couldn't find a trace of you." Old Patriarch Feng grabbed his hands and gave him a condescending glance as he grunted, with an obvious suppressed anger, "You better be prepared. Go back and I'll show you what a muddled fool you are." Feng Xiao was taken aback, he didn't know what he had done to have provoked the anger of his father. He was just about to ask when old Patriarch Feng turned and walked briskly towards their residence as he barked out, "Go and tell everyone that old Patriarch has been found. Get all of them back, now." "Yes." The guard behind him replied and swiftly left to relay the message. Feng Xiao took large strides to catch up to him while he asked, "Father, what happened? Who made you so angry?" Old Patriarch Feng simply ignored him as he strode back in anger with a dark expression on. His eyes were filled with rage and his intimidating aura was stifling even for Feng Xiao, who had on a thread of fear and couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the end. Visit no.v3lb/n. CM for new OVL. Once they entered the Feng mansion, old Patriarch Feng sat down on the main seat and slammed his fist heavily as he bellowed out, "Go and call that person over." The confused Feng Xiao quickly came forward and asked, "Father, who's that person you are referring to?" "Of course it's my precious granddaughter," he said sharply and emphasized heavily on these words he had spat out in anger. His words were like a sharp sword that just had been unsheathed. "Qing Gu?" Feng Xiao was stumped once again as stole a quick look at his angry father and cautiously asked, "Father, why are you looking for Qing Gu? What did she do to incur your wrath?" "But it's not possible. After your closed-door cultivation, you snuck out right away so she couldn't have met you. It's been a few months since the two of you last met, how could she possibly make you so angry?" Bang dash. Old Patriarch Feng slammed his hand heavily against the table once again as he stood up and yelled, with his veins popping out, "I said, bring that person over." Feng Xiao was shaken badly from his father's sudden outburst, even his legs trembled without his own knowledge. Only the heavens know that he had not seen his father this angry in years. Without daring to inquire further, he coaxed, all right, don't be so angry, I'll immediately get someone to bring her over." After which he quickly instructed the steward to bring his daughter over. At the same moment, in the courtyard of Feng Qinggu, a middle-aged man appeared soundlessly before the door to her room as he called out, "Mistress." When Feng Qinggu had heard the voice, she was slightly startled but immediately said, "Come in." The man moved as quick as a flash and appeared right before her. She was sitting by the table and he went forward and lowered his voice into a whisper, "Old Patriarch Feng has been found," and the moment he came back, he hollered to see Mistress. "The steward is on his way over as we speak." Looking at this unusual situation, I specially came forward to report it. When she heard this, her eyes dimmed for a bit as she pondered for a while. "All right, I've got it. Go out first, don't let anyone discover you." "Yes," the man replied and disappeared in a flash. She sat in the room as many thoughts ran amok in her mind. After a short while, she heard hurried footsteps outside her courtyard rushing towards her door. "Miss, Master has summoned you to the hall." She stood up and walked to the door, and when she opened it, with a face full of worry, she asked, "Uncle Cheng, has grandfather been found?" "Miss, do not worry, old master has been found." The steward laughed and replied, "Old master and master are waiting for Miss in the hall, please head over now." "All right." She nodded her head and walked towards the main hall. In the main hall, the /w novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Feng Xiao took the teacup that was just served and placed it in his father's hands as he said respectfully, "Father, have a drink first to soothe your throat." Old Patriarch Feng did not respond, only staring intently at the doorway, waiting for Feng Qinggu. What actually happened? Feng Zhao's heart was still riddled with questions as well as unease, but he didn't probe further. Looking at how peculiar his father was behaving, he didn't think he'd be able to get any answer out of him. Looking at how things were playing out, it seems this was all related to Qinggu. "Old master, young miss is here." Hearing this, Feng Xiao was just about to stand up and head over, but when he had barely lifted his butt off his seat, a loud bang reverberated within the spacious hall. Old Patriarch Feng slammed his hand on the table, exuding a grand and domineering aura. "Sit down!" Feng Xiao had been shocked silly from this display of dominance from his father, even his legs were trembling a little. He immediately sat upright in a proper and dignified manner as he cast his father a look of apprehension. However, what he met with was a pair of eyes that was raging with fire. He could only resign himself to this unjust situation he was in. Clearing his throat, he asked in a careful manner, "Father, please don't put on such a front, if not you'll scare Qinggu later." The understanding of his father was something he was all too familiar with, it had seeped deep into his bones. Although his actions seemed brash and unrestrained, when it came to his family, he always had a soft spot and would immediately turn into a different person. No longer would he be the domineering general he was renowned for, instead, he would be gentle and amiable. Old Patriarch Feng did not speak, but his sharp and diligent eyes fell on the figure who entered the hall. Looking at that familiar face, his eyes narrowed. There really were two granddaughters. One whose face had been destroyed, one with the face he had watched grow over the years. He narrowed his eyes as a glint flashed in those wise eyes of his. When she came in, Feng Qingge could feel old Patriarch Feng's burning gaze on herself, and she found it somewhat strange. Why was he staring at her so? Did he find out that she was not the real Qingge? Grandfather, father. She called out in a cheerful voice, trying to ease the suffocating atmosphere. She went up to old Patriarch Feng and affectionately put her arm around his, as she beamed with a bright smile and looked innocently at him with her doe eyes. Grandfather, little Feng missed you so much. Ever since you've entered your close door cultivation, I've not seen you in months. Instead of the usual jovial reply, old Patriarch Feng locked his gaze on her, as if trying to see through her. Her heart jolted in shock. Grandfather, what's the matter? She had even subconsciously let go of his arms as she took a step back, as she looked uneasily at him. When Feng Xiao saw the situation, he quickly approached. Father, Qingge is talking to you. I remember that your arm has a phoenix birthmark. Take your coat off and show it to me. Old Patriarch Feng fixed his gaze on her, looking out for any subtle changes in her expression. When they heard this, not only Qingge was stunned but even Feng Xiao widened his eyes before he frowned and spoke back in a displeased tone. What is this? What do you mean by that, father? Why do you suddenly want to see Qingge's birthmark? Get latest double CHPTers on NVE/LBJ/N.C/M. Grandfather, do you doubt me? Do you think that I'm not your granddaughter? Her eyes were teary as she looked back at him with an aggrieved and sad expression. Feng Xiao could not help but feel bad and he quickly comforted her. Qingge, your grandfather didn't mean that, it's not what you think. However, old Patriarch Feng only grunted and swept a cold look of indifference to Feng Xiao and glared at Qingge. He frowned and demanded in a harsh tone, show me the phoenix birthmark. Father! Shut up! Old Patriarch Feng snapped back and shot him a sharp gaze. Feng Xiao immediately zipped up and did not dare utter out another word. Feng Qingge bit her lips and her tears started to fall. Grandfather, do not be angry, since grandfather wants to see the phoenix birthmark, I'll let grandfather see it. She pulled off her coat and revealed the red phoenix birthmark that was on her snowy fair arm. Father, see? Isn't that Qingge's birthmark right there? He really did not understand what his father was up to. How did he suddenly fly into a rage once he came back, and kept on insisting on seeing Feng Ji's birthmark? Did he think that someone had actually switched out his own daughter? He sees his daughter every day, every expression, her face, her demeanor, he was all too familiar. How could she be an imposter? Wasn't it a bit far-fetched to arrive at such a ridiculous thought that someone had actually posed as his very own daughter and he wasn't aware of it? Seeing that phoenix birthmark, old Patriarch Feng furrowed his brows and said, "Come here." Father! Old Patriarch Feng disregarded Feng Zhao's outburst and stared fiercely at Feng Gu. Come here! His voice majestically thundered throughout the entire hall. Feng Gu bit her lips lightly and with a look full of grievance, she walked closer to old Patriarch Feng and soon came before his scrutinizing gaze. Old Patriarch Feng glanced at her and with his 2 fingers, he dipped them in the tea and started rubbing at the phoenix birthmark. The birthmark remained, without any change, it hadn't faded away as he had imagined. Seeing this, his brows furrowed deeper. Grandfather, can I put my coat back on? Her voice was choking and she had on a hurt expression as she looked at old patriarch Feng. Without waiting for his father to reply, Feng Xiao quickly said, "Qinggu, quickly, put your coat back on and go back to your room, I'll talk to your grandfather." MHM. Her tears started pouring down as she quickly put on her coat and ran out. Seeing her leave in such a manner, Feng Xiao knitted his brows together and in a firm voice, he asked, "Father, what was that all about? Do you doubt your own granddaughter?" Old Patriarch Feng looked at him and his gaze darkened as he said, "That's right, I suspect she is not my little Feng." "How can that be possible? Father, what did you encounter when you went out? Did someone tell you some nonsense and you actually chose to believe something so ludicrous?" Feng Xiao was finding it hard to accept that his own father would actually suspect his own daughter to be an imposter. What in the world was really going on? Watching Feng Xiao, old Patriarch Feng shook his head. Even her own father had not been able to differentiate and tell that an imposter had been living under the same roof all this while. It was little wonder his little Feng had not dared to come back. He stood up with his hands behind his back and blew out a deep breath. Sometimes, a person's eyes can become clouded up and there are many things that you have to use your heart to feel it, and see it with that heart. Your father has lived to this age and I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. He glanced at his son and continued to say, "Even if she has the same face as little Feng and has the same phoenix birthmark, she is still not our little Feng. You must realize that one's own feelings would never lie to you." He saw a change in his father's demeanor after he finished talking and he turned sharply and took wide strides out. Feng Xiao was quickly startled and he hurried to stop his father as he said, "Father, what are you thinking of doing?" Old Patriarch Feng stared at him and said, "She isn't my little Feng and I am going to capture her to tear that mask off her face." Feng Xiao was stunned when he heard those words and his tone grew heavier involuntarily as he said, "Father, have you lost your mind? She is Qinggu, your granddaughter, your little Feng." Feng Xiao felt that his father must have been possessed or it was not possible that he would say such ridiculous words. "Humph! I think you are the one who has gone mad. You can't even differentiate your own daughter from a fake and you still have the cheek to say you are little Feng's father? Do you even know what kind of suffering little Feng had to endure? Do you even know that?" Recalling the image of his precious little granddaughter's face so badly disfigured, his throat constricted up immediately and his eyes grew wet as he stared at his son. "Have you ever considered if the Feng Qinggu here in our home is a fake, then where is our precious little Feng? Is she suffering? Will she meet with any mishap? You haven't. You don't even dare think that there is such a possibility. Even when I told you about it, you still refuse to believe it. You tell me, with a father like you, how would my little Feng dare to come back here? Father, what you are saying is something that could not possibly happen. I am very clear who my daughter is as she has always been by my side and there is nothing strange about her. So, how could what you are saying here possibly have happened? Father, are you feeling too tired? Or have you gotten yourself drunk? Why don't I help you back to your room to let you get some rest? EAD new chapter S on no/v/e/ln.com. Feng Xiao wanted to go forward and help his father but unexpectedly, old Patriarch Feng shook his sleeves hard and a powerful force came surging over, pushing Feng Xiao back several meters. "Worthless scoundrel! You wait and see. Wait till I have dealt with that thieving impostor and brought the real little Feng back here before I'll come deal with you." Old Patriarch Feng berated in fury and summoning his chi he leapt, straight towards Feng Qingji's courtyard. "Father!" Feng Xiao was greatly shocked and after shouting out, he hurried to follow after. Alas, his powers were inferior to old Patriarch Feng's and his speed paled from the old man's. In just a blink, he had suddenly lost sight of his father. Seeing that, he shouted out loudly, "Father! Do not do anything rash. The Feng father and son had kicked up a big ruckus, and almost everyone within the residence had been alerted, where they all stuck their heads close together and debated in low whispers. What is happening? I thought I heard the patriarch say that the young miss is an imposter. How is that possible? The old master must have gotten drunk again. How can it be possible the young miss is fake? Eek! A shrill scream sounded, and all the people who were discussing in heated debate were all suddenly taken aback with shock. Uh-oh. There's trouble. Quick! Go see! By the time Feng Xiao came to his daughter's courtyard, his heart was badly shocked by the scene he saw that his heart almost jumped out from him. He saw that the old patriarch Feng had pulled out a long sword out from goodness knows where, while the sword was gripped in both of his hands imbued with mystical powers, and he was slashing the sword haphazardly while his daughter hid on the side, crying out in terror. Father! What are you doing? He shouted out in shock, quickly charging forward, wanting to snatch the sword from his hand to prevent him from hurting anybody. Who would have known that the old patriarch suddenly turned around and pushed him away and shouted, "Get away from me! This old man is going to kill her. I'll kill her!" All color drained out from Feng Zhao's face, and he leapt forward once again to hold his father tightly from behind and said, "Father, wake up to your senses. That is Qinggu. It's your granddaughter. She is not. She is not. She's hurt my little Feng. She's already hurt my little Feng. Arg! Let go of me. I am going to kill her." The old patriarch's eyes were red and bloodshot as he continued to shout almost maniacally, struggling to lunge forward. No one was able to see that Feng Qinggu, whose panicked face had tears flowing down incessantly, suddenly threw old patriarch Feng a very brief but highly venomous gaze filled with glee. That triumphant gaze had flashed only the slightest of moments, so fast that no one there had noticed it. She continued to bawl loudly, and she looked highly panicked while shouting, "Father! Save me, father! Grandfather wants to kill me! Wah!" When Feng Xiao heard his beloved daughter's helpless and pleading cry, he turned to look at his father, whose eyes seemed almost maniacal. Seeing that his father was still refusing to be held down, he finally decided that he had to commit the sin of disrespect. He delivered a hard chop downwards and knocked his father out. Clang! Old Patriarch Feng's body went limp, and the sword he held in his hand fell to the ground. The entire courtyard then fell silent when they saw that the old patriarch had fainted. "Head steward! Go invite Senior Lin to come and take a careful look at my father," Feng Xiao ordered, his face solemn as he held the old patriarch up, summoning the head steward who was standing just outside the courtyard. "Yes." The head steward acknowledged in a hurry, quickly dispersing the gawking onlookers before he went to locate the healer within the residence. Feng Qinggu then came walking over, her face still fearful as she asked, "Father, what happened to grandfather? Are you hurt?" Feng Xiao asked as he turned towards her. Seeing her tearful face, he said soothingly, "No need to fear, with your father here, no one will be able to harm you. Just go back to your room and father will bring your grandfather back." As he spoke, he held the unconscious old patriarch as he began walking outside. "Father, I want to go with you as well." She caught up quickly with small steps and said, "I'm worried for grandfather." "All right." Feng Xiao nodded and allowed her to follow. Just moments after he laid the old patriarch into his bed, an old man came walking in, led by the head steward. "Master." The old man offered a greeting to Feng Xiao. "Senior Lin, come take a look at my father quickly. See if he is unwell in any way." Feng Xiao said anxiously, gesturing for Senior Lin to come forward. "Yes." Senior Lin acknowledged, and he glanced at Feng Qinggu beside the bed discreetly before he stepped forward to give old patriarch Feng a checkup. After a while, he retracted his hands and asked, "Master, did old master show any strange behavior after he came back home?" Feng Zhao's eyes filled up with worry and he said with a sigh, "Father went out immediately after he came out from seclusion and I had thought he had gone drinking again. I had not expected to suddenly find him on the main street and I had already noticed then that he wasn't in a really good mood. Immediately upon coming back, he had flown into a rage and claimed that Qinggu wasn't his granddaughter and had even gone charging right into Qingji's courtyard. By the time I reached there in a rush, I saw him swinging a sword all over the place and my heart almost leapt out of my chest." Visit novel bin. C.M for updates. He then hesitated a moment and pondered for a little while before he said, and, at that moment, I saw that the expression on his face did not look quite right. Senior Lin nodded his head and said, "That will then make sense. The patriarch must have suffered some complications in his cultivation which caused him to become mentally deranged." "What?" Feng Zhao shouted out in shock. "You said he encountered some problems in his cultivation which made him become mentally deranged. How can that be possible? If something had gone wrong during his cultivation, then I think you might be saying he might have lost himself in obsession. But I had probed into it before and I had found his mystical energy to be completely normal, which makes what you are saying impossible to manifest. Could you have diagnosed it wrongly?" Hearing that, the old man frowned and said, "If the master does not believe me, you can ask someone else to treat the old patriarch. But I would still tell you regardless who comes, it will be the same. Moreover, in view of the current situation, it would be best to have the old master locked up, or when he reawakens, we won't know whether he will still react like he did before. The old master is currently very dangerous and he won't know what he is doing himself." You are saying that when grandfather wakes up, he might very possibly come after me with a sword again?" Feng Qinggu asked in a trembling voice, her face going pale. Visit novel bin. C.M for updates. Senior Lin nodded, "It's highly possible he will do that." Hearing those words, Feng Zhao's face darkened. He looked at his daughter who was struggling to suppress her panic before turning his eyes upon the unconscious old man lying upon the bed and he sighed helplessly. "We'll get a few more physicians to come take a look at him first before we decide. Qinggu, you go back to your courtyard first. Father will handle the things here." She lowered her eyes and nodded, thinking to herself that she should have guessed that her father would not want to lock the old master up so easily. After all, he had always had a close relationship with his father and he would not just decide to lock his own father up merely because of the words of a physician that claimed his father was mentally deranged. But, no matter who he brought in, it would still be the same, as she would make him believe that the old master had come unhinged. On another side of town, Feng Zhou was seated deep in thought with her head resting on one hand, with no one knowing what was going through her mind. Even when Leng Shuang returned, she did not even notice it. "Mistress?" She snapped back to attention and seeing Ling Shuang standing beside her, she asked, "You guys are back? Did you manage to pick someone?" "Yes, young master bought 5 of them and I am here to bring mistress to the front courtyard." She then put on her face veil and walked slowly to the front courtyard. When Guan Shilin saw her, he dashed over in a hurry and said, "Little Jiu, you're here. Come see. I've bought 5 of them and one of them is even a cook." After saying that, he turned and said to the several people standing there, "All of you raise your heads to let my little sister have a look at you." "Yes." They all chorused before they lifted up their heads nervously. When they saw the clean and sprightly girl standing before their eyes, the several people were quickly mesmerized, but they did not dare to impetuously stare at her too much and quickly lowered their eyes after glancing at her once. Feng Zhou's gaze swept over the group of people and after measuring them up, she asked, "What are your names?" "As the mistress' servants, I implore for our mistress to name us." The slightly more elderly cook among them spoke. As they were sold into this household, they would henceforth belong to this family and they would naturally not be able to use the names they had in the past. Then we'll use Qing as the denomination and Ping and Ru E to be chosen among yourselves. As for the cook, we'll just call you Mother Qing. Translator's note, read as Ping and Ru E is just an auspicious term loosely translated would mean safe and smooth sailing. We thank Mistress for giving us our names. They all chorused, curtsying slightly at the knees. She nodded and then said to Guan Shilin beside her, Big brother, let Leng Shuang make the arrangements for their accommodations and explain to them about the rules. I am feeling a little tired after going out today and I'm going back to my room to rest. All right, you just go ahead. Guan Shilin nodded to watch her leave before he asked Leng Shuang to settle them in where he left by himself thereafter. All of you follow me. Leng Shuang said to them, leading them further into the courtyard. 2 or 3 days passed and old patriarch Feng did not come again. Feng Zhu had initially thought that her grandfather might have thought that she was not the real one after going back to see the Feng Qinggu in the Feng residence, but she began to feel doubtful over the past 2 days. From old patriarch Feng's demeanor and tone of voice then, even if it turned out that he thought that Feng Zhu was not the real deal, he would surely still at least come seek her out at least. But after waiting for 2 to 3 days and there was still no sign of him, she began to think it rather strange. Hence, she went out of her room and looking towards the middle of the courtyard where Leng Shuang was cultivating seated in a lotus position, she said, Leng Shuang, go find out whether anything had happened within the Feng residence in these past 2 days. Yes. Although Leng Shuang was feeling a little puzzled, she did not probe but just got up to depart from the courtyard. Feng Zhu then went out to sit down within the courtyard, to wait quietly for Leng Shuang to come back with a report. If the matter was not dealt with properly, she would not be able to quiet her heart down sufficiently to carry on with her cultivation. She had not intended to go back to the Feng residence so quickly, but the situation had unfolded in such a way. Little Jiu, Mother Qing made some sweet soup. I got you a bowl for you to have a taste. It's not bad. Guan Shilin came walking over with a smile on his face, his hands holding a bowl of sweet dessert carefully. Thanks, big brother. She said as she grinned at him, getting up to accept the bowl. Guan Shilin then sat himself down at the stone table before he said, Little Jiu, I came over here to discuss something with you. Oh. What's the matter? She asked as she sipped at the dessert. He hesitated a moment before he said, I am thinking that I want to go fight in the black market arena. Hearing that, Feng Zhu's brows creased up. You want to earn money through it? There's not much money to be made from that in the first place, and if you happen to meet an opponent stronger than you who is brutal and merciless, you might not even get a chance to admit defeat in the match. I am thinking in that way, besides being able to earn some money, I will be able to strengthen my combat skills at the same time. In my current situation, what I lack most is actual combat experience, and I thought this might help me accumulate some of that. I will then take part in the Sun Glory's fighting selections that is held once every 3 years to become one of the top 10 candidates, putting my name on the star list where I will then gain a chance to enroll into the Starry Cloud Academy to practice cultivation. Starry Cloud Academy? Read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/by.com. She searched through her mind briefly before she said, Is it that cultivation institution that was graded as a 7-starred academy? I remember that they are highly stringent in their selections and they only do it once every 3 years. For a tiny 9th grade country like this Sun Glory country, it seems that not a single person had been able to gain a place in the Starry Cloud Academy for many years. The Starry Cloud Academy had always been very strict in their selections of students, and they are situated within the medium 6th grade Soaring Green country. It will only be by becoming the Sun Glory country's top 10 fighters will I then have the chance to go there to give it a try. Although I know it will be very difficult, I would still like to give it a go. Moreover, by moving out from the Sun Glory country, I might be able to find my father in the future. Having heard Guan Shilin say that, she nodded in understanding. All that he said was true. For someone from a tiny ninth-grade country wanting to go to a country with a higher grade, only people whose powers had been acknowledged would be allowed in. Otherwise, even if one was the prince of a country, one would just be denied entry right at the city's gates if they went there. Taking the case of Murong Xian as an example, he is a prince of the Sun Glory country, and a proud son of the heavens. He had initially had the opportunity to be admitted into the Starry Cloud Academy to practice cultivation, but an unexpected incident 3 years ago had caused him to miss that chance, with that rare opportunity with the Starry Cloud Academy slipping right through his fingers. If he seeked to enroll into Starry Cloud once more, he would have to wait for the next selections that would happen 3 years later. Since your target is all set, then just go do it. But you must remember one thing. When exchanging blows, you must always be careful. If you encounter an opponent that is too powerful, you must quickly surrender. You must realize this. Losing one match is no shame, but if you lose your life, it will already be too late for regrets. I know that. His mouth then split into a wide smile, and then Leng Shuang came walking in. Mistress. Leng Shuang greeted and then turned to Guan Shilin and nodded at him. Young master. How? Feng Jiu asked, looking at Leng Shuang. Some things had indeed happened in the Feng residence these past couple of days. Old Patriarch Feng had been locked up within. Locked up? Her brows creased up, as her voice raised involuntarily up a notch. Yes, but as it is a matter within the Feng residence, few people outside knew much about it. All I could find out was that General Feng had invited quite a number of physicians into the residence, and they had all diagnosed that old Patriarch Feng was afflicted by the demons of lunacy, saying that as he posed the danger of attacking people, the old Patriarch was hence locked up. Hearing that, the expression on Feng Zhou's face deepened and she did not speak for a moment, which Guan Shilin found rather strange. He looked at Leng Shuang and then turned his gaze upon Feng Zhou a moment before he could not hold himself back any longer to ask, Little Zhou, why are you looking into the affairs of the Feng residence? Upon hearing that, she turned to look at Guan Shilin, and seeing his face filled with curiosity with Leng Shuang similarly looking at her, she hesitated another moment before she finally said, maybe it's time I should tell you guys about this. The hearts of the two people jumped slightly and their gazes became fixed upon her. They knew she had been keeping some secrets to herself, but as she had not spoken about it, they had not wanted to probe. I have another identity, as the daughter of Feng Shao, Feng Qinggu. What? Hearing her speak those words, it seemed as though they had been struck by lightning and stormy waves were crashing against their hearts. UW up Tez on nov/l/bi.com. You are Feng Qinggu? Then what about that Feng Qinggu we encountered the other day? Who was that then? Guan Shilin's eyes widened in stunned shock, his face contorting up in surprise. But he knew that little Zhou would never lie to them. Recalling back to the day that he felt that Feng Qinggu had been somewhat similar to Feng Zhou, and after hearing Feng Zhou tell him this today, he began to feel that it might not be all that unbelievable. At that moment, even the ever-cold and indifferent Leng Shuang's face was also completely stunned. If the mistress was Feng Qinggu, then that would explain why she would be so concerned about the affairs of the Feng residence. But, if her mistress was the young miss of the Feng residence, Feng Qinggu, then, could it be that impostor who was now posing herself as Feng Qinggu was the person who had disfigured her mistress' face? Her name is Su Ruiyun, and she was picked up on the streets by me when she was just several years old. She had then served at my side ever since then, but a person's heart is hard to fathom. She took over my identity and disfigured my face before selling me off to a brothel, even feeding me poison before that in fear that I will not die. Feng Zhou's voice was light and indifferent, like she was talking about something that happened to another person. But Guan Xilin and Leng Shuang heard that, their fists clenched up tightly and their hearts felt the pain so strongly that they wished for nothing more at that moment than to rip up that venomous woman called Su Ruoyun into shreds. Feng Zhou took a sip of the sweet soup that had turned slightly cold and showed a grin upon her face before she said, but, despite all her meticulous calculations, she wouldn't expect that I would have survived, nor expect that I have actually returned. Little Jiu, for you to not return to the Feng residence, is it because you are afraid that your father and grandfather will not recognize you after your face has become so badly disfigured? Guan Xilin asked, the expression on his face looking highly pained as his heart cringed up in a ball. When he had first met Feng Zhou in the 9 Entrapment Woods, she had faced off against a pack of wolves alone. The absolute ruthlessness and complete lack of mercy she had exhibited at that moment was well remembered by him till this day. He had always been stumped by the kind of family background that would be able to nurture and groom a girl to become like her, but at that moment, he completely understood. It had not been of her own volition, but she had been forced to grow up in a hurry, and if she did not become so ruthless, she would not have been able to survive. Although my face has been disfigured, but when I happened to meet my grandfather on the streets the other day, he had immediately recognized me straight away. Thinking about that old patriarch Feng who loved wine as much as his life, Feng Zhou could not help but show a smile upon her lips. That smile then faded, and a tinge of worry came into her heart. He is now being confined, wonder how he is doing. Could it be that the rumor old patriarch Feng is afflicted with the demons of lunacy is actually the work Su Ruoyun behind the scenes? Guan Xilin's eyes widened, thinking that that woman was just too terrifying. Having stolen little Zhou's identity and not treating her family members as kin but instead scheming against them like this. Such a woman deserved nothing else but to be cut up in a million pieces. Feng Zhou was deep in thought a moment and nodded her head. It is not possible that grandfather would suddenly become like that immediately upon his return. I'm certain it must be one of her schemes at play. We'll talk about it again after I go over there tonight. You're thinking of infiltrating into the Feng residence? But, at a place like the Feng residence, the security will surely be tight. It will not be easy to go in and out of the place as you like. Guan Xilin said a little worriedly and then continued, moreover, if you're caught and taken as an assassin, what will you then do? You don't have to worry about that. With the level of powers I possess at this moment, it's not a problem just infiltrating into the Feng residence. She said, her tone filled with confidence. Turning her gaze upon Guan Xilin, she then said, I will settle this matter myself and you don't have to worry about me. We'll wait till after my visit to the Feng residence tonight before we talk. All right. But you've got to be careful. Guan Xilin reminded worriedly. Mistress, would you need me to go with you? Or to support you from outside? Leng Shuang opened her mouth to ask. No need. She stood up and said to the two of them, you two just wait for me at home. I'm going back to my room for my cultivation and you need not call me for dinner. After informing them of her intentions, when she was just turning around to go back to her room, she suddenly stopped and looked at Leng Shuang. My brother wants to go to the black markets arena. Go there to make the arrangements and tell them to look out for him. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Yes. Leng Shuang acknowledged. After seeing Feng Zhou enter her room, she then turned to Guan Xilin and asked, Young master, you want to go to the arena? That's right, I would like to try my skills out in there. His voice was filled with a kind of anticipation and his gaze was almost sparkling with excitement as he said, I am thinking of entering the Starry Cloud Academy as well, hence, in the competition that is held once every 3 years, I need to achieve a rank within the top 10 within the Sun Glory country. The Starry Cloud Academy recruits their students only once every 3 years as well and you will have an entire year to prepare myself. As Leng Shuang spoke, she turned to him and continued to say, but, that place has always been strict as the most elite from everywhere gathers at that one place. In just 1 year, Are you really confident that you will be able to gain entry into the Starry Cloud Academy? I will definitely make it. He sounded highly determined, his eyes looking full of confidence. After returning to her room, Feng Jiu went into the space to cultivate. Within that space, the energy from her mystical power spiraled quickly around her, becoming more intense as it swirled. After cultivating her mystical energies, Feng Jiu worked on her martial arts. It was not till night had fallen that she finally stepped out from the space. Changing into a set of full black clothes, she then covered her face. With a tap of her toes, she leapt out from the courtyard towards the Feng residence. At that moment, within the Feng residence's main hall, the place was lit almost bright as day. Quietly slipping into the Feng residence, Feng Jiu routed around onto the roof of the main hall and crouched down as she lifted a tile off the roof to look down through the small gap. She saw Feng Xiao seated upon the main seat of the house, listening to Murong Yixian at the bottom left explain the reason for his visit. Feng Xiao's face was livid and in a fit of rage, he smashed his palm upon the table to let out a deafening roar. You just say that one more time. Murong Yixian's handsome and attractive face was filled with guilt and highly apologetic. He stood up and said respectfully, Uncle Xiao, I know this is hard for you to accept, but this is what I have decided only after putting much deep thought into it. I have also spoken to Qing Gu about this as well. Murong Yixian looked up at the fuming Feng Xiao and said in a voice filled with remorse, hence, I wish that the Feng family can be the party to push it forward, proposing to withdraw from the betrothal. In this way, it will at least reduce the hurt this would bring to Qing Gu to the lowest possible. Lessen the hurt it would cause her? Do you realize that just by the fact you are suggesting to annul the betrothal, you are already causing grief to her? Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Feng Xiao stared at him angrily, and he stood up to further berate Murong Yixian. The two of you had grown up being so close to each other and had liked each other from a young age. I had thought that the two of you would wed this year, and you are now telling me you want to break of the engagement. You tell me, aren't you letting Qing go down by doing this? Atop the roof, Feng Jiu looked at the absolutely livid Feng Xiao. That was her father, a father that loved his daughter more than his own life. But it was also that overindulgent doting that blinded him so much from ever thinking of suspecting the changes that had come over his daughter. In his eyes, no matter how his daughter acted, or what she did, she would always be the best. Towards Feng Xiao, Feng Jiu did really know what to feel. Disappointed? Not at all, after all, he was not aware that she had been switched outright. Regardless from which perspective, he was still a good father, a father that loved her daughter deeply. Resting her gaze upon Feng Xiao a moment, she then turned her eyes and her gaze fell upon the figure of Murong Yixian. She had not expected him to come forward to call off the betrothal, but anyway, all of these happening before her did not concern her at all. She wanted to go find out where her grandfather had been confined instead. Carefully placing the roof tile back in place, she summoned her powers and leapt away, leaving the place silently as she went towards the back of the mansion. With the memories within her mind, she knew the way around the Feng residence intimately, and she came to her grandfather's courtyard quickly. From what she could see, even if the old patriarch had been confined due to him being afflicted with the demons of lunacy, he would be locked up within his own courtyard. As the filial son her father was to the old patriarch, Feng Xiao would not illy treat his own father that badly. Let me out! Let me out! I'll kill you! You venomous woman! Abhorrently venomous! Before even getting close to the place, one could already hear the old patriarch shouting. Moments later, Su Ruoyin dressed in a light blue dress walked out from the room. As she shut the room's door tight, she said, shedding crocodile tears to the two phone guards at the door, "Grandfather is not well, make sure to look after him carefully. Rest assured, young Mississippi. Your subordinate will look after the old patriarch well." The two phone guards replied solemnly, "Mm. I'll come again tomorrow." Feng Qingge nodded, before walking away, her steps light. Watching her leave, the two phone guards looked around to be sure no one's around before one said, "Tell me, why do you think the old master keeps cursing the young miss? And keeps insisting she's an imposter? Isn't it said that many famous physicians had already come and they have all come to the same conclusion with their diagnosis? Haven't they all said that the old master had become afflicted with the demons of lunacy? Think about it, if not, why would the old master go charging at the young miss with a sword to try to kill her?" The phone guard scratched at his head and said rather puzzledly, "But that's really very strange. The old master was perfectly fine before, why had he so suddenly become like this? I have a feeling that there's something strange about this whole thing, but I'm not able to put my finger on it." "Then don't bother about it so much. We will just have to watch the old master carefully and not let anything happen, all right?" The phone guard's voice had barely just dropped when they both gave a grunt and their bodies slipped unconscious to the ground. Feng Zhou, dressed in all black, landed within the courtyard, and after casting her gaze all around, she quickly slipped inside as she pushed the door open. Alas, when she saw the old patriarch inside, her eyes immediately turned red-rimmed and she ran over with a few quick steps as she called out in a choked voice, "Grandfather." The old patriarch was indeed confined within his own room as she had thought. But, what she had not expected to see was that the old man would be chained to his bed and left in such a disheveled state, his hair left in such a mess. His limbs were locked up with chains of mystical iron, his eyes unusually red and bloodshot with dark rings looking like bruises under those eyes. It was just a couple of days since she saw her grandfather last and he had already lost so much weight. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Let me out. Let me out now." Old Patriarch Feng was howling out in a crazed manner, and all reason seemed to have left him as he screamed and trashed about mindlessly. He had even enveloped himself with an erratic flow of mystical energy, so no one even dared to approach him. "Grandfather, it's me, little Feng." Looking at her beloved grandfather reduced to in such a state all because of her, tears start to fall involuntarily and she felt as if someone was pricking her heart with many needles. At this moment, she really wanted to skin that Su Ruoyan alive. To vent out all her anger and hatred welled up within. "I'll kill you." Seeing that he had totally lost his sense of self, she could only endure the sharp pain in her heart as she took out a silver needle and deftly inserted it into his meridian. "Kill." Old Patriarch Feng's voice weakened and he fell unconscious. Following that, all the erratic mystical energy soon dissipated. She walked up to him quickly and took his pulse. When she probed his pulse, she was slightly taken aback. From her space, she took out a wire and swiftly unlocked all the locks and placed him gently back in her own space. She turned to quickly leave, but just as she left through the door, she had met the steward. "Who?" The steward shouted out in alarm when he saw that the two phone guards had fallen to the ground, not sure if they were dead or alive. Moreover, the man in black just came out from the old patriarch's room. After a moment's stupor, he quickly shouted out, "Someone! Come! Thief!" After he screamed out, he lunged forward in an attempt to catch the man in black. "Damn!" Feng Zhou cursed under her breath. What timing! She didn't think that someone would actually appear at such a moment, and when she saw the steward rush forward, she kicked him in the shoulders and leapt up to the roof, all ready to escape. Little did she expect that the cries from the steward had already alerted the entire manor, especially the two men in the main hall, Feng Xiao and Murong Yixian. "Where's the thief?" A deep voice imbued with mystical energy roared out like a tiger, and the sudden intrusion of such strong mystical energy caused the surrounding air to tremble. "Vis sit en velben, dot. CM for EU ovals." Feng Zhou looked back and saw her father leap over with a ferocious tiger fist as he locked onto her. The fist was wrapped in mystical energy and it was so swift that as it cut through the air, there was a large gale and loud thunderous roar. She definitely could not fight with him. The possibility of winning or losing to him in a fight was the least of her concerns. She was more worried, what if she had accidentally hurt him? That wouldn't be good at all. She reacted immediately as she dodged to the side and avoided his attack. Instead of facing off with him, she quickly retreated as she turned tail and ran. Catch that thief! Feng Xiao bellowed out and saw Murong Yixian appear before the man in black. He quickly rushed into the room to check on his father. However, when he didn't see his father's figure in the room, his heart sank. Father! The steward was following close behind, and when he saw the empty room, he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. He quickly interjected, "Just now, this lowly one only saw the man in black emerge from old patriarch's room. I didn't see the old patriarch at all. Look for him right now!" He roared out in anger, as his gaze turned to the two on the roof. "You have to catch that little thief." Against her father, she couldn't bear to fight against him. However, against Murong Yixian, it was a totally different thing. She didn't need to hold anything back. Moreover, this was Sun Glory Country's renowned genius, Murong Yixian. She had long wanted to exchange pointers with him, so each stroke she shot out was fast, accurate and ruthless. Seeing that the man in black was not at all inferior to Murong Yixian, Feng Xiao was shocked. Since when did Cloudy Moon City emerge such a master? One must know that Murong Yixian's skills weren't your average pugilists. When he had entered the fray, he hadn't noticed and taken a good look. But after staring at the two figures on the roof, especially after studying the man in black, how did he find that the figure felt vaguely familiar to him? As his heart filled with doubt and he was still thinking deeply, his thoughts were interrupted by another voice. "Father, what happened?" Feng Qingge stepped quickly to come to Feng Zhao's side. Seeing the two figures fighting atop the roof, her eyes widened involuntarily and she asked, "An assassin dared to break in here? What had he come here for? What about grandfather? Is grandfather all right?" "Your grandfather's missing," Feng Xiao said with his brows creased together and with undisguised worry in his eyes. Father's health had already become like that and now he had suddenly gone missing. Who could have abducted him? And what motives could that person have? Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. What? Grandfather has gone missing? She was startled as her heart filled with suspicions. How did the old patriarch go missing? Could he really have been abducted? But what could they achieve by abducting him? And they were able to come to the heavily guarded Feng residence to abduct a person like the place was empty? Just how skilled was that person? Swoosh! Bam bam! Punches and kicks struck against each other, the air filling with blasts of wind and impact. The two figures, one black and one white, were shrouded with their intense mystical auras, neither holding back on their strikes, every stroke highly vicious, which made everyone below watch with rapt attention. While Feng Xiao was still feeling shocked by the skills of the black-robed man, he saw the black-robed man delivering a sweeping side kick. The leg that swept through the air was even enveloped by a malevolent shimmering qi that was visible to the eyes, swinging at a high speed towards Murong Yixian. Murong Yixian grunted and his body lost its balance, causing him to fall from the room towards the ground. He quickly adjusted himself, summoning his qi to let him land on his feet. But as the speed and power that he had been descending at, he still fell a few steps backwards before he could steady himself. By the time he stood steady upon his feet and looked up, he saw the black figure upon the roof turn his eyes towards him. That gaze made him feel that it looked rather familiar, and for a moment, he lost himself as his heart palpitated. "Give chase!" Feng Xiao saw the figure in black leaping away in escape, quickly disappearing into the night, and he immediately ordered the guards to go capture the culprit. How could the speed of the Feng guards hope to be able to catch up to Feng Zhou? Even upon leaving the Feng residence, Feng Jiu had not stopped continuing with her leaps and bounds, quickly leaving her pursuers far behind. Only when she came close to the outside of the courtyard upon her return did she bring the old patriarch out and leapt into the manor while holding him to go to the inner courtyard. "Little Jiu, how was it? Did it go well?" Guan Shilin and Leng Shuang had waited within the courtyard for her, and when they saw her come back, they immediately rushed up to her to help. "It went all right," Feng Jiu replied as she handed the old patriarch to Guan Shilin and then went on to say, "Bring him into the room first. Leng Shuang, you stay guard here in the courtyard." "Yes." Leng Shuang acknowledged, and remained in the courtyard. Inside the room, Guan Shilin laid the old patriarch gently upon the bed as he stared at the thin and unconscious old man. He turned his head back around to seek Feng Jiu and asked, "Little Jiu, what is wrong with your grandfather? Why does his entire person look so haggard?" Feng Jiu walked out from behind the screen, already changed into casual clothes. She washed her hands and then came walking over as she said, "Big brother, help me draw a basin of clear water here first." As she spoke, she sat herself down by the bed and checked her grandfather over once again, before she pulled out a silver needle and placed it to the side. Guan Shilin then came in with the clean water and he put it down at the side before he stood on one end of the bed, not wanting to interrupt Feng Jiu. He saw her taking out a silver needle and then pricking it over all 10 of her grandfather's fingers with it before putting the old man's hands into the water while squeezing the blood out. When he saw the basin of water becoming stained with blood that had a blackish tinge, he could not hold back his gasp. "That venomous woman had actually used poison upon your grandfather." Feng Jiu's gaze darkened and she said, "She is really highly skilled with poison. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for so many physicians to be unable to detect it. Get me a change of the water." "All right." Guan Shilin went to get another basin of clean water and after pouring out the blood-tainted one and this time, he saw that the blood flowing out had gradually regained to a normal bright red shade before he asked, "Is the poison purged?" "There's still some remnants not cleared out." Seeing that it was almost cleared, Feng Jiu gestured for the basin to be moved away and wiped the hand that was still stained with blood before covering the blanket over the old patriarch and walked over to the table. "Big brother, when it gets light, go get me the herbs based on this prescription. And get the herbs from several different places," Feng Jiu said as she scribbled the prescription for Guan Shilin. Guan Shilin glanced through the prescription and nodded before he said, "Sure, I'll go get them once it's bright out." At that same moment, the Feng residence was a whirl of chaos. Feng Shao led his men out to search for the old patriarch and Murong Yixian joined to help them. That night, everyone was made jittery as all of them created quite a ruckus which caused many people to know that old patriarch Feng of the Feng residence had been abducted. But everyone were thinking it rather strange. They were thinking that it would be more reasonable if it was said that Feng Qinggu was the one abducted as she was after all the highly precious pearl of the Feng residence and a peerless beauty at that. For the abductor to leave a peerless beauty alone but to seize an old man, and an old man who had recently been diagnosed as being afflicted by the demons of lunacy. Wouldn't all of this sound very strange? Hence, the debates fired up, and people thought whether it was done by any enemies of the Feng residence? Or was the culprit an enemy of old patriarch Feng himself? Within the Feng residence, in Feng Qingji's courtyard, a middle-aged man came once again into her room. "You updates tnvel/by.com. Mistress, I have checked on the identities of the brother and sister pair." "Speak." The man is called Guan Shilin, a member from a branch of the Guan family in the Cloudy Moon City, but he had a falling out with the Guan family recently and imposed self-exile upon himself to set up his own house. He currently resides in a house in the southern part of the city. As for the girl, I have not been able to determine her origins and only know that she is the sworn younger sister of Guan Shilin. No one has seen her real countenance before she always has a veil across her face. Hearing that, a murderous glint shone within Su Ruoyun's eyes. Even a sultry fox with unknown origins was able to make Morong Xian lose his mind. How very capable. Assign a few men from the Poison Clan to kill that Guan fella, and as for that girl, bring her back for me. I would really like to see what kind of a face is hidden under that veil. Her voice was filled with venom, and when heard under the tranquility and quiet of the night, it sounded more horrifying than normal. Yes. The middle-aged man acknowledged respectfully. One more thing, look into who abducted the old patriarch and see where he's from. If he can be found, finish him off out there. An old man who became such a hindrance. If he had known what was good for him, she wouldn't have wanted to kill him, but being already so advanced in age, he had to still had such a hateful and infuriatingly sharp pair of eyes. Since he had come in her way, then do not blame her for being merciless. Yes. The middle-aged man acknowledged once more, and seeing her waved her hand to signal dismissal, he turned around and left. The next day, morning. When old Patriarch Feng slowly stirred awake, he saw a person resting against the side of his bed. He turned his head to the side to look, and the badly disfigured countenance reflected right into his eyes. When he recalled the words that woman had said, his heart wrenched up and old tears rolled uncontrollably down his face to wet the pillow. Just seeing that disfigured face already made his heart fill up with guilt, but when he heard about how that woman had held a knife and slashed it across his little Feng's face, that heart-wrenching pain had inadvertently given birth to an unsuppressible fiery rage from grief. His poor precious little Feng. Such an obedient little child, but had to suffer such injustice. How could his old heart bear to see that? A stick-thin hand reached out as it trembled, seeking to lightly brush over those heinous scars upon her face. Unexpectedly, before he could touch her, Feng Zhou stirred awake. Feng Zhou startled awake, sitting up quickly, coming alert. When she saw that it was the old patriarch who had woken up and was stretching a slightly trembling hand towards her, she then softened her guard. Seeing that the old patriarch had been weeping soundlessly, she was suddenly surprised. "Grandfather, why are you crying?" She lifted her hand to wipe away his tears and continued to ask, "Are you feeling unwell? Come, let me help you sit up for a while." Feng Zhou's high alertness made the old man's heart wrench up. How much suffering must she have gone through before she had to develop such alertness? Did she have to always fear danger and could not even get any sound sleep? Little Feng. Grandfather. Grandfather has really let you down. You updates tnvel/by. Com. The old tears ran down, in regret and in pain. If he had known that such a thing would happen within the few months he went into seclusion for cultivation, he would never have done it no matter what. Hearing that, Feng Zhou revealed a smile and helped him sit up against the head of the bed while she said in a gentle voice, "Grandfather, don't be like that. I am doing very well now. Really well." In order to distract him and not let him continue to wallow in self-reprimand, she went on to ask, "Grandfather, what really happened after you went back? You ingested stimulant drugs that would cause you to become highly agitated, and you were even poisoned." Highly agitated? The old man wiped his tears away and thought about it a moment before he said in a voice filled with hatred, "It's that woman. I had gone to the courtyard wanting to capture her at that time, and she had thrown some powder without me noticing. I had carelessly breathed it in, and she said." Speaking up till that point, his voice suddenly halted and he hesitated. "She said that my face was disfigured by her? And the torment she inflicted upon me then greatly angered grandfather? That was the only reasonable thing that she guessed must have happened, or the old patriarch would not have fallen for that so easily." Old Patriarch Feng nodded and said, "You're right. When I heard that, I became very angry, and I then felt my fiery rage shoot up into my brain, and I was suddenly unable to control my emotions." Speaking about that, he then seemed to suddenly realize something and asked rather puzzledly, "That's right, why am I here? Haven't I been chained up?" Although he had lost control of his mind, part of his consciousness had still been clear. But as for how he came to be here, he really had absolutely no idea. Upon hearing that, Feng Zhou grinned and her intelligent eyes flashed with a cunning glint as she said, "It had naturally been me who took grandfather out from there." But seeing that he was going to ask her more about it, she interrupted his words and said with a laugh, "It's all right, grandfather, don't think so much about it since you've already gotten out. There's still some remnants of the poison within your body and we'll talk after you nurse yourself back to health. I'll go get grandfather a bowl of porridge to eat first." Watching her turn around to walk outside, old patriarch Feng became suddenly surprised. Take him out from the Feng residence? That was quite impossible, right? The kind of security they had in the Feng residence was something few people knew better than him. Leng Shuang, who was in the courtyard, saw Feng Zhou coming out and immediately went up to greet her. "Mistress Leng Shuang, go to the kitchen and see whether Mother Qing has the porridge ready yet and bring some over." "Yes." Leng Shuang acknowledged and immediately went towards the kitchen. After Leng Shuang walked out, Guan Shilin came shuffling in and said, "Little Jiu, I've brought back the herbs and I have instructed Mother Qing to brew them accordingly." "Oh right, when I was out this morning buying the herbs, I saw people from the Feng residence searching everywhere. Do you think they will manage to find their way here?" "No worries. Even if they search all the way here, it'll still be fine. But pay a bit more attention to their movements during this period." Rest assured. That, I know what to do." Guan Shilin then nodded and looked towards the room and asked, "Has your grandfather woken up yet?" "He had awoken." She then continued on with a glance behind her to say, "He is immersed in guilt and self-reproach, saying that he had not protected me properly." With a sigh, she then said, "Come on. Let's go in to take a look at him and I can introduce you as well." "Sure." Guan Shilin nodded and followed Feng Zhou into the room. Upon entering the room, they saw him leaning back against the head of the bed looking deep in thought. Seeing that, Feng Zhou called out to him, "Grandfather." The old patriarch snapped back to his senses and saw the two of them come in, his gaze naturally fixing upon Guan Shilin as he gauged the young man. "Little Feng, he is. Your junior." Guan Shilin greets grandfather Feng. Guan Shilin stepped forward to offer a respectful greeting, a jovial and unbridled smile upon his face. "Grandfather, he is elder sworn brother I have gotten myself and I address him as my big brother," Feng Zhou said as he went forward to hold the old man's hand. She then said, "He's helped me a lot and is a rather nice chap." The old patriarch nodded and said to Guan Shilin, "My little Feng is indebted under her elder brother's care." "Grandfather Feng is putting it too harshly," Guan Shilin replied, a little embarrassed. When had he helped little Jiu with anything? It was more like little Jiu was taking care of him. "Mistress." Ling Shuang called out from outside. "Come in," Feng Zhou said from inside the room. The old patriarch looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman dressed in black carrying things inside, and he discreetly measured her up. Before he could even think further, he heard Feng Zhou at his side saying, "Grandfather, she is Leng Shuang, my personal attendant." The old patriarch was surprised. Personal attendant? The woman in black had a very steady air about her, and although she was young, her cultivation would be considered to be outstanding among her peers. It was the same for Guan Shilin as well. From where did his little Feng come to know these two people? Although he had many questions in his heart, he did not give voice to them immediately but merely continued to observe them. Feng Zhou went forward to receive the porridge and said, "Grandfather, your body is still weak just after the purging the poison and you cannot eat anything too rich, and so I got people to cook some light porridge for you. Have a little bit of it." "All right." Old Patriarch Feng nodded his head and he took the bowl from Feng Zhou, grandfather can do it myself. Watching the situation, Guan Shilin said, Little Jiao, we'll just step outside for a while. I need to go to the kitchen to see if Mother Qing has the medicine ready or not, and I will bring it in here for Grandfather Feng. Upon saying that, he went out of the room with Leng Shuang and shut the door behind him. After they have left, old Patriarch Feng then asked, Little Feng, how did you come to know them? That will be a long story, but I'll just pick out the important points and tell them to grandfather. Feng Jiu said with a smile. As she watched her grandfather sip at the porridge, Feng Jiu told him briefly about the events that happened when they met, but for one part. She turned the entire thing around when she spoke about the part where she fought off the pack of wolves to save Guan Shilin. After she was finished, she saw her grandfather nodding his head and saying that he would thank Guan Shilin properly after he recovered, and it was only after hearing Feng Jiu say with a laugh that no thanks were needed between family members that the old man gave up on that idea. Finally, Feng Jiu made the old man drink his medicine and wanted him to take a nap, but as there were some remnants of the poison still not completely purged and there was still some of the effects from the stimulant in his blood, he was feeling rather unsettled. Without a choice, Feng Jiu had then employed her silver needle to prick his sleep acupoint, which then allowed the old patriarch to fall asleep. In the evening, Guan Shilin came to the courtyard. Little Jiao, has your grandfather woken up yet? He is still asleep after drinking his medicine. Why? Feng Jiu asked puzzledly as she looked at Guan Shilin, whose expression looked rather grave. Someone has been watching us, he said with a frown on his face. But I do not yet know who it is. Why is that? Feng Jiu asked with an eyebrow lifted, feeling a little surprised. She couldn't seem to remember any of them having offended any others recently. Guan Shilin suppressed his voice and said, There are people watching us outside the house, and I noticed it when I went out earlier. Hearing those words, Feng Jiu paused a moment and then said, You and Leng Shuang just be your usual selves and go out when you need to. One more thing, ask Mother Qing and the other maids out front to stay in their rooms after dark and are not to come out no matter what they hear outside. I will go relay the instructions now. You be careful yourself as well. Guan Shilin reminded a little worriedly. I know. The/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Feng Jiu replied as she nodded with a smile, rather curious whose eye had they attracted this time? After all, ever since the Su family had been annihilated, the various powers within the Cloudy Moon City had all been generally peaceful and they had all abided by the laws, without anyone stirring up trouble. Although she didn't know who was behind it, but she was certain she would soon find out. It was night and the manor was quiet and still. The maids in the front yard had all already retreated back to their rooms and locked their doors and windows to go to sleep. In the back of the manor, Feng Jiu struck her grandfather's sleep acupoint and went to sit down outside in the courtyard to play a round of chess with Guan Shilin while Leng Shuang remained behind to stand guard inside the room. Maybe they had felt that the people in the manor were not people they needed to fear, and when 8 shadowy figures infiltrated the place, they went straight towards the back where the courtyard of the owner of the house would be. Once they got there, they leapt up onto the perimeter wall and saw the 2 people playing against each other in a chess game. Kill off the man and bring the woman back. The leader of the black-robed men ordered in a sinister voice, and the moment his voice fell, several figures flashed from the shadows as they pulled out their swords to charge at the 2 people within the courtyard. Hearing the words spoken by the leader of the black-robed men, Guan Shilin and Feng Jiu discreetly exchanged a quick glance as Feng Jiu whispered something under her face veil and then stood up in a panicked fluster. Eek! Big brother! She screamed out in fright and hid behind Guan Shilin. Don't be afraid, sister, I'll protect you. Hark! Guan Shilin shouted sharply, his fists imbued with all his power as he struck at the 2 black-robed men charging towards him. 2 loud bone-crunching bams rang through the air, and the 2 black-robed men who charged at him were sent flying out, to finally crash into the corner of a wall when they stopped breathing without even uttering a single sound. Seeing that Guan Shilin had dealt with two black-robed men with just one strike, Feng Jiu with her veil across her face could not help but feel a corner of her mouth begin to twitch. She had specifically told him to retain a bit of his power, but he had struck with his full strength instead. With the kind of power he possessed now, a punch with all his might was not something that just anyone was able to withstand. Guan Shilin had shouted out as he shielded Feng Jiu behind him while he took on the black-robed men, but he still had not forgotten the plan the two of them had agreed upon. When he saw a black-robed man with a sword in hand charging in, he pushed Feng Jiu to the side and with a mighty leap, he instantly appeared behind the two men and two punches flashed in quick succession. This time, he completely broke the bones and the necks of the two black-robed men. Arg! Mournful wails rang out and another two black-robed men fell to the ground quickly. Watching that scene unfold, the face on the leader of the black-robed men turned an ugly color. His malevolent gaze fixed upon Feng Jiu and the next moment, he leapt up in the air over Guan Shilin and shot towards Feng Jiu to capture her. From what he had seen, that man was too powerful and he shouldn't clash with him head-on. But the girl was a different matter altogether, as he did not detect the slightest ripple of mystical power upon her body, which showed that she was just an ordinary commoner. Since the master's orders were to capture her, he would then just bring her back to complete the mission. Eek! Big brother! Save me! Feng Jiu screamed out in a panic as she felt a pair of hands clasped around her neck. The next instant, her entire person was lifted up in a high leap, flying outside. As the black-robed man was at her back, he failed to see the glint of glee that flashed briefly within her eyes. "Little sister!" Guan Shilin called out in shock. As he was tangled up with a few men and was not able to follow, Guan Shilin's face became panicked and he shouted, "Let her go right now." The other black-robed men moved to block his way forward. Seeing that the leader of the black-robed men had already disappeared, the panicked expression upon Guan Shilin's face then faded away and his sharp gaze swept over the rest of the black-robed men as he said with a sneer, "With just the few of you here, and you really think you can stop me? You should weigh yourselves properly and see whether you're hefty enough first." Immediately after his voice fell, the figure of Guan Shilin immediately struck like a demon, a thick and powerful mystical aura surging out from his entire body, imbuing terrifying power into his body. Where his punches passed, a malevolent edge formed in the resulting stream of air, shocking the several black-robed men to quickly turn pale. Damn it! They wanted to retreat backwards, but their speed was too slow against Guan Shilin and they saw the one of the two men up front being struck upon the chest by his punch. The loud crack of bones breaking immediately sounded where his entire person was sent flying before he fell to the ground to twitch once and breathe his last. The other one had his neck gripped in Guan Shilin's hand, his body held up above the ground as he struggled. Another crack sounded and the man had not even been able to cry out at all before his neck was snapped off. "Disperse! Quickly disperse!" One of the men shouted with his face turned ashen, not daring to continue to battle and had turned around wanting to leave. "Since you've come, you really think you'll be able to leave?" Guan Shilin said with a sneer, and made quick work of the remaining few of them. Looking at the several dead bodies scattered across the courtyard, he turned his head around to say to Leng Shuang, who was guarding the old patriarch in the room, "Leng Shuang, I'll leave this place to you while I'll follow them to go take a look." "All right." Leng Shuang opened the door and gazed at the blood-stained courtyard, her eyes not even blinking. On the other side, the leader of the black-robed men brought Feng Jiu to come to another manor. Once they went inside, 7 or 8 other black-robed men walked out to meet them. One of the men among them saw that the leader had returned alone and he thought it strange. "Why are you the only one here? Where are the rest? That Guan Shilin is more powerful than I thought and the others must have been killed by him now. But it's fine as I've managed to bring this woman back." The leader who had captured Feng Jiu pushed her a step forward and then saw her stumble and fall to the ground. "You! Who are you people? Why did you bring me here?" Fengjiu spoke in a slightly trembling voice, her eyes filled with terror and panic as she looked at the group of men around her. Having lost several of our brothers just to capture this woman. I really don't know what's so special about her. One of the black-robed men said as he stared at Fengjiu on the ground, sizing her up. Yet another black-robed man then said with an evil laugh, "Rip her veil off to have a look at her real countenance. We haven't even seen the woman face yet. I would really like to know just how ravishing she really is." He was just about to act on it when a middle-aged man came walking out from further inside. When they saw him, the black-robed men in the courtyard immediately became highly respectful. "Greetings to Left Protector." Fengjiu lifted her panicked eyes to look in the direction of the person approaching. When she saw that middle-aged man, she quickly lowered her head, a chilling murder creeping into her half-lowered eyes as the corners of her mouth curled up in an arc. An old acquaintance. Although this face of hers was disfigured by Su Ruiyun, but this middle-aged man had played a big part as well. She hadn't expected that they would meet on this day. Truly a case of one wouldn't know where to look even after wearing out shoes of steel, and then it suddenly just falls right into your lap. The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Fengjiu on the ground, who had her head lowered and measured her up. Looking at the woman, he suddenly seemed to find her slightly familiar, and his brows furrowed up together as he said in a low voice, "Take that face veil off her." "Yes," the black-robed man acknowledged. He had already wanted to snatch that veil off to see the real face beneath, and now, he was finally given the opportunity to do that. Watching the black-robed man striding over to her, Fengjiu's hand pressed against her calf without anyone noticing as she turned to stare at the man, her gaze fixed upon him. Her eyes then arced slightly, like they were smiling faintly. Seeing that, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed up further as he thought that the girl was rather strange, and he was just about to sound out a word of caution when he saw the girl who had been sitting upon the ground suddenly jump up with a leap as the cold gleam of a dagger spun within her hand. In the very next moment, the sharp point of the dagger edged with chilling murder was thrust straight towards the black-robed man. "Look out!" A sharp shout rang out, and the black-robed men around immediately reacted, but they only saw the body of the black-robed man, who was in a half-crouch as he reached out to tug the face veil off. The girl suddenly stiffened, before he fell to the ground with a groan. Thump. You. The black-robed man who had captured and brought her here stared with his eyes wide, completely stunned as he looked at the abrupt and complete change in the aura of the girl. The delicate demeanor was now replaced with a cold chill. There wasn't a single trace of mystical aura from her body before, but right at that moment, she stood there in her spot, a mystical aura so thick it was visible to the eye, a mystical aura that was more intense than any of theirs there. Those eyes that had earlier been filled with terror was at that moment slightly narrowed, shining with an undisguised sinister glint. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he really would not be able to believe that the girl before his eyes now was the very same weak and frail person from earlier. Fengjiu just stood there, her hand toying with the exquisite and sharp dagger, her half-narrowed eyes gazing over the several black-robed men around her before finally falling upon the figure of the middle-aged man. I had not thought that I would come to see an old familiar face. What a surprise this is! Hearing those words, the middle-aged man's voice lowered and a glint flashed within his eyes as he inquired, "Old familiar face? Since we're on familiar terms, why would your esteemed self need to wear a veil and not dare to show your face?" Ha ha! Fengjiu laughed lightly, her laughter like silver bells, highly pleasing to the ears. On this quiet and tranquil night, it sounded extra clearly. The laughter then stopped, and her voice that was 7 parts nonchalance and 3 parts arrogance said, "It isn't that I do not dare show my face, but it's just that none of you are fit to even lay eyes upon my countenance." She swept her gaze around the courtyard and said, "I assume that this place isn't the real hideout, right? I am really curious just how much power Su Ruiyun has hidden behind her." When he heard those words, the middle-aged man's gaze shrank and a wild storm seemed to rise up within his heart, driving him to fall back a step. His sharp and vicious gaze stared fixedly at her like he was trying to see the face through that face veil. "It's you?" You're not dead? Only a few people knew of this matter, and could this girl here really be that Feng Qinggu? It must be true, as he had found that figure and her eyes rather familiar looking, and it had turned out to be the very same girl that they had presumed to be dead. But, in these few short months, how had she managed to bring about such a great change? That terrifying and devilishly bloodthirsty aura shrouding her entire body, and that confident arrogance emanating from her demeanor. If she had not said those words, he wouldn't have been able to guess her identity at all, and not be able to recognize the girl to be that Feng Qinggu. If I had died, how will I then be able to come seek revenge against all of you? Under the veil, the ends of her mouth hooked up slightly, her gaze staring at him as she approached him a step at a time. Maybe you can just try and see if you will be able to escape from me today? Hearing those words, the middle-aged man tilted his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. What a joke! You think you will be able to keep me here? You're being way too naive. His gaze fixed maliciously upon her, his face filled with a vicious expression as he pulled out a sword by his hip with one hand and said sinisterly, "Escape? Just you alone will not suffice to scare me enough to run away. On the contrary, you will not be so lucky this time round. Little sister, I'm here to help." Following on the trail of secret signs Feng Zhou had left behind, Guan Shilin had pursued after them and had leapt up to stand upon the circumference wall to stare at the people down below in the courtyard. After weighing the situation a moment, he then said, "You take care of that old one there and leave the rest of them to me." The moment his voice fell, he leapt from the wall and with a flick of his sword, malevolent sword energy immediately shot towards the black-robed men within the courtyard. Seeing that Guan Shilin had caught up with them, the ends of her lips beneath her veil curled up, and not forgetting to remind him, she said, "Big brother, this time, do remember to leave a few of them alive for me. Don't kill them all." "No problem." Guan Shilin threw his reply in the direction of Feng Zhou, his voice brimming with battle lust. The sword gripped in his hand was initially aimed at the back-robed man's throat, but he changed its trajectory when he heard Feng Zhou's words and turned it to strike towards the man's body instead. "He dares to chase me all the way here? Ha! My brothers! Have him killed!" The black-robed man saw Guan Shilin charging towards him with a sword in hand, and he immediately gave a loud shout. The men surrounding them immediately acknowledged as 8 long swords swiftly closed in a circle around Guan Shilin, trapping him in the middle with their sword tips all thrusting straight towards him. The mystical energies within the bodies of the black-robed men surged, their intense bloodlust suffocating, as sword energy shot out from their sword tips, whistling loudly through the air within the courtyard. With 8 against 1, no matter how one looked at the odds, the winner's side was already highly apparent. Hence, the middle-aged man merely cast a quick glance over to that side and paid them no further attention, but instead focused his malicious gaze upon the woman in front of him. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Feng Zhou turned to gaze very briefly once towards Guan Shilin's direction, but was not worried that he would be killed by those black-robed men. After all, he had not cultivated all this while in vain. Her gaze fell on the middle-aged man that stood before her, and at the same time, she summoned up the mystical energy within and imbued it into the dagger clasped in her hand. The next moment, her body lashed out towards the target in front fiercely in an instant, the sharp edge of the dagger in her hand forming into a malevolent energy blade as it cut through the air to clash against the opponent's sword. Clang! The middle-aged man blocked her attack with the sword in his hand and said with a sneer, "Challenging me? You're still not up to the mark." He summoned his strength and turned the sword in his hand to slash down at her. Swoosh! Whoosh! Feng Zhou turned her body to the side and pushed her stride forward at the same time, the dagger in her hand swishing through his collar and digging into flesh underneath, and the scent of blood immediately wafted into the air. She heard him grunt once and his sword came slashing at her. She blocked it with her dagger and lifted her foot to kick out. As his eyes filled with astonishment, a foot imbued with the strength of mystical power landed upon his chest, which ferociously sent him flying. Ugh! As he grunted and his body fell back in retreat, he felt his blood within his chest surging and rush up his throat, to spurt out from his mouth. Pooh! When he steadied himself and lifted his eyes to look up, his eyes were filled with shock and incredulity as he gazed at the girl who delivered such vicious strikes before he asked with an uncertain voice, "Are you really Feng Qinggu?" If she was Feng Qinggu, how could she possibly gain such skills within just a few short months? If she was not Feng Qinggu, how was it possible that her body and mannerisms be so similar? Could she have stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter in these past few months? When that thought came into his mind, his eyes flashed with a bright glint. A fortuitous encounter. If she had had a fortuitous encounter, then there must be a secret upon her very being. Seeing the sinister glint in his eyes, Feng Zhou sneered, "You will soon know if I am the real Qinggu." The moment her voice trailed off, the pace of her movements suddenly increased, as if at the speed of light. The speed seemed to have increased phenomenally by several times from before. It caused the already shocked middle-aged man to be unable to react in time, and by the time he recovered from the shock, he only felt a cold sensation pricking into his neck. "So? Didn't I say that you won't be able to escape from here?" The voice was gentle as it sounded out from behind him. His body stiffened and his eyes went wide as his face was highly incredulous while he said, how is it possible? He was after all a martial master at the peak levels, so how could he be restrained by her in just a mere instant? However, the sharp pain he was feeling upon his neck and that faint stench of blood reflected the cold truth of the situation he was in. He had fallen under the hands of a woman he had regarded with utter contempt, and what's more, this woman was really Feng Qinggu. TSK. I had thought that you would have killed yourself with poison the moment you were caught, but it seems that you cherish your own life a lot more than I thought. Listening to her voice that was absolutely dripping with sarcasm, the middle-aged man's body stiffened slightly as he closed his eyes in resignation. What do you want? She was right, he didn't want to die. With his cultivation having already reached the realm of a martial master in the peak levels, why would he choose to kill himself? Although he knew he wouldn't come to any good end in her hands, but he still could not make himself really take his own life. Arf! Several screams floated in from the other side. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw all the other black-robed men had been taken down and were all unconscious with their mouth hanging open unshut, which obviously told him that the man had dislocated their jaws. Seeing that, his eyes dimmed and his heart sank to the bottom of a gorge. They had completely underestimated the enemy. The two people they had thought would be easy prey had instead made more than 10 of them all fall here in this place. How are they going to inform the mistress about the situation? I've told all of you that your fists are not as tough as mine and none of you believed me. Guan Shilin lifted a foot and kicked at the few people at his feet before he walked over to Feng Zhou and said with a grinning smirk, "Little Zhou, I've pulled out all their jaws and knocked them unconscious." Feng Zhou glanced over at the whole lot of them and said coldly, "Maimed their cultivation completely." Sure. He turned around without another word and completely maimed all their cultivation. In an instant, all those people who had been knocked unconscious had their consciousness knocked back into them as excruciating pain took hold while all their cultivation faded off from their bodies. But with their jaws dislocated, they could not utter any sound and their bodies could only merely convulse limply upon the ground. Having seen the entire bunch of men having their cultivation maimed in just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's face turned pale, completely devoid of any color, a look of panic quickly filling his eyes. Decades of hard work and dedication poured into his cultivation, how could he be willing to forego it all? Tell me what I want to know, and I can let you have a quick and easy death. Hearing the voice sounding out from behind him, the middle-aged man's eyes steeled and he clenched his jaw tight as he spat, "Kill me as you wish. You will never be able to pry anything out of my mouth." Is that so? The corners of Feng Zhou's lips curled up and she suddenly lashed out with a kick of her foot and his knees immediately buckled, causing him to fall onto his knees while she pushed her mystical power through a hand to seal up his cultivation, while at the same moment, she forced a pill right into his mouth. Humph. Is there a need to feed me poison? Kill me if you want, as I will never utter a single word to plead for mercy. The middle-aged man said as he snorted coldly. The pill that dissolved as soon as it went into his mouth could only be poison that would burn through his stomach without even needing to think about it. He may not have had the courage to commit suicide, and dying in her hands might be rather regretful, but he would never show her the slight tinge of fear. After having sealed his cultivation, she walked to the front from behind him as she toyed with the dagger in her hand, the faint smile in her eyes sparkling strangely. No, you will tell me. And you will even be begging to tell it to me. When he saw the strange glint in her eyes, the middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat and a wave of uneasiness washed over him. Big brother, have a look around and see if there's a dungeon or something like that here. Feng Zhou asked, her eyes narrowed in smiles as an excited gleam shone within her eyes. Okay. Although Guan Shilin had no idea what she was up to, but he still carried out her words to the letter and quickly searched one round through the residence, which wasn't considered to be too big. What are you up to exactly? Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. You will soon find out. Feng Zhou replied with a soft laugh. A short while later, she saw Guan Shilin coming back. Little Zhou, there's no dungeon in here, but there is a metal cage which looks like it's meant for locking people in. Throw them all into the cage then. She said and gestured for the middle-aged man to be thrown in first. Following that, she stuffed a pill each into the mouths of all the other black-robed men and having them all dragged to the back. Throwing them all into the cage and locking it up, Feng Zhou dragged a chair over and found herself a spot, fully intending to enjoy a good show. Thereafter, she seemed to look like she just remembered something as she looked at the convenient brother she acquired, and she blinked her eyes. Big brother, are you going to watch too? Watch what? Guan Shilin looked at her in puzzlement. He only saw that she had the men all locked up inside the cage and had moved a chair in to sit down to watch them, and he had absolutely no idea what she was watching them for. Hearing his reply, Feng Zhou coughed lightly and gave an awkward laugh as she said, "It's nothing really. Big brother, help me stand guard in the outer yard, in case more of their people come here. She had better send him away from here, or it would only taint his pure and innocent soul. All right, you be careful in here. If anything crops up, just call out to me." He then nodded to her without suspecting anything as he walked out, to come to the outer courtyard. Seeing that, she then turned her head around to look at the middle-aged man in the cage with a wicked smile and said, "It's still not too late for you to talk now. I've said it, I can let you have an easy death." The moment her voice dropped, she swept her gaze across the group of black-robed men who were slowly coming awake. As their jaws had been pulled out, they were unable to close their mouths. But as they had had a moment's rest, the strength was returning back to their bodies. However, with their cultivation maimed, they were all merely ordinary people now. A sudden hot flush that surged through his body startled him, especially when he saw the bunch of black-robed men were tugging at their own clothes with their eyes glazed over. His face immediately changed and he was suddenly screaming silently. You actually drugged us with aphrodisiac." There was no doubt but absolute certainty of what she had fed them. The hot flush coursing through one's body was no lie, and the behavior and mannerisms of those men could not possibly be faked. But he had never ever expected that she was actually capable of dreaming up with a method like this. It must be known that they were all men. "Let me out! Let me out quickly!" When he saw the several men started pulling on each other's robes, and one of them already hugging his thigh and pulling at his pants, his face immediately turned deathly pale and drained of all color, unable to hide the expression of utter panic any longer which showed unbridled upon his face. "Not to worry, I only gave you a small dose of it. What all the others took were extra heavy doses. Her eyes flashed with a glint of sinister humor as she said highly casually, "There's only one way for you to get out of there. Obediently tell me what I want to know, and you do not need to be wrecked and ruined by those men. Otherwise, heh. Arg! Get away from me!" One of the men pounced onto him, shocking him into letting out a shrill scream, and he lifted a foot to kick him away. His hands gripped the bars of the iron cage tightly as he shouted panically, "Let me out. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Hearing that, her lips curled up slightly as she approached the cage with a smile. "Speak! What kind of forces does she have under her hands? Tell me all that you know, and you'd better not try any tricks or the consequences shall be highly severe. Let me out first. Or else kill these other men and I'll talk," he screamed as he kicked off a man who was hugging on his thigh before running away to another side of the cage. Feng Jiu crossed her arms together as an eyebrow on her face lifted, her gaze tinged with a highly teasing glint. "It will take only a little while more for the drug to fully take effect. If you want to dawdle, I wouldn't mind watching a good show." Pure lunacy. He cursed in his heart but did not dare to drag any longer and had no choice but to spill everything he knew. "Poison Clan?" She murmured the name softly, and a cold glint flashed across her eyes while the corners of the mouth under the veil curled into her lips curved up into an evil arc. "Let me out quick. Quickly. Ugh." He was shouting in panic, but his voice had suddenly stopped abruptly. He suddenly fell limply to the ground as his entire body was drained of all strength. Several of the other men saw it and rushed over to pounce on him, one pulling at his pants and another tugging at his robe. Feng Jiu's eyes filled with a chill as she glanced at the cage and said in a highly casual tone, "Against my enemies, I have never ever been merciful. Since you do not have the courage to kill yourself, I'll then help you. You will not have any strength to even put up a struggle, so just have fun playing with them." The moment her voice faded off, she immediately turned around to walk out. At the very moment her body turned, from behind her she could hear the sounds of heavy grunting. When Guan Shilin, who was standing guard outside, heard the sound of heavy grunts coming from inside, he was surprised for a moment and puzzlement rose within his eyes. He was just about to go in and check when he saw Feng Jiu walking out, and he immediately went towards her and approached. "Little Jiu, all those people have been dealt with?" "Yup. All done. Let's go," she replied with a wide smile as she nodded her head in affirmation. "But why am I still able to hear them still alive and they still seem to be making loud grunts?" He was feeling rather confused and he wanted to go inside to take a look but was pulled by Feng Jiu further outside. "There's no need to bother about those people anymore. I've fed them poison and they will not live till tomorrow. Didn't you say that you wanted to accumulate more actual battle experience? Come, I'll bring you to a place." As she spoke, she continued to drag and pull Guan Shilin out from the place. When he heard her words, his eyes lit up and he asked quickly, "Is it their old nest? You've managed to get that out of them?" "That's right, it's their nest I'm talking about. Let's eradicate this nest of theirs overnight." This force that Su Ruoyun nurtured and built up, Feng Jiu wanted to completely obliterate it within one night. The Poison Clan's fame had only risen in recent years and were most well known for their skill in poison, where they also took on assassination missions. No one usually dared to mess with the people in the Poison Clan because of the fact that regardless how highly skilled one was, when pitted against those skilled in the use of poisons, one would often find themselves already dead from being poisoned before they realize anything amiss. Explore Ta Ti stories at no/l//bin.cm. Hence, even if there were people knew where the Poison Clans were located, nobody had dared to think of destroying the Poison Clan. But alas, this time they had incurred the wrath of Feng Jiu, and moreover the head of the Poison Clan was Su Ruoyun. With such an opportunity for revenge presented before her eyes, she would naturally not let it slip. Within the deep darkness of the night, two figures passed through the forest. Under the night sky, Feng Zhou and Guan Shilin moved silently and quickly. Suddenly, Guan Shilin reached out his hand and tugged at Feng Zhou as he said in a low voice, "Little Zhou, look at this." Guan Shilin was pointing at a stone tablet among the trees. Poison Clan territory. Death to intruders? Feng Zhou read it out and a sinister smile came onto her lips as her eyes narrowed. "Little Zhou, is this Poison Clan that woman's nest?" Guan Shilin asked in a whisper, feeling a little incredulous. It must be known that the Poison Clan held power comparable to a medium-grade family clan in the Cloudy Moon City, and no one had been able to uncover who the mastermind hidden behind them was. It was unimaginable that it was actually Su Ruoyun who stole little Zhou's identity. "That's right," she replied as she pulled out a bottle and poured out 2 pills. "Eat it. It's an antitoxin pill." Hearing that, Guan Shilin took one and swallowed it before he asked rather worriedly, "How are we going to annihilate this Poison Clan? I heard that the Poison Clan has quite a number of members and they're all skilled in poison. Will just the 2 of us be able to do it?" Feng Zhou swallowed the other pill and then said, "We don't need to do it directly. We'll just have to attack poison with poison. Let's go." That night was destined to be a sleepless night. In the Feng residence, Su Ruoyun was still happily awaiting the good news she expected to receive tomorrow after daybreak. However, when dawn came and went but she still did not see anyone coming to report to her, like a rock that sunk into the sea, she did not hear even a peep. From morning till afternoon she waited but there was still no news, and finally unable to wait any longer, she made an excuse to go out and she went towards a house in the south of the city. Knock knock. 2 knocks sounded on the door and she looked left and right as she stood outside the door. Having waited for a while and when there was still no one coming to open the door, the ominous feeling within her heart then began to grow stronger, driving her to just leap over the outer wall to go inside. 7 sit envelb/n. C/m for L test vels. It would have been better if she had not come in. Upon entering and seeing the scene within the cage in the courtyard behind, she could not help but gasp in horror. Arg! That unsightly scene made her face immediately turn a highly ugly shade. Especially when she saw that the middle-aged man was also within that cage, it shocked her even more greatly. His powers were equivalent to the main pillar of strength of a medium-ranged family clan, and he had always stayed close by her side to make it easier to issue orders to him. For one who held powers of a martial master at the peak levels, he was not a person that anyone would be able to kill easily. Seeing the highly humiliating manner that he had died, it both shocked and infuriated her greatly. Could this be done by Guan Shilin and his sister? According to investigations, that Guan Shilin was not even at the level of a martial master. How could he possibly be able to lock the left protector who was a peaking martial master in the cage? She mumbled softly to herself, unable to calm her heart after witnessing that scene, and then decided that she needed to link up to the people in the Poison Clan to ask them about the situation. Hence, just as she was turning around to leave, she set the house ablaze. Once outside and as she walked along the street, she recalled the horrendous sight she had witnessed just now and she felt absolutely disgusted. Killing someone was merely causing their head to drop to the ground, and even she herself was unable to dream up such a cruel and terrifying way to punish someone. Have you heard? The Poison Clan was completely obliterated by someone last night. It was said that a blaze had wiped out everything on the mountaintop, and it was only this morning that the fire was put out. Many people went to see and they said that everything was razed to the ground. Wah! Really? Who did it? The Poison Clan held as much power as a mid-ranged family clan, and they have already been established for years. How could they possibly be annihilated within just one night? Hearing the hushed whispers that reached her ears, Su Ruoyun's heart sank. She turned her head back to look at the several people at the roadside tea stall and went striding over to them. She clamped her hand onto the shoulder of one of the men and said in a chillingly menacing voice. "What did all of you just say? Repeat it one more time." "Ow. My shoulder." The middle-aged man whose shoulder was caught in her hand's grip immediately broke out in cold sweat, his face suddenly pale. The two other men at the side saw it and immediately said quickly, "Miss, let go of him. We'll tell you everything." The Poison clan was annihilated last night and the mountaintop was razed with no single survivor. This matter has spread throughout the entire city and you can just ask anyone. They will tell you the same thing. When she heard those words, Su Ruoyan felt as she was trapped within a frozen glacier, her entire body turning chill. She fell back a few steps in a stagger, unable to accept that the news was fact. Upstadt from N0/V/LBN/.co/M. No. Impossible. It's not possible. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh as he massaged his painful shoulders from being grabbed and snapped begrudgingly. "What do you mean it's impossible? I even went over this morning to take a look and the entire mountaintop was completely razed. There wasn't a single survivor at all." "That's right, everyone's talking about it since morning and several family clans in the city had sent people to go verify it, but till now, no one has said a word about the culprit who could have been responsible for annihilating them." "That cannot be possible. I do not believe it." Su Ruoyan cried out loudly as she swung a cold and highly vicious gaze upon the men before she immediately went away with wide strides. She has to go see. She must see it with her own eyes. She will never believe that all her years of hard work had gone under the torch in just one night. Has that woman gone loony? Those people from the Poison clan aren't doing people any good anyway and they're better off dead. What is she getting so riled up for? Don't bother about her. She's just a crazy woman. She grabbed me so hard that my shoulder is still hurting. The middle-aged man rubbed at his shoulder as he spoke to say, however, to be able to destroy such a powerful nefarious force in just one single night is simply too incredible. What do you say? Do you think this could be related to the ghost doctor? His voice trailed off without finishing the sentence, significantly softer, his tone tinged with a high degree of wariness. Why would you say that? Why would the ghost doctor go annihilate the Poison clan for no reason? Well, aren't poisons and healing mutually antagonistic? What's so surprising about him annihilating the Poison clan? Then again, if it wasn't the ghost doctor who did it, who else would possess such capability? Only the ghost doctor possesses the capability to achieve such a feat, annihilating a powerful clan within just one night. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing those words, the other men similarly lowered their voices in caution. You mean to say that the destruction of the Su family was the deed of the ghost doctor and the annihilation of the Poison clan was also the work of the ghost doctor? I'd say this to you now, it's best for you not to speak so carelessly. Pray mind that loose tongues bring disaster. And after all, nobody saw anything, isn't that right? When they heard the often said loose tongues bring disaster, the men exchanged knowing glances and did not bring up that topic anymore, but parted ways to return back to their homes after finishing a few cups of tea. When Su Ruoyan arrived at the mountaintop that had been completely razed to the ground, all the nosy Parkers who had been here to pry and watch the show had already dispersed. Her eyes were red as she stared at the badly charred and bare mountaintop, and an unstoppable rage surged upon her heart which caused her to spurt out a whole mouthful of blood, making her fall to the ground. How could this be? She muttered in a whisper to herself listlessly, her entire being looking like she had lost her soul. This was the place where she had devoted all her heart and soul into while sparing no effort, a force she had everything intention of building up and expanding. But before her eyes, it had all been laid to waste in just one night. The surging blood and rage made her heart wince with pain, and she sat there upon the ground for a long while before she stood up, her listless eyes suddenly rekindled with a cruel and vicious gleam, her hands clenching up tightly into fists. I will definitely not let any of you off for this. Definitely not. Her jaws clenched tight, she turned around resolutely to leave. The Poison Clan was no more, then she would just bring the phone guards over. The phone guards are the main pillar of strength of the phone residents, a force that even the ruler of the Sun Glory country was fearful of. She would only need to take over the phone guards by becoming the phone lord. By then, it would be needless to mention just that sibling pair. Even if she wanted to obliterate a medium-sized family clan, it would only be a matter of giving the order. She had wanted to wait for a period of time before this, as the real Feng Qinggu in the past had rarely come in contact with the phone guards, and the only form of interaction they had was only with the 1 or 2 phone guards sent over to protect her. As for all the other guards, they had not even met a single time. But now, she wanted to be the phone lord. She must get her hands on that force. 2 days later. Feng Jiu was supporting her grandfather as they walked within the courtyard, and she asked, "Grandfather, how are you feeling? Are you now better?" "Heh, I'm much better, though if you give me a few sips of wine, I think I won't even need you to hold me, and your grandfather will be able to shoot forward like an arrow and maybe even fly," the old patriarch said with his eyes narrowed in smile, his entire being regaining back his vigor after having rested and nursed for 2 days here. But, having gone without drink for the past few days and his body recovered, his craving was acting up a little. "Not just yet. Wait a few more days and you can drink however much you want then," she told him as she helped him over to sit down at the stone table in the courtyard, and poured out a cup of water for him instead. "Little Feng, when are we going home? Continuing to stay out here is not going to solve anything, and that insidious Su Ruiyun has not been dealt with yet. On top of that, that blunderer father of yours is still being led around by the nose without realizing what is going on at all." He shook his head, sighed heavily before he said, "Speaking of your father, he's actually rather pitiful, not knowing a single thing." She had already told him everything that had transpired in the past, and he couldn't help but feel grateful that she was still alive and fortunate that he had been able to run into her in the streets and had been able to recognize her. But, he would never have thought that the malicious woman back home would actually be that genteel Su Ruiyun at little Feng's side who had been as close as a sister to her. One cannot fully read another's heart, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Once grandfather is feeling better, we can then go back anytime," she said with a light laugh, thinking it was about time to return to the Feng residence. The old patriarch was ecstatic when he heard that, and he patted her on her hand and said, repeated 3 times, "Good, good, good. Little Jiu." Guan Shilin entered the courtyard with hurried steps, looking rather flustered, and when he saw the old man beside her, he immediately greeted, "Grandfather." Due to his relationship with Feng Jiu, and when the old man heard how he had self-exiled himself from the Guan family, he had let Guan Shilin address him as grandfather as well, even saying when he got back to the Feng residence, he would ask Feng Shao to take him in as his godson. Seeing his face filled with anxiety and worry, Feng Jiu immediately asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" "Grandfather, little Jiu, something has happened to the Feng family. You've better hurry back to the Feng residence now." Up-to-date OVLS on OVL-bin.cm. When the old patriarch heard that, he asked rather worriedly, "What happened?" "I've just returned from outside, and I've heard that because of grandfather's disappearance, father has been wrought with worry and he has fallen ill and is bedridden. It seems he is also going to hand over the command of the phone guards to Su Ruiyun to allow her to fully take charge of locating grandfather." Quite a number of people from the family clan in the city had been invited to go over for the announcement ceremony today at noon, to tell everyone that the lord of the Feng family's guards will be her daughter. But the problem is that father does not know that the Feng Qinggu in the manor is an imposter. If the Feng guards are handed over to her, then that will really be big trouble. Although he was not part of the Feng family, but he was still aware that the powers of the Feng guards was something even the imperial family were wary of. If such a force were to fall into the hands of that venomous scorpion of a woman, what could be worse? This Su Ruiyun. Such an ungrateful wench. The old patriarch cursed out in rage, "Your father has always been as strong as a bull. How could it be possible that he will fall sick from anxiety the moment I went missing? That thankless wench must have used poison to harm people once again." Hearing those words, Fengzhou could not help it but the corner of her mouth twitched. Strong as a bull? Her grandfather's description couldn't have been more apparent. But grandfather, how is it that even the imperial family are fearful of our phone guards? On the night when I went there to bring you out, I had thought that the phone guards standing at the door were not that great at all. That's because you've yet to come across the elite masters among our phone guards. The old patriarch stood up and with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, he said, "The phone guards of our phone family are differentiated by ranks. The team forming up the elite masters is the trump card of our phone family. But I do not seem to recall having seen those phone guards in our phone residence." From memory, she had not seen any of that group of phone guards of the phone family but just that team of phone guards by grandfather's and father's side protecting them. "You will definitely come across the phone family's guards in the future, but now, we'd better go back home first. Otherwise, once this matter blows up, it might become too difficult to contain," the old patriarch said in a deep voice and then turned to look at Guan Shilin beside them. "Shilin, go prepare the carriage now as we already do not have much time till noon and we need to hurry back to stop them. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Right away." Guan Shilin acknowledged, immediately walking outside. At that moment, Leng Shuang came in holding snacks in her hands and said, "Old master, young miss, have some snacks. Mother Qing just made them." Fengzhou smiled and then said, "We're going back to the phone residence. Bring the snacks along and we'll just eat them on the carriage." Towards the situation the Feng family was facing, she was not as worried as the old patriarch was, as with just Su Ruoyin alone, she wouldn't be able to kick up too big a ruckus. And within the Feng residence, due to the news that was sent out, various family heads within the city were arriving one after another. They sat together and discussed in hushed whispers. From what they think, Feng Qinggu was still too young and she might not be able to exert control over the phone guards to become the phone lord. But no one had expected that the Feng family would have so many things happen to them recently. First, the old patriarch had been afflicted with the demons of lunacy and was even abducted with his whereabouts still unknown. Then, barely 2 days later, General Feng himself had also fallen and the only person who could make decisions in the Feng residence was only Feng Qinggu. But everyone there did not think highly of the kind of power she possessed. Although Feng Qinggu was the most precious pearl of a daughter of Feng Zhao's, but compared to her powers and capabilities, her peerlessly beautiful countenance was what made people talked about and relish instead. After all, with all of them being residents in the Cloudy Moon City, they naturally knew the kind of level Feng Qingji's cultivation was at. In fact, with the level of cultivation Feng Qinggu possessed, it wasn't even comparable to most of the children from medium-ranged families. But she had the advantage of having a proud son of heaven as a fiancé and the strong backing of the Feng residents behind her, hence, the level of her cultivation was not what everyone else paid much attention to. Under a pavilion in the backyard, there were 8 men in brocaded robes, some seated, some standing, and some leaning against the pavilion with their arms folded across their chests as they chatted. "Does any of you think the old master will return today?" The one who spoke was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He was seated at the table with his chin supported with one hand as he asked the others. A stern-faced man in a black robe lifted his tea and sipped a mouthful as he said in a deep voice, "The news had all been released out. He will definitely return. There seems to be quite a number of people who turned up. I heard the people from below reporting that even the old emperor himself had come." Leaning against the outside of the pavilion, a man with his arms folded across his chest quipped nonchalantly. A white-robed man who held a folding fan in his hand then asked, "But, is it really fine for us to not reveal the information we hold? Will we be going overboard like this?" In what way? The family head had not asked us to look into it at all, and we knew about it all due to investigations we did on our own. That doesn't count as withholding information. The man who spoke had an eyebrow lifted, his tone indicating that it was highly natural and was only to be expected. Another one of the men could not help himself but laugh out loud to say, "It was lucky for us that those old fogies are in secluded cultivation, otherwise, if they were to see us not lifting a finger to deal with the trouble, I think we will all be put another session of drills." Speaking of that, just who is that girl with the old master that even we were unable to dig up her real identity? That is really rather strange. Hearing that, the several people fell silent. The 8 of them were not anyone else but the very 8 team leaders of the 8 elite masters teams of the phone guards. To these men who had been practicing cultivation behind closed doors, the happenings at the phone residence, if not for reports from the phone guards which told them, they would not have known anything about it. And after finding out about the recent incidents that had occurred in the phone residence recently, they had then taken up investigations into the matter. Especially about the incident where they were told that the old patriarch had been afflicted with the demons of lunacy and abducted. They had not expected that the person that the family had who brought all the guards inside and outside of the manor to search for but still failed would actually be taken by a young woman, and he was actually recuperating within a courtyard outside. They had tried to get nearer to observe, but the moment they got closer, they had been detected. They really didn't know whether it was just that the young woman was too sharp or that their abilities at hiding their presence was just lacking. They had initially wanted to bring the old patriarch back, but after they saw that the old master was highly jovial when with the young woman, and that the young woman would help the old master to move around within the courtyard without the old master displaying the slightest sign that he was afflicted with the demons of lunacy, the group of leaders quickly dropped the idea. Although they did not know who that young lady was, but her high concern for the old master's well-being could not be faked. Since it was ascertained that she harbored no ill intentions towards the old master, they left them well alone. "Sai, you guys tell me, that young woman's face had been so badly disfigured, why did it seem like she didn't really care much about it?" The blue-robed man asked in curiosity. When he first saw that disfigured face, he had been rudely shocked. After all, that was a young lady, and seeing her face so badly disfigured that he could not bear to see it any longer, he felt that the lady was rather pitiful. There wasn't any mystical power on that young lady's body, and I think she is just a regular person. Whereas for that Guanxi Lin, his aura was rock-solid stable, that one's somebody. The black-robed man lowered his voice and said, hesitating a moment as his eyes narrowed, "Have all of you seen the family head's daughter today? What do all of you think? Nothing much to look at. To become the lord of the phone guards, she's not good enough. Her powers aren't outstanding, but her looks are rather exceptional. Seeing a prissy and dainty little girl becoming the lord of the phone guards? TSK, that, I'm not too keen to see. Hayes! It's the first time seeing her, and I must say I'm disappointed. I don't think much of it either. She won't be able to make us submit. We don't have much of a choice in this, you know. Who asked our family head to only have just that one and only daughter?" After hearing his comrades' words one after another, the black-robed man stood up and said, "No, she is not that simple." "Huh? How?" The other 7 immediately asked in unison, feeling rather puzzled why the black-robed man would say such a thing. None of them had seen anything special about that Feng Qinggu after all. Instinct. Tisk. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. The others scoffed to say, "Didn't feel anything." His gaze then turned and all the others looked in the same direction as one of them said with a laugh, "It's always said do not talk about people in the day and to not talk about ghosts at night. Look, once we mention that person, she appears." Not too far away, a figure dressed in a colorful and resplendent dress was walking towards them with 2 servant girls following behind her. When she saw the group of several young men with their outstanding looks and highly imposing demeanor, some standing some sitting, under the pavilion, a brief glint immediately passed through her eyes. These 8 men were the 8 team leaders of the Phone Guard's elite masters teams. The powers of these 8 men had already reached the peak level of a martial master. It must be known that the old patriarch had practiced his cultivation his whole life, and he had only achieved the powerful 8th stage of the initial level of a martial sovereign. As for Feng Xiao, he had only just broken into the realm of a martial sovereign a few years ago and had now only managed the mystical initial level at the 2nd stage. In time to come, these 8 men would definitely rise into the realms of a martial sovereign, and by that time, the man in blue robes saw her standing outside the pavilion to look at them without saying a word, and his eyebrow lifted as he asked, "Does the young miss need something from us?" Su Ruoyun recovered her senses and her gaze swept over the faces of the 8 men as she asked in a gentle and demure tone, "What are your names?" "Our names?" He walked closer in approach and leaned against the pavilion to say, "The several old men above our heads had left instructions that our names are to be revealed to our lord, hence, before the young miss becomes our lord, we wouldn't mind if the young miss can assign numbers upon us to be used as our names in an order you deem fit." Another man who came walking up from behind him had his arms folded across his chest as he glanced at the man beside him before he looked at the people outside with a slight look of lazy nonchalance upon his face and said, "She is still not our lord yet. So she can't give us any orders. Giving us numbers as our names will still not let her mobilize us. Young miss, although we are part of the Phone Guards, we still have not acknowledged you as our lord. Whether you are able to make us acknowledge you will depend on your capabilities." Another man said as he came walking up, his tone distinctly unfriendly. After all, although they were also Phone Guards, but towards people who were not their lord, they did not need to be too courteous. Upon hearing those words, Su Ruoyun was not angry. She instead revealed a smile and glanced at them as she said confidently, "All of you will submit to me." The moment her voice fell, she turned around and went walking towards the front courtyard. From what she could see, the real Feng Qinggu was already dead, and having the Phone Guards fall into her hands was just a matter of time. She did not believe that with what she was capable of, she would be unable to make them submit. When she came closer to them, a black-robed man walked up and swept his gaze at the 2 men at his side while saying, "You guys shouldn't overdo it. She is after all the Lord's daughter, and the Lord we would soon pledge loyalty to." "Che! How do you know that she had that capability to make us call her Lord of our own accord?" the highly nonchalant man said indignantly, obviously not thinking much of her. "But do not forget how the few old men have been supporting us." Hearing that, the several men fell silent, and no one said another word. After a while, the black-robed man then said, "It's about time, let's go out front to take a look." "Might as well." Several of the men acknowledged, and they made their way together to the front courtyard. At that same moment, in the direction towards the Feng residence, the common citizens were gathered upon the main street as the emperor was passing through, and they followed behind the contingent to watch, gawking in awe at the resplendent troop of soldiers making their way towards the Feng residence. And upon the emperor's dragon carriage, the ruler sat imposingly dressed in his magnificent golden dragon robe, while at the edge on one side, dressed in a purple robe and exuding a highly noble air, was Murong Yixian, who followed after upon a stallion. Upon hearing that the country's ruler had come, the various family heads within the Feng residence were rather surprised. The Feng residence announcing Feng Qinggu as the Lord of the Fengs would usually not require the ruler to personally attend, but he had still come. What that was supposed to signify was rather intriguing. All new chapters NNV.com. Even so, everyone still went outside to receive him. That was after all the ruler of the Sun Glory country, and he was a highly powerful exponent himself. Hence, all the people did not dare to show any form of disrespect. As the person holding the highest authority in the Feng residence, Su Ruoyun walked out from within the crowd and prostrated herself before the dragon carriage to say, "Your lady subject Feng Qinggu respectfully welcomes the ruler's esteemed presence." We all welcome the ruler. All the various family heads chorused in unison, bowing respectfully. From upon the dragon carriage, a deep voice sounded and the ruler dressed in his golden dragon robe stepped down from above, his sharp gaze imbued with his imposing aura sweeping over the people gathered briefly before he opened his stride to walk inside. After he went in, everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with other. Just as they were about to follow behind to go in, they saw a horse carriage slowly coming to a stop before the front gates of the Feng residence. Isn't everyone who is supposed to attend already present? Why is there another carriage coming? Who else is there? 7 sit envelb/n. C/m for L test vels. While everyone else was feeling rather puzzled, their steps going inside stopped momentarily as people gazed at the highly unremarkable carriage that had stopped right in front of the gates. Murong Yixian, who was about to step inside, had stopped in his tracks as well when he saw the horse carriage. He not only found that the horse carriage looked rather familiar, but thought he recognized the girl in black driving it as well. Wasn't she with that lady the last time? Little Jiu, let me help you. Dressed in all black, Guan Shilin leapt out from the carriage and reached his hand out to the person coming out behind him. The words Little Joe caused Murong Yixian's heart to skip a beat and his eyes showed a trace of surprise, his feet rooted to the ground. He stood there stunned as he simply gazed fixedly at the person coming out from the carriage. At this time, Su Ruoyin did not see the person stepping off from the carriage as the ruler had already gone inside and she needed to go up front in escort. Hence, she had not only failed to see that Guan Shilin and Feng Jiu had come, but also missed seeing the last person to come down from the carriage. Otherwise, she would surely have turned pale from terror. Hey! Isn't that old patriarch Feng there? When the various family heads saw the young man and woman helping the elderly man down from the carriage, they immediately realized that it was the old patriarch who had gone missing from the Feng residence. And, seeing that sharp demeanor, he didn't look in the slightest like someone who was afflicted with the demons of lunacy. At that moment, everyone started to go forward and crowd around him. Old Patriarch Feng. You've finally come back. Old Patriarch Feng, during this period that you were not here at the manor, General Feng had fallen ill from worry. Old Patriarch Feng, just where have you been all this while? Everyone crowded around the old man and shot their questions at him incessantly, their voices highly tinged with concern. As everyone who came today were all only from the bigger clans and more prestigious families in the Cloudy Moon City, not a single person from the medium-sized families was seen. Hence, every single one found Guan Shilin and Feng Lin highly unfamiliar and no one was able to recognize them. Haha, I've caused everyone much worry, but this old man is fine. Old Patriarch Feng said with a laugh, nodding his head at each and everyone in appreciation. Grandfather Feng. Murong Yixian came walking over and seeing that the old patriarch's spirits had recovered rather well, he could not help but feel slightly puzzled. Why is he with Guan Shilin and his sister? His gaze shifted and his probing line of sight finally fell upon Feng Jiu. When the old patriarch Feng saw him, he said in a highly amicable tone, "Oh. It's Yixian. You came here today as well?" This old man heard that the ruler had come. When he saw the young man looking intently at his little Feng, the smile on his face deepened further. This two people here was a very well-matched couple no matter which way you looked at them. A pity, little Feng's face. When the guards in the Feng residence saw that the person who stepped out from the carriage was actually their very own old patriarch Feng, they ran inside almost flying as they shouted out excitedly, "It's the old patriarch! Old Patriarch Feng is back! The old Patriarch Feng has returned! Grandfather, let's go inside!" Feng Jiu didn't even look at Murong Yixian once but just supported her grandfather to walk on inside. Guan Shilin followed on the old patriarch right while Leng Shuang trailed close behind Feng Jiu. What did you say? Su Ruoyun was entertaining the ruler who was seated in the main seat in the hall when she was suddenly shocked to turn completely pale after hearing what a guard had told her, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably as she asked, "Who did you say came back?" "Who?" "It's the old patriarch. Old Patriarch Feng is back," the guard replied, greatly delighted. The ruler who was seated as he sipped at his tea noticed her strange reaction and his eyebrow tilted up slightly, feeling a little astonished at the panic and fear under her reaction. Having one's own grandfather back, shouldn't she be feeling happy about it? Why is she reacting in this way? The old master is back? Where? Hearing that voice, the ruler turned his head to look in the direction that the voice had sounded from. With that one glance, his face showed great surprise. It had only been a few days, but Feng Xiao had actually been reduced to such a weak and frail state. He could not even walk on his own and had to depend on others to support him. "My lord, you should sit down here first. The old master is already at the door and he will come in shortly." A man dressed in a white robe who was holding a folding fan in his hand said gently as he helped Feng Xiao sit down before his own gaze looked outside into the courtyard. The ruler, Murong Bo, looked at the outstanding man standing beside Feng Xiao, his sharp black irises glinting deep in thought, a very brief glance that swept past the two men unnoticed as his gaze turned away from them. When Su Ruoyun saw the several Feng guards standing guard beside Feng Xiao, she gritted her teeth tightly. These men had not only disregarded her, they had even brought Feng Xiao out here on their own accord. Damn them all! She had originally intended to just let Feng Xiao show up for a brief moment before sending him back in case anyone notices anything suspect about his condition, but now. Just at that moment, Feng Zhou came in helping the old master along, with a mass of people behind them. When she saw Feng Zhou beside the old master, Su Ruoyun let out a gasp and said, "Why is it you? How could you be here?" New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. This woman. She had not forgotten that the poison she had employed had been countered by this very woman. This woman, her identity highly strange and mysterious, had today even appeared right here in the Feng residence, and right before her eyes. Did that woman really think she would do nothing to her? "Guards! Capture that woman immediately!" She screamed out loudly, immediately wanting the Feng guards to capture Feng Zhou. However, nobody moved. Because they didn't dare. Even an idiot could see that the lady with the veil was holding their own old master to support him as he walked. Capture that lady? They have not yet become that tired of living. Feng Zhou did not say a word but merely looked at Su Ruoyun with a faint smile in her eyes. Old Patriarch Feng at that moment called out in a deep booming voice, hollering, "Feng guards, hear me." The 8 men looking like refined and dignified young masters standing beside Feng Xiao immediately took a step forward all at the same time, their steps steady and demeanor imposing. They stood in one straight row, their actions uniform as they clasped their hand over their fists in greeting. The resounding clap imbued with the strong aura of robust mystical power flowed out in deference towards the old patriarch. "Your subordinate greets the old master." With just those few words, they sent tremors into the hearts of everyone present. After the 8 men proffered their greeting, they stood ramrod straight, the earlier languid nonchalance that hung upon their bodies immediately disappearing without a trace right at that moment. The stern faces exuded an absorbing kind of sobriety, the aura felt from their bodies harsh and chilling, like those of steely warriors who just stepped off from a battlefield. That completely synchronized movements, their heroic stance and demeanor, made everyone's eyes light up, their hearts to tremble. They were the Feng guards. The team of elite masters that drove fear and terror into the hearts of the armies within their neighboring countries. In this troop, every single one of them were men just as steely and hardy, all of them outstanding men of talent. "Seize her this instant." The old patriarch's finger was pointed right at the ashen-faced Su Ruoyun, his penetrating gaze so filled with rage they could kill. That woman could very well die 100 deaths and it would still not be enough. Father! Su Ruoyun managed to regain her senses under the sudden shock, and her first instinct was to see Feng Zhao's protection. Because, against the old patriarch, only Feng Zhao would be able to protect her against him. But, she was doomed to be disappointed. Because Feng Zhao was at that moment staring in startled astonishment at the graceful young lady wearing a face veil and a full white dress. A startling thought had suddenly risen within his mind, and he opened his mouth to say in a stutter. Who are you? The 8 men acknowledged with deep voices, and 2 among them stepped forward and held down Su Ruoyun by twisting her arms behind her, pushing her to come before the old patriarch. Everyone present were first shocked that the old patriarch had ordered the Feng guards to arrest his own granddaughter, and then became puzzled by Feng Zhao's reaction after that. Hence, they all then turned their probing gazes upon that lady in a white dress, trying to guess at her identity. Murong Yixian looked at the Feng Qinggu who had been arrested and was being held down before the old patriarch. His brows pinched up together slightly, and he had wanted to speak when he heard Feng Zhao ask him these words, which made him just turn his gaze upon the young lady in the white dress. I'm thinking you would like to know as well, just who is she? Feng Zhao looked at Feng Zhao, whose eyes had turned red-rimmed from intense emotions, and she sighed in her heart before she said, You've guessed it, haven't you? He was not that dense after all. After having so many things happen in the Feng residence and seeing that the old patriarch had now returned here together with this young lady, if he still was not able to realize anything, he wouldn't be the highly famed and well-known High General Feng. You are my daughter Qinggu. His voice was highly choked as he reached his hand out to grasp at Feng Zhao's hand to say, I'm sorry. Father actually failed to realize the person by my side was an imposter. When he recalled back what the old master had said that day, remembered the rage he had felt, and was now looking at that face wearing a face veil over it, his heart wrenched up in pain, and he suddenly could not stop himself from crying out in a loud wail. Follow the latest novels n/velbin. Calm. I'm sorry. It's all Father's fault. All my fault. An awe-inspiring and revered High General actually bawling like a child with tears flowing down his face was a sight that quickly stunned everyone in shock. What did he just say? That young lady wearing a face veil was his daughter Qinggu? Then who is that one being held down there? Uncle Xiao, who did you say she was? Murong Yixian's voice was tinged with an irrepressible tremble as he stared at the young lady in the white dress in a daze, thinking it rather incredulous but feeling excited and delighted at the same time. His heart was thumping wildly, the overall feeling, just indescribable. Woo-hoo! My daughter! My poor daughter! Overcome with guilt that wrenched his heart, Feng Zhao was still wailing as he cried. But as his body was still weak and it could not bear up under that kind of shock, while he continued to cry, he suddenly fainted, losing consciousness. The 2 of you, send my father back to his room. Feng Zhao said softly to several Feng guards standing at the side who were staring wide-eyed at her. Yes. Several voices acknowledged instinctively, and the few of them suddenly found themselves startled a moment before turning their heads to look at each other as they felt the situation to be rather strange. But 2 of them still came forward and carried Feng Zhao inside. At that moment, old Patriarch Feng, though an elderly man, said in a booming voice imbued with his mystical power an announcement, Before everyone present here today, this old man shall now tell you more about all of this. He paused a moment to point his finger at Su Ruoyun and said, She is not my granddaughter Feng Qinggu. She is just an orphan girl, named Su Ruoyun, that my granddaughter had picked up from the streets when she was very young. My granddaughter had treated the girl to be just like a sister to her, but this girl had instead attempted to murder my granddaughter. She had then assumed my granddaughter's identity, seizing everything my granddaughter had. When this was discovered by this old man, this girl had then used poison to try to harm me. This woman here is a vicious and venomous wench, heartless and malicious. Hearing these words, everyone was in an uproar. Many of them gasped loudly in horror, thinning the entire incident just too incredulous and frightening. The woman had even assumed another person's identity. If no one had discovered it, wouldn't the entire Feng residence end up in her hands? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The sudden loud laughter startled everyone there, and everyone's eyes turned to look at the woman who was now looking a little crazy. Having come to this, there was no way things could be turned around anymore, and she had no need of hiding anything. Till that moment, she finally realized the reason why when she had seen her on the streets the last time, she had found this girl to be a sore sight. Discover new stories at nv/lbin.c/o. She also finally knew the reason why not only all those assassins she had sent to kill her had failed, but even the force she painstakingly built up had also been destroyed as well. It all due to her. She had not died all this time. She knew very well how capable Feng Qinggu was. With her abilities, it was impossible that she would be able to annihilate her entire poison clan in just one night, and it was even more ridiculous to believe that she would be able to rescue the old patriarch from under her nose. The only thing she was certain of now was that she had someone else behind her. Why don't you remove the face veil off your face? Aren't you Feng Qinggu? Can't you remove that face veil now? She stared tauntingly at Feng Zhou, her gaze highly arrogant and vicious. Let everyone here see whether that face under the veil is that of Feng Qinggu. Feng Zhou looked at Su Ruoyun, her eyes shining with a chilly glint. She ignored Su Ruoyun's words and said to the old patriarch, "Grandfather, you have just barely recovered and you must not get too agitated. Why don't you go inside first? Just leave this to me to deal with." Little Feng. The old patriarch was feeling a little worried that she would not be able to handle it. "It's all right, I'll be fine here," she said with a light smile, telling the old man not to worry. She summoned the steward thereafter and asked him to help the old master inside. When everyone there saw what she was doing, they became highly curious. What was she intending to do? Why did she not want the old patriarch around? Murong Yixian stared at her, feeling rather complicated in his heart, but he had not been able to find the right opportunity to speak. The ruler Murong Bo had really been completely disregarded by people today. What to do? Who was the one who made everyone's eyes and attention to be all focused upon the pair of real and fake Feng Qinggu? "I want the two of you to bring her outside in front of the Feng residence's main doors," Feng Zhou said as her gaze swept over the bodies of the two men who were holding on to Su Ruoyun, before turning herself around to walk outside herself. At that moment, the two men gave each other a look and then dragged their prisoner outside. Before the Feng residence's main doors, Feng Zhou had made the Feng guards bring her a chair and she sat right upon it. Surrounding the sides were gathered the various family heads who had followed behind to watch and their respective guards who were waiting by the doors. Even Murong Bo had his interest piqued and he had followed behind as well, where he sat down upon the chair his attendants had carried in, his gaze tinged with interest as he looked at the graceful and unruffled Feng Zhou. "Having carried my face around for so long, don't you find it tiring?" She held her chin in one hand, her legs folded in and crossed as she sat upon the chair. It was such an ungraceful position, but it somehow made everyone feel that it just looked highly nonchalant and natural. "I had tired of it from long ago. Seeing this face every day had made me feel so disgusted with it." Su Ruoyun spat out spitefully, the disdain in her voice obvious as she struggled. "Let go of me." With those two Feng guards holding her, she had naturally not been able to break free. "Release her. She won't be able to escape," Feng Zhou said, gesturing for the two men to release her. Once free, Su Ruoyun immediately tore the mask on her face off, and throwing the mask onto the ground heavily, to reveal her original countenance. A delicate beauty. A pity, although the countenance was delicately beautiful, her heart was venomous as a viper. One of the family heads among the people gathered exclaimed, "Such amazing skill in disguising herself." That mask actually extends past her neckline and goes behind the ears. It's little wonder people had not been able to see through it. Murong Yixian's gaze was looking slightly startled as he looked at Su Ruoyun, never having thought that it would be her. It might be because she detected Murong Yixian's gaze upon her, Su Ruoyun felt shameful and humiliated for the first time. She didn't dare to even look in his direction once, afraid of seeing the gaze she could not bear to see. Watching it all, the corners of Feng Zhou's mouth curled up slightly, and the vermilion lips under the veil parted slightly. You tell me, how should I pay you back for everything? Ha! A person who lost all her mystical cultivation and had her countenance completely ruined, why would you still want to live? You should just die in that state. Su Ruoyun scorned in a highly cold tone of ridicule, her gaze looking mockingly at that veiled face, and that pair of eyes shone with venom as they then turned to look at Murong Yixian. You didn't know that, did you? I destroyed her cultivation meridian with poison and her face was slashed up by me. That face was turned into a bloody mess with its flesh turned outwards in flaps. She had looked more frightening than a hideous witch. And... ha 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 ha. She suddenly let out a low laugh, her gazes looking almost maniacal, and I had then sold her to a brothel. I wonder how many men had had fun with her already. Arg! Her voice had barely just dropped when an anguished scream sounded. Feng Zhou, who had been seated, had suddenly pulled out the sword at her hip, and with a few wide steps, she had come before Su Ruoyun. With a flick of her sword's tip, she had cut off the woman's tongue. One can never find ivory in a dog's mouth, you might as well not have a tongue. The crowd gasped silently, taken aback by Su Ruoyun's words and by Feng Zhou's sudden strike. They had not even noticed how she had moved, but only saw that bloodied section of a tongue dropped upon the ground and Su Ruoyun's mouth immediately filling up with unstoppable blood. When the 8 Feng guards saw that, their eyes lit up with a light. They saw Feng Zhou standing there erect, a sword gripped in her hand, its point dripping with blood, the white dress fluttering slightly under the passing breeze. The cold and languid demeanor exuding from her was delightful for them to see, especially that clean and highly precise strike, which just drove excitement into their hearts. They all had to admit, even if her countenance had been destroyed, that air and bearing around that figure was not something that most people could match up to. If a person like this became their lord, they wouldn't really think it unacceptable. Murong Yixian's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the lady in the white dress who had moved so viciously and swiftly, his heart startled. That's really Qing Gu? She's really that same gentle and demure lady that would lean and snuggle up at his side? Without her tongue and her mouth filled up with blood pouring out, she was not able to speak, but only to make sharp-pointed cries like this. She leapt at Feng Zhou in front of her like she had gone mad, but before Su Ruoyun could even get close to her, she saw Feng Zhou's eyes suddenly narrowing and a wicked glint appeared within them. The next moment, she saw the sword in Feng Zhou's hand thrust right towards her, and she felt the rush of the sword's chi brushing past her. Immediately after that, she heard the splitting and tearing sounds of her clothes. Arr! 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 Su Ruoyun let out a scream as her clothes fell to the ground in tiny pieces. Feeling the sudden chill on her body, she clasped her arms over her body, wanting to cover her uncovered and exposed dignity, her ears hearing the sharp intakes of breaths and uncouth-sounding heavy breathing all around her, making her feel so ashamed that she yearned for a hole to open up in the ground for her to hide in. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. The family heads surrounding them were all men in their middle ages, and although they had dutiful wives and beautiful concubines back home, seeing a beautiful young woman standing stark naked right before their eyes they knew they were not supposed to stare at, they found that they could not shift their gazes away at all. Some of them cleared their throats awkwardly, their old faces flushed slightly red, but their gazes remained gawking relentlessly at the snow-white skin upon that shapely body. At that moment, everyone finally knew why Feng Qinggu wanted the old patriarch to retire back into his room first. She must have intended to put on this heart-pumping and highly erotic show right from the start for everyone to see. It must be said that it was a truly vicious move. Killing someone is merely having someone's head touch the ground, but this young lady really knew how to torment people. And the highest form of torture was obviously to torment a person's heart. This hand that she played was done truly beautifully, making Su Ruoyan feel worse than death instead of just killing her. After all, standing under the open sky completely naked without a single form of covering to suffer utter humiliation under the piercing gazes of all those men, that kind of ruin that wrecked at a woman's heart was not something any young lady would be able to endure. The sword in Feng Zhou's hand flipped and she held it behind her. She stood right before Su Ruoyun and looked at that ashen-faced woman whose entire body was shivering as she asked in a lazy tone, "Haven't you been just too shameless? I think it might be better for you if you don't wear anything. Isn't it?" Seeing that scene before them, the usually nonchalant one who was a little playful among the 8 phone guards gulped heavily subconsciously, and with his eyes alight, he said in praise, "Woohoo! This move by the young miss is executed just so beautifully. What a benefit for everyone. Heh heh. Those shapely curves on that body looks much better than most, and the skin is rather fair as well. Merely killing her off would have been such a waste." Hearing that, Feng Zhou could not help but laugh and glanced at that man to say, "You like it? Why don't I gift her to you?" Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. Hearing that, the man was startled and he immediately waved his hands before him while he said, "No need, no need. I need to remain chaste for my wife-to-be." Murong Yixian watched the trembling heap that was Su Ruoyun before his eyes looking a little pained as he turned his gaze to look at Feng Zhou. "Qing Gu. Enough." Feng Zhou's gaze turned, her clear eyes rippling strongly with smiles as she asked, "Enough? I haven't even done anything to her yet. How can it be enough?" At the moment she spoke, the sword in her hand flipped once more that slashed straight towards the tightly curled up Su Ruoyun, drawing a bloody line upon her body. "Arg! Qing Gu! Shut up!" she shouted, her gaze cold as she stared at him. "This matter is the concern of the Feng residents, and I wish that Your Highness the Third Prince would not interfere." The moment her voice fell, the sword in her hand was thrust straight towards Su Ruoyun's thigh. With a swish, an anguished cry sounded and red blood spilled upon the ground. "All these are what I am returning to you." Everything she was doing here was what she seeked to claim for Feng Qinggu. She had promised that she would make Su Ruoyun pay back in folds. The curled-up Su Ruoyun had, after hearing Murong Yixian's words, suddenly had her eyes flare slightly, and she barely dragged out a smile that was uglier than her crying. She lowered her head and she reached her hand into her hair, her eyes suddenly filling up with venom. "Hiya!" She endured the burning pain on her thigh and shot to her feet to pounce towards Feng Zhou, a dark purple hairpin appearing in her hand as she thrust it straight at Feng Zhou, looking like she was all preparing to bring her enemy down into hell together with herself. "Look out!" Murong Yixian quickly snapped to his senses and shot to stand in front of Feng Zhou to shield her, instinctively executing a strike of his palm to send Su Ruoyun flying. Whoosh! Bam! Su Ruoyun vomited out a mouthful of blood as she fell in a wretched heap onto the ground, her eyes staring at Murong Yixian while barely alive, that were filled with a kind of liberation. For this man, she had ultimately come to no good end, and he had never once truly given her a place in his heart. She raised up a hand and right before Murong Yixian's stunned gaze, she struck herself on her heavenly spirit meridian. With a loud crack, Su Ruoyun had ended her own pathetic life. Feng Zhou threw a glance at the back of Murong Yixian before her and then turned to the 8 phone guards to say, "Dispose of her corpse." It had been too easy for Su Ruoyun. She had not toyed with her enough and she had already died. Only then did she turn herself towards the various family heads and the ruler, Murong Bo, who had been sitting there to watch the show, to say in a raised voice, "I have neglected all our esteemed guests today and I beg for you to not take offense. After my father's health recovers, we will definitely hold a banquet for our guests by way of an apology from us. Ha ha, young Miss Fong is being too harsh with yourself. The Fong residence having been haunted by several incidents recently have been known by all of us. Hence, there is no need to concern yourself about any neglect or not. That's right, young Miss Fong. Since the venomous woman has been dealt with, you should quickly go take a look at your father. We'll all just take our leave from here, and come pay a visit on another day. Everyone spoke up in turns, clasping their fists to take their leave, to depart from the place one after another. Murong Yixian looked at Feng Jiu and was about to say something when he saw her turn, to walk off abruptly into the residence. He had just wanted to follow behind when he saw Leng Shuang suddenly blocking his way forward in front of him. Your Highness Third Prince, the Feng residence still has a lot of matters to handle today and it might not be convenient for us to entertain you today. Maybe you should leave as well. After giving Murong Yixian another glance, Leng Shuang stepped away to follow behind Feng Jiu inside the manor, not giving any more attention to the third prince standing there flabbergasted. Instead, the 8 Feng guards looked on with interest. For according to their knowledge, this Murong Yixian was their young misfiancé, and from what they were seeing before their eyes, they were all guessing that might no longer be the case for much longer. The few of you over there come here and dispose of this corpse. One of the Feng guards ordered several of the regular guards at the side to clean up the place before striding with wide steps inside. Yi Xian. Murong Bo, who was already on his imperial chariot, called out, "Father." Murong Yixian came before his father, lowering his eyes as he addressed the ruler. "Return to the palace with me. I have things to talk to you about." Murong Bo said as he looked at his most outstanding son, knowing for sure his son's cultivation will definitely reach higher levels than he himself could, and hence, he had always held the greatest expectations for Murong Yixian from a very young age. "Yes, father." Murong Yixian acknowledged and immediately flipped himself up upon his horse. He cast his glance towards the Feng residence one more time before he left, following behind the imperial chariot. In the Feng residence, the old patriarch with Feng Jiu and Guan Shilin were in Feng Zhao's room, and at that moment, after the middle-aged healer took Feng Zhao's pulse, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Old master, young miss, the Lords has suffered too hard a hit and my skills are inadequate. I'm afraid I'm unable to do anything." Upon hearing that, the old patriarch's brows furrowed up tightly together, his face darkened and the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. "Go outside first," Feng Jiu indicated, asking the healer to go out of the room. "Yes, young Mississippi." The middle-aged healer sighed inwardly, bowing to take his leave before he walked out. "Grandfather, you do not need to worry. Father will be fine," Feng Jiu said comfortingly as she moved to come stand beside the old patriarch. She then went to sit by the bed and placed her hand upon Feng Zhao's wrist to take his pulse. "Little Feng, you." The old patriarch could not help but be taken aback upon seeing her seemingly familiar and experienced movements of her hands. Recalling that she had been the one nursing his condition the past few days, the old patriarch's heart suddenly rose with certain suspicions. Find Ted Ovals on n/v/elben. co/m. After taking Feng Zhao's pulse, Feng Jiu opened her array of silver needles and then turned her head to look towards the old patriarch with a smile upon her face before she asked, "I'm sure grandfather has heard of the ghost doctor?" "I have. It is said that even when a person has one foot set inside the doors of hell, the ghost doctor would still be able to save him." The old patriarch's voice paused a moment. Like he had suddenly realized something, his eyes then widened in incredulity and shock as he said in almost a whisper, "Little Feng, you mean to say?" Exactly what grandfather is thinking," Feng Jiu told her grandfather with a wink. "Keep it a secret." The old patriarch's eyes were still wide with astonishment, his heart filled both delight and shock, thinking everything he was hearing to be unimaginable and too unbelievable. The ghost doctor? His own granddaughter is the mysterious and revered ghost doctor. What is happening here? Can this really be true? Lin, is what she is saying really the truth? The old patriarch slid over to stand beside Lin and grabbed at the young man's arm to ask. Heh, grandfather, it's true. Come, let help you over there to take a seat first while I tell you the whole story. Lin said with a grin as he helped the old patriarch to go sit down beside the table in the other part of the room before he told the old man everything about it. Meanwhile, on the inside of the room, Fengzhou began using her silver needles to treat her father's condition. It was just several minutes later that Fengzhou then kept her things away and walked out to the outer portion of the room when she saw the old patriarch staring at her with his eyes shining. That eyes from that gaze looked just like two glowing magical artifacts that just made her hair stand. Grandfather, are you all right? Little Feng, you've really kept your grandfather in the dark too much. Haha, I just haven't found the right opportunity to tell you, that's all. She laughed a little sheepishly, slightly embarrassed, as she had actually not intended to tell them about it. The old patriarch readjusted his composure and then said with a highly serious expression, "Rest assured. Grandfather will help you keep the secret." He knew very clearly how big of a ruckus it would cause if her identity as the ghost doctor was leaked. To the people out there, most of them thought that the ghost doctor was someone from another country, and if they realized that the ghost doctor was actually the young miss of the Feng residence, grave danger would definitely follow after. And about you and Yi Xian. He might already be old, but he was not yet dotty. Hence he had naturally noticed the cold manner she had shown towards Murong Yi Xian. This little lass had always stuck very close to that man before, but now... Sigh. Hearing that, Fengzhou's eyes flashed as she said, "About that betrothal, find some time and have it annulled." Annulled? Are you being serious? The old patriarch was taken aback and he went on to say, "Although that child Yi Xian is a prince, but we watched him grow up from a kid. No matter from which perspective one looked at him, no one in the Sun Glory country can compare to him. Do you really want to annul the engagement? Break it off." Fengzhou reiterated, her tone firm. Hearing his granddaughter's words, the old patriarch saw that it was helpless to force her any further and he said, "Since you are decided, grandfather will then go to the palace and discuss about it with the ruler one of these days." All right. Fengzhou nodded in agreement. At that moment, the voice of Leng Shuang, who had been standing guard outside, sounded, "Mistress, the 8 phone guards are waiting outside in the courtyard and they requested to see the old master and the mistress." The people in the room exchanged glances and they stepped outside together. The room doors opened and they saw the 8 men, whom some were standing and some were leaning, immediately moving speedily to form up in a neat row, to offer their greeting respectfully with a bow. "Your subordinate greets the old master and young miss." "What is the matter?" the old patriarch asked, his gaze sweeping over all 8 men. "Your subordinates here would only like to inquire if old master has any instructions for us. Would you need us to remain here or do you want us to go back?" A man dressed in a full black robe asked, his gaze looking straight at the old patriarch. The old patriarch stole a brief glance at Fengzhou and paused a short moment before he said to the men, "All of you remain here." "Yes, old master." The men acknowledged, and they turned their gazes upon Fengzhou, their eyes blatantly probing and measuring her up, undisguised and unashamedly. Fengzhou cast a glance over them and turned to say to the old patriarch, "Grandfather, I need to go find the steward to talk to him about something. Father will be fine here with big brother guarding him. Why don't you go get yourself some rest?" "All right, I will." "You go ahead then," the old patriarch said. Seeing Fengzhou opening up her stride to walk away, he suddenly thought of something and called out to Fengzhou in a hurry. "Little Feng, wait a moment." Having already taken 2 steps out, Feng Zhou turned around to look at her grandfather and saw him pulling out a command token as he brought it over to her. This is the Feng command token. Seeing the token is as good as seeing the Lord himself. Not only will one be able to mobilize the Feng guards, the holder of the token will be able to deploy the Feng family's soldiers as well. I will now hand this Feng command token to you. Make good use of it. Watching the scene before them, the 8 men had strange expressions on their faces. They had never expected the old master to hand out the Feng command token so easily, so assuredly handing the entire Feng family into the hands of the young miss. Feng Zhou was a little surprised herself and she asked, "Why is this thing with grandfather? Shouldn't it be with father?" "Haha, the one your father has is just a puny grandson of this. This one in grandfather's hand is the real deal, and it's much more useful," the old patriarch said gleefully as he stroked at his beard. "Vi sit en velben, cm for you ovals." Hearing her grandfather's words, Feng Zhou clicked her tongue out of the corner of her mouth and said, "With this in your hands, would grandfather then have to be so worried about the Feng guards falling into the claws of that Su Ruoyun? Haha, that grandson is still a treasure after all, and of course it must not fall into the hands of an outsider." Moreover, although the command token can mobilize the Feng guards, what's more important is who the Feng guards themselves recognize as their real lord, he said with a meaningful glance thrown towards the 8 men, his eyes lighting up with a wise glint. He strongly believed, with the Feng family's proud little Fang's capabilities, she would definitely be able to make all of them submit to her willingly of their own accord. Feng Zhou could not help herself but laugh. Her gaze then swept over the 8 men looking at her and she continued to say, "I'll accept the command token then. As for all of them, wait till I'm free and we'll see." Immediately after her voice fell, she turned herself around and walked outside. Coming back to the Feng residence, Feng Zhou busied herself with getting rid of the people Su Ruoyun had left behind within the manor. In just 3 short days, she reshuffled everything within the Feng residence and tidied the whole place up. And in these same 3 days, the condition of Feng Zhao's body was also gradually recovering. It was early morning on this particular day that Feng Zhou was practicing her Tai Chi when she saw Leng Shuang walking towards her. "Mistress, the 3rd prince has come and asked to see you. Old master wants you to make a trip there." Feng Zhou retracted her stance and blew a breath out before she said, "Got it. I'll go over after getting myself a change of clothes." Feng Zhou was already walking towards her room as she spoke when she suddenly stopped in her tracks to ask, "Right, how is my brother doing at the black market these past few days?" "Young master is doing well. Mistress does not have to worry, I have already left instructions with the black market." That's good." Feng Zhou then nodded her head and went into her room to change before bringing Leng Shuang with her as she went out to the main hall at the front. In the front hall. "Yixian, this old man knows you're really an outstanding young man and I am most satisfied with who you are. But little Feng has already told me her wishes and as her grandfather, I would naturally not be able to say anything much against that. Hence, I thought I should first tell it to you today and I'll then make a trip to the palace one of these days to make the situation clear to the ruler for him to annul the engagement." Hearing that, Murong Yixian looked at the old patriarch and said, "Grandfather Feng, don't go to the palace yet. Let me speak to Qingge first and we'll then discuss about this again." The other day, he had been the one who wanted the engagement annulled and now, she was instead the one who wanted to call off the betrothal. Was it because he had not been able to recognize her and that had angered her? "Grandfather." A voice came in from outside. Murong Yixian turned his head behind and with that one glance, his eyes narrowed slightly. A girl in white was walking in with the light behind her, that graceful bearing and her elegant presence made her entire being look as beautiful as a heavenly goddess. But, when he saw that face on her, the earlier mesmerization he felt faded away till there wasn't a single trace left. That was a countenance that was completely filled with long scars, so disfigured her original looks could no longer be identified. The skin upon that face had been almost completely ruined, looking so horrifying. Even as he saw it, his heart could not help but quiver and wince. There was a sort of wincing pain, a sense of pity, mashed up together with shock and astoundment. He had never known that her face had been disfigured to such a complete extent. "Little Fong, you're here." When the old patriarch saw her, his eyes narrowed up and he immediately broke into a wide smile. He then stood up and looked towards Murong Yixian and said, "The two of you should have a good chat." After saying that, he walked out of the place. "Vi sit en velben, cm for you ovals. Ching gu, let's get married." He spoke his intentions for having come here as he looked at Feng Jiu. Hearing that, Feng Jiu cast a glance at Murong Yixian and said, "Didn't my grandfather already tell you that I want to call off the engagement?" She went over to the main seat and sat down, as the servant brought in tea for her. "I do not mind that your countenance has been disfigured." He had thought that Feng Jiu was calling off the engagement because her face had been ruined. After all, the previous her had been so highly reliant on him, and the kind of feelings he had for her couldn't be so easily severed just because she said so. Hearing those words, Feng Jiu laughed. "I think you misunderstood. I am not seeking to annul the betrothal because my face has been disfigured, but because I discovered that I do not love you, and that is the reason why I am calling off the engagement." Her voice was indifferent, her demeanor gracefully languid, not showing the slightest trace of unease or inferiority with her completely scarred face presented before Murong Yixian's eyes. "I do not believe that." His gaze was steadily fixed upon her. "I do not believe that you do not love me. We shared so many years having such strong feelings for each other. How is it possible that you can suddenly stop loving me just because you said it?" Feng Jiu glanced at him queerly and said, "Didn't you want to call off the marriage as well? How is it different from this?" "That's not the same." His eyes held deep emotions as he gazed straight at her. "That was because she was Su Ruoyun and not you." "Pfft." She burst out with a stifled laugh in scorn, her lips curling up in a sneer. "Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Don't tell me that you were not mesmerized when you saw me back at the Plum Blossom Forest? Were you not surprised and delighted when you saw me in the streets then? If men's words are believable, pigs will then find trees climbable." "Qing gu." Feng Jiu took a sip from her tea and stood up, to come right before Murong Yixian. "I am definitely going to break off the engagement, and I am not here to discuss it with you, but am merely informing you about it, so that you can at least be prepared." Immediately after her voice fell, she called out, "House steward, see the guest out." The steward outside came in and said to Murong Yixian, "Your Highness, this way please." Murong Yixian was silent, and after gazing at her another moment, he said, "I will go seek medicine to remove those scars for you. I will let you see that my heart towards you has never changed." Finishing what he wanted to say, he then opened up his stride to walk out. Feng Jiu shook her head, sighing in her heart. "A pity, that Feng Qingge that loves you is dead. However much you do, it will be of no use." After that, she walked out from the front hall and went towards the courtyard at the back. When she saw the old patriarch and her father chatting while enjoying tea, she called out to them, "Grandfather, father." "Qing gu, I heard that Yixian came. How did the chat with him go?" Feng Shao asked with concern. Seeing that badly disfigured face on his daughter, his heart wrenched up with bitter pain. His daughter, and her face destroyed like this. That was all due to his failure as a father who did not protect her well, causing her to go through so much suffering. "He's left. Grandfather, find a good time to go talk to the ruler about it and have the betrothal annulled." Feng Jiu said as she came to the table and sat down, and then turned to Feng Shao. Father, is your body still feeling unwell in any way? Not any longer. Father is fine and my body is recovering very quickly. Feng Xiao said with a wide smile, not wanting Feng Zhou to worry. You have to continue taking your medicine, she said with a laugh. She accompanied the two men and chatted with them in conversation for a while, before she returned back to her own courtyard. Not long after she stepped into her courtyard, Ling Shuang came walking in. Mistress. She was just about to open her mouth to speak when Ling Shuang saw a man in a blue robe wandering about just outside the courtyard, and the words at the tip of her tongue suddenly stopped. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b/i.cm. Inside the courtyard, Feng Zhou followed Ling Shuang's gaze and saw that blue-robed man turning his head here and there to peer all around. Seeing that, her brows creased up together. What are you doing there? Heh. Was too idle and am just looking around, he said with a grin, his gaze staring straight at Feng Zhou's unveiled face, his heart slightly startled. He had heard that the young miss had removed her face veil after coming back here, revealing her disfigured countenance as she wandered about in the Feng residence the entire day. He had not believed those words then, and he just realized that it had been true. Too idle? The corners of her lips curled up slightly and she looked at the blue-robed man like she was almost smiling. Now that you mention it, the bunch of you have not acknowledged your lord. Young miss wants us to recognize you as our lord? Heh, that might be a little tough. The blue-robed man was candid with his words, not bothering to be too polite. Mistress. Ling Shuang went close to Feng Zhou's ear to whisper a few words, and then retreated away. After hearing Ling Shuang's words, Feng Zhou's eyes flashed with a dark glint. Her gaze fixed upon the figure of the blue-robed man, but her words were spoken to Ling Shuang. Go reply to them and say that I've agreed. Yes. Ling Shuang immediately left after acknowledging. Feng Zhou then strode forward and came right before the blue-robed man. Without any warning, she threw out a punch. Ow! Caught off guard, the blue-robed man was hit right in his eye with the sudden punch thrown by Feng Zhou, quickly retreating backwards as he covered his eye with a hand. Young miss, why would you hit me? Feng Zhou smiled evilly at him. Don't you all deal with things with your fists? Since you delivered yourself right up to me, and I just happened to feel an itch on my hands, I thought I would use you to scratch my fists a little. Immediately after her voice fell, the figure of Feng Zhou flashed in place and suddenly hurtled forward. Seeing that, the blue-robed man put down his hand from his eye and said, since that's the case, then young miss must not blame me for being discourteous. This time, he did not dodge, but had instead charged forward, throwing his fist viciously out straight at Feng Zhou. But against all expectations, the punch thrown out was caught in a grip by Feng Zhou in one hand, his other hand engaged in a furious exchange of strokes with Feng Zhou. The sounds of fists striking each other crashed resoundingly, with an occasional grunt from pain mixed in between from him. He made the slightest miscalculation and he suddenly felt his entire body being lifted up into the air, to crash back heavily onto the ground where he found himself being pinned down. Bam! Ugh! The loud crash from the heavy fall was accompanied by his groan as they sounded together. His entire body was being pressed into the ground and he didn't even know how and what kind of position she had twisted his arms up into, but just found himself suddenly becoming limp and lacking any strength to struggle in her grip. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the fist diving straight at him once again, startling him so much he immediately shouted out in a panic, "Not the face." Bam 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 bam. Arg! Why are you only aiming at my face? Not the face. Don't hit my face. Arg! Hearing the commotion, the guards in the Feng residence thought something might have happened and they hurried over to have a look. Who knew that they would see the highly revered Feng guard being pinned to the ground and being mercilessly pounded upon? Instantly, one by one their eyes flared wide open to stare incredulously, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. How was it possible for the young miss to be able to overpower a leading officer of the phone guard? The phone guard must be holding himself back against the young miss, right? Oof! My stomach! Arg! No! Stop hitting me! My lord! My lord! Stop hitting me already, my lord! I yield. The moment the sound of that scream trailed off and he found the knee jabbed painfully into his stomach finally lifting, he immediately heaved a long breath in relief, his entire body finally able to relax. But just as that breath was leaving his body and he had completely let down his guard, another hard punch was driven straight into his abdomen without mercy, causing his body to curl up like one well-cooked prawn. Half his breath suddenly stuck within him, unable to be expelled, which caused his face to turn a bright red shade. I have called you, my lord. Why are you still hitting me? Vis sit en velben, dot. CM for EU ovals. Fongjo stood up and dusted her clothes off as she looked smilingly at the man whose face was all black and blue and his body tightly curled up upon the ground to say, "The last punch is a free lesson to you from your lord here. Before the danger is completely eradicated, you must never relax your guard. Only when you feel the pain will the lesson then stick." Watching the figure that was now dusting her hands off as she walked towards her room, the blue-robed man winced as he clenched his jaws tightly to endure the pain while he struggled to climb to his feet, miserably limping alone while he slowly made his way back. When the other men of the phone guards saw the blue-robed man slowly limping in, their eyes uniformly registered absolute shock. One of the men stepped forward and asked with great curiosity, "What happened? You just went out for a short while and you return here beaten up all black and blue like this? Who did it?" In this manner, who else but the old master and the family head would be able to beat you up to such an extent? Ow. Can all of you not ask me anything about it now? Can't you see I'm all covered in bruises? Quick, help me sit down first, the pain is really killing me. The blue-robed man then grabbed at the arm of the man before him and leaned his entire weight upon the man as he said, "My sacrifice today has been great, but it's all really worth it." What really happened? The several men crowded around the badly battered-up blue-robed man. Seeing the handsome face that the blue-robed man had always been so proud of now transformed into a pig's head, someone among them could not help but burst out laughing. That person had been really vicious with his strikes. All aimed right at your face. Hee, these injuries will definitely not subside within these 3 to 5 days. Ain't that right? I've already said to not hit the face, but every single punch was all aimed only at my face. That was just too vicious. The blue-robed man became agitated and it tugged at the wounds on his face. He gasped, drawing in a deep breath. I limped every single step on my way back here and the servant girls in the manor were all covering their mouths as they sniggered at me, forcing me to shield my face with my sleeve the entire way. I really do not have the face to see anyone now. Could it be that your injuries were given to you by Guan Shilin? It couldn't be. His powers are not a match for you. Then it's the old master? One of the men tried to guess, seemingly very intrigued by it. Hearing those words, the blue-robed man's mouth curled slightly, to reveal a smirk in glee. I knew that all of you would not be able to guess it correctly. Because, I myself had not expected it in the least, which led me to become such a painful example. Ow, it really smarts. He tugged at the white-robed man's sleeve and said, "Fan Lin, bring me some ointment will you? The pain is really killing me. Tell us everything first or you can apply the medicine yourself." The white-robed man, Fan Lin, immediately sat down, refusing to budge. Seeing that, the blue-robed man then said helplessly, "It's the young miss who did this. Her strikes were really lethal. And, let me tell you, His voice fell a few notches softer. She possesses great power and employs strange moves. Definitely stronger than you and me. As he spoke, he pointed at the bruises on his own face. See these? If I had the slightest bit of power to resist, I will never have allowed my incredibly handsome face that had mesmerized millions of ladies to be beaten up so badly to look like a pig's head. Everyone was well stunned hearing those words. Young miss? She was the one who beat you up into such a state. Otherwise, who else in this manner would you think possessed such capability? He then said with a pout, I've said it before, right? Our young miss is definitely not a simple person, and all of you didn't believe me. That's right, I had already addressed her as my lord but just did not take an oath. You accepted her as your lord? All of the rest of the men were rather surprised. He had just gone out for a little while and he had suddenly acknowledged a new lord? That's right. I did. I acknowledged her. Hey! Now go fetch the medicine and help me apply it. Fan Lin stood up and glanced at the several other men who were deep in thought before he walked towards the inside of the house to fetch the medicine box to treat the blue-robed man's wounds. That very night, Feng Zhou came to her grandfather's room. Little Feng, Leng Shuang told me in the evening that you have something you want to tell me. What is it? The old patriarch was sitting at the table as he looked at Feng Zhou to ask. Feng Zhou lifted the teapot on the table and poured out 2 cups of tea before she said, Grandfather, the black market asked for me to help them. The airship they sent to pick me up should reach here tomorrow. My trip this time will take at least several months and I will need to trouble Grandfather to look after things here in the manor. Sent an airship to pick you up? The old patriarch became rather excited. Is it those magical flying artifact? That is not something an ordinary country could possibly possess. Could it be that the country you are going to on this trip is a country that is above the 6th grade? Feng Zhou shook her head. I haven't got the chance to ask them that yet and I do not know much about it. I was thinking whether I should tell Father about my identity as the ghost doctor? So that he won't get so worried when I'm away for a few months. No need, no need. Your father shows everything he is thinking directly upon his face. If you tell him the secret will surely be leaked. And if he happens to have a few more drinks with others and happily blurts it all out, I guess the entire Cloudy Moon City will then know about it. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. The old patriarch waved his hand dismissively and said, Don't worry, when that happens, I will tell you Father that I sent you out for some intensive cultivation training and will not come back so soon. Hearing her grandfather, Feng Zhou could not help but smile and say, Grandfather, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Kek, impossible. Your grandfather remains sober even after 1,000 cups. It's just that I will sometimes become muddle-headed and I'm afraid that I will forget some things. Upon bringing that up, the old man was suddenly feeling a little helpless. Feng Zhou laughed lightly and said, You don't have to worry about that. Grandfather, look here. She pulled out 3 bottles and placed them on the table. What are they? The old patriarch picked them up and sniffed at them. He only knew they were medicine, but he didn't know what kind of use they had. These are mind-revitalizing pills that I specially developed for Grandfather, and just by taking them for a period of time, Grandfather's forgetfulness should be cured very soon. This can really be cured? The old patriarch asked Feng Zhou, looking rather shocked. My grandfather's condition isn't really very serious, and once you finish these doses, you should already have more or less recovered. Feng Zhou said with a smile. After informing the old patriarch about a few more things, she sat with her grandfather for a while more before she went back to her own courtyard. Before daybreak the next day, Feng Zhou brought Leng Shuang with her and left the manor quietly, making their way towards the black market. And when the sun rose, the 8 phone guards came to the courtyard seeking Feng Jiu but could no longer find any sign of her. They had thought that she had just merely gone out for a while and they did not give it much thought. Who would have known that this missed opportunity then resulted in becoming several months? When a highly luxurious airship came sailing in through the skies of the Cloudy Moon City, it became like almost the entire Cloudy Moon City erupted in activity. Even the ruler, Morongbo, in the imperial palace sent people out to go find out what was happening. It must be known that the Sun Glory country itself was not able to get an airship, and countries who were able to own an airship were at least of the 6th grade and above, or were highly mighty powers before they could possess magical flying artifacts like that. After they managed to acquire the news, the palace guard hurried back to report. Reporting to Your Majesty, the airship has stopped before the main doors of the black market, and it is said that it was sent here to pick up the ghost doctor. Pick up the ghost doctor? Morongbo asked in shock, his entire body immediately shooting to his feet as he shouted out at the same time, "Ready my horse." He had still not gotten the chance to ask for medicine from the ghost doctor, so how could he possibly let him leave just like that? Moreover, if he leaves, when will he ever be back? Upon hearing the news, Morong Yixian was startled as well. Ghost doctor? Is it that sinister and devilish man wearing red clothes he saw on that night? Morong Yixian quickly snapped back to his senses and took wide strides to go outside. He needs to go seek medicine. To get miracle medicine that can rejoice scars and restore one's countenance. Feng residence. Feng Xiao was in a great hurry as he went rushing out. The steward saw that and he quickly went up to block him and ask, "My lord, your body still has not completely recovered. Where are you intending to go? Didn't you see that airship just now? I heard that it was sent here to pick up the ghost doctor. I need to hurry over to the black market and ask for miracle medicine that is able to help Qinggo remove her scars." Pushing the steward out of his way, Feng Xiao continued his way outside. Without even turning his head, he instructed, "If old master asks about it, just tell him I'll be back very quickly." Read lat.stch on n/v/l/b.i.cm. My lord! My lord! Haze, the few of you over there. Hurry up and follow the lord. I'll go inform the old master. The steward quickly summoned the several phone guards to go chase after Feng Xiao, while he ran inside towards the courtyard at the back. What? He went running to the ghost doctor to seek medicine? The old patriarch asked, his eyes widening as his face filled with shock. That's right. And the Lord's body still has not fully recovered. The Lord ran out just like that, and your old servant really wasn't able to stop him. The steward said worriedly. Quickly! Go bring him back here. The old patriarch shouted, and then felt that having the men go there would still not bring Feng Xiao back. Hence, he got up and strode outside while he said, "Ready the carriage." On the double. While one by one they were all rushing towards the black market, in a plush private room in the black market, several men sat, sizing up one another. I had not expected that the ghost doctor would actually be such a peerlessly magnificent young master. Your reputation precedes you, but nothing like meeting you in person. The middle-aged man who had come to pick Feng Jiu up said in a deep voice, his face all smiles as he looked at Feng Jiu, who sat with her back reclined, a little surprised at how outstanding the person before his eyes was. The ends Feng Jiu's lips curled up slightly into a faint smile. Having 2 grand spirit masters and a foundation cultivator to come all the way here to pick me up, I'm deeply honored instead. Hearing those words, a glint of surprise then flashed within the eyes of the several men in the room. They had not expected that the ghost doctor would be able to identify their cultivation levels. But, from his body, they were however unable to detect any cultivation of mystical energy or spirit energy, so how had he been able to determine their powers? Ha ha! This is also to show the high regard we, the the black market places upon your esteemed self, and hence, even it's just to welcome and to provide an escort, we would naturally not even dream to be slipshod about it," the middle-aged man said with a smile. He clasped his hand over his fist and said respectfully, "It's getting late and the airship is waiting outside. This way, please." The middle-aged man extended out a hand towards the door, inviting Fengjiu to walk in front. Fengjiu acknowledged curtly and stood up with a flourish of her red clothes, her strides bringing her towards the outside. Standing guard outside, Leng Shuang was at that moment dressed up as a male, shrouded fully in black, her jet-black hair tied up and a mask upon her face. Seeing Fengjiu come out, she stepped forward to walk by her side, to go down together. The black market at that moment was already surrounded by a huge crowd of people. They had all heard of the ghost doctor's name but had not seen what kind of a man such an entity would really be like. Hence, when that peerlessly magnificent figure in red walked out from inside, which mesmerized the entire crowd, the sound of highly raucous cheers immediately erupted. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elben.co/m. The Ghost Doctor. Ghost Doctor. It's the Ghost Doctor. Everyone fought to squeeze and push, wanting to go forward, but the area surrounding the airship had the black market's guards forming a protective wall around it and they were all unable to get in. Guan Shilin stood upstairs within the black market and watched Fengjiu depart and did not approach her, as if he went too close to her, her identity might be found out. "Please." The middle-aged man extended his hand out in invitation once again, to invite the ghost doctor to board the airship. Fengjiu acknowledged, and stepped into the airship with Leng Shuang following right behind her. After the several people have boarded, the airship then lifted up off the ground, to fly up into the sky. By the time Murong Bo, Murong Yixin and Feng Xiao came rushing in, they only got to see the airship gradually growing smaller into the distance. In mere moments, it then disappeared among the clouds. 3 days later. Night. Green Gallop Country. A hot spring within the mountain behind the black market. Fengjiu slipped out of her clothes and removed the mask off her face, stepping barefoot straight towards and into the water, her skin submerging under the water surface as she waited with her knees bent to find a spot to sit down within the hot spring and spread her arms out to lay them flat upon the slippery stones at the edge of the pool, her head lifted up with her eyes narrowed in sweet blissful comfort. 3 days' worth of pure exhaustion finally got a reprieve within the calming waters of the hot spring, and it was so soothing and relaxing that it made her a little drowsy. On the outside of the hot spring, she had already set up a boundary barrier and she had Leng Shuang standing guard outside, hence, she was not worried that someone would come barging in. Although it was highly relaxing and comfy, she knew she must not soak herself for too long. So, after soaking in the waters for about an hour or so, she prepared herself to get up. However, just as she was about to stand up, through the misty fog brought about by the heat from the hot spring, she could hazily make out the shadowy black figure seemingly running away from something to flash its way in. This caused her body that had been about to stand up to sink back lower into the water, using the misty fog to cover and hide her modesty. Could it be that your distinguished self is hiding from someone? The languid voice tinged with a sliver of slight raspiness sounded highly indifferent, its tone kind of leisurely and carefree, like the stranger's sudden intrusion had not shocked at all. And that voice that had suddenly sounded out from behind had instead startled the black shadow who was plastered against the stone wall and carefully watching outside, instantly causing him to turn his head back to peer warily towards where that voice had come from. That one glance immediately caused his good-looking pair of sword brows to crease up together. Peering through the fog, he only saw a hazy figure leaning back while seated within the water, barely able to make out a pair of rounded shoulders exposed above the water surface, and that highly alluring snowy white neck, but the person's countenance could not be seen clearly due to the swirling fog in the air. But, judging from the calm and composed voice that was tinged with a sort of laziness and had a rather low and slightly raspy tinge, the other party would naturally be male. After all, if a woman was faced with this current situation, she would already be screaming her head off. Apologies for startling the young master. When the man's voice sounded, Feng Jiu, who was in the water, suddenly stared in shock, almost crying out in surprise. Uncle? She was really bumping into him everywhere in this life. She had just arrived in the Green Gallop country and she's bumped into him once again. But it was clear that he had not recognized her. When she realized that, her entire being was finally able to relax as she laid back within the water, to look at the straight-backed figure, the ends of her mouth curled up, to reveal a mischievous smile. Startled indeed. I had initially thought that it was a beauty that the black market had picked out for me who had come, never expecting that it would be a man who came in instead. Find up Tedovels on n/v/elben.co/m. Hearing that, the frown on Ling Imohan's face grew deeper, his gaze trying to penetrate through the mist to get a clear look at the person, but the words that came out from the person right after immediately caused him to be unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching and his face to darken. You should be aware that this young master here currently does not have a single inch covered under the water, and seeing that your distinguished self is staring with a gaze so intense at this young master here, could it be possible that you have a preference towards the masculine male species? The young master is thinking too much into it. Ling Imohan's voice had grown stiff, but that magnetic and highly masculine voice was still pleasing to the ear. He was just about to leave the place when he heard the sounds of people searching the area, and the leg he had raised to step outside hesitated a moment before he suddenly turned his head back and looked towards the hot spring. Her mind thinking how she was supposed to stand up, Feng Jiu suddenly saw his gaze turning back towards her and she could not help but be startled. All of a sudden, like he had suddenly thought of something, he stated to take wide strides towards her without waiting for her to say anything. "Stand right there!" she shouted out. The fog will no longer block anything at close distances, and she was stark naked at that moment. If he came any closer, she would have no longer have anywhere to hide. Ling Imohan's feet did not stop with his strides but instead continued on steadily towards the other side as his low and magnetic voice came floating out of his mouth. "Based on my knowledge, this boundary barrier should still have a live door and it's right behind the young master." "No kidding. Of course I know that." Feng Jiu's eyes were wide as she stared at the figure walking towards her. She clenched her jaw tightly and summoned up her mystical power to scrape the water surface, sending water droplets to fly straight towards Ling Imohan in assault. At the same time, her hand slapped upon the water surface once more, causing a water curtain to spray up. Her entire body then flew out from the water as she pulled out a set of red clothes from the space, as she speedily threw it over her body behind the cover of the water curtain. But just as the water curtain fell back down into the hot spring, she had just adjusted the red clothes she had thrown over her body. When she turned herself around to land upon the ground, her bare feet slipped upon that wet and slippery stones, causing her to lose her balance as she fell forward. Ah! Her body was falling forward completely off balance, and by instinct, she reached out her hand to grab at whatever could let her steady herself. Who would have known that she would then hear the sound of something ripping? She turned to look in astonishment, and that one glance caused her to become hopelessly stunned. The uncle's pants had actually ripped at the back, pulled down by Feng Jiu, to reveal a pair of the most devilishly eye-catching underpants. But, the one thing that she would never have expected was that the uncle would actually be such an inwardly passionate man, that would actually wear such a garishly red pair of underpants. Ling Imohan's face was thunderously black when he turned his head back. That one look that Ling Imohan took had him seeing a man with highly disheveled hair staring unwaveringly in flabbergasted shock at his underpants, the man looking like he had been struck like lightning, with his mouth hanging wide open and his hand still holding onto the ripped portion of Ling Imohan's pants. Seeing that, Ling Imohan immediately raised a foot and kicked out, "Let go!" Splash! The stunned Feng Jiu was kicked right back into the hot spring, and after swallowing a few gulps of the hot spring's water, she flopped about in the water and stuck her head out through the water surface, and saw that the man who had been standing there earlier was no longer anywhere to be seen. "Ow! Kicked me again! You just wait and see." She slapped her hand on the water in rage, and then walked out from the hot spring. Hearing some sounds of commotion outside, she quickly slipped into a suit of dry clothes and massaged her shoulders as she put on her mask with a darkened face before she went walking outside. "What's all this commotion about?" Her voice was cold as she shouted in an angry tone. "Mistress." Lim Shuang came to her side and said, "They said that someone sneaked into the black market's treasure vault and stole several kinds of miracle medicine. They had pursued that person all the way here and are insisting to go into the hot spring to take a look." Feng Zhou's icy gaze then stared at the black market guards, her eyes finally fixing upon the middle-aged guy leading the others. She raised up her foot and let it whip. Bam! The middle-aged man was caught off guard when he was kicked in his abdomen, his entire body flying out a distance a few steps away. He gasped in pain and shouted out in rage, "What are you doing?" Feng Zhou strode forward and her sharp and icy glare was filled with an absorbing oppression as she looked straight at the man and said, "Who gave you the audacious guts to act so impetuously before me? Didn't my attendant here tell you that I was bathing inside? You." The middle-aged man stared angrily at her, but did not dare to do anything to Feng Zhou. "You're still staring at me? Do you not want those eyes anymore?" Her voice was so icily cold and her gaze frostily chilling. Added with those words, the middle-aged man immediately shuddered with fear, instantly lowering his head and did not dare to stare at Feng Zhou any longer. "Humph. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com." She snorted derisively, and with a flick of her sleeves, she then opened up her strides to go inside. After the two of them left, the middle-aged man then raised his head up with a vicious look in his eyes, the fists under his sleeves tightly clenched up as he said indignantly with contempt in his voice, "A person who came from a lowly ninth-grade country and he really thinks he's somebody? When tomorrow comes and if you make a mockery of yourself, I would then really like to see how you will continue with such contemptuous arrogance." Back in the room, Lim Shuang saw that Feng Zhou was still fuming with rage. She recalled the sounds she had heard within the hot spring earlier and she immediately fell to her knees in self-reproach to say, "Your subordinate has failed in her duties, I beg for mistress to mete out the punishment." Seated beside the table, Feng Zhou poured herself a cup of water and gulped it down, as she waved her hand dismissively and said, "Get up. It has nothing to do with you." Lim Shuang kept her head lowered and said, "No, your subordinate failed to stand guard adequately, which allowed the intruder to sneak inside and disturbed the mistress. Even I will not be a match for that person. No need to even mention you." Feng Zhou then went on to say indifferently, "Moreover, I wasn't disadvantaged in any way. Instead, I snatched away his pants." When she mentioned that, a rather strange and queer expression came onto Feng Zhou's face. When she recalled that garishly red pair of underpants, the edges of her mouth could not help but twitch. Lim Shuang, who was kneeling upon the floor, could not help herself but raised her head up in shock when she heard that. "All right. Have a good rest tonight." Feng Zhou indicated that she was going to retire and rest, as she poured herself another few cups of water to drink as she thought about things. Seeing that, Lim Shuang acknowledged and retreated from the room. The next day, the middle-aged man who had gone to the Sun Glory country to receive Feng Zhou came to the yard at the hot spring. When he saw the red figure seated at the table and having his breakfast, he walked up with a wide smile upon his face and said with a bow, "Most distinguished ghost doctor, our lord requests to see you." Feng Zhou acknowledged with a nod, and seeing that she was already a little full, she put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth before walking over towards the man to say, "Let's go then." "This way, please." The middle-aged man was highly respectful in his actions, because he knew that the person before him was no ordinary person, hence he must definitely not offend him in the slightest. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. If it was said that he had been someone who came from a backward ninth-grade country, but even when he saw the airship for the first time, he had not been the least bit surprised, like he had been so used to seeing flying artifacts, something that did not arouse the slightest curiosity in him. Moreover, after he came to the Green Gallop country, he had only displayed grace and high composure, never once inviting the least bit of ridicule or contempt from anyone. The middle-aged man brought Feng Zhou to the main hall out front, and after announcing that the ghost doctor has come, he said to Feng Zhou, "Will the esteemed ghost doctor please come in?" Feng Zhou walked inside, but Leng Shuang was stopped to remain outside. The eyes of the several people within the main hall turned their measuring gazes upon the figure dressed in flamboyant red that had just entered without disguise, some of them tainted with contempt and disdain, some probing and judgmental. And at the same time that they were looking at her, Feng Zhou's gaze swept fleetingly over the people within the hall as well, and then stared fixedly upon the person seated upon the main seat in that place. That was a middle-aged man, dressed in a black brocade robe as he sat steadily with his legs wide open, a highly commanding presence exuding from his body, and his pair of piercing eyes were at that moment staring straight at Feng Zhou. "Will your distinguished self please take a seat?" The middle-aged man seated upon the main seat said in a low voice, his hand raised to gesture towards the first seat that was empty on the left. Feng Zhou curled up her lips in a smile and walked straight up front and came to the first seat on the left. She was just about to sit down and a force pushed the chair away. Seeing that, she threw her glance at another middle-aged man on the lower left and saw the man revealing a highly taunting gaze. She unconsciously showed a smile upon her face, and a mystical power surged out from her palm, pulling the chair that had been pushed backwards, returning back to its original position as she sat down with great composure. Creak! The sound of a heavy creak sounded, and right after that, the chair below the middle-aged man on the bottom left side of the hall suddenly flipped and the man fell unceremoniously to sit onto the floor, letting out a cry of surprise. "Ah!" The other men saw that and they could not hold themselves back from showing a stifled smile upon their lips, where they then quickly averted their eyes. When the middle-aged man saw that, his face flushed red as a beetroot, humiliation turning into rage, and he began shouting at Feng Zhou as soon as he stood up, "Do you know who I am? What audacity! How dare you play tricks on me?" Hearing that, Feng Zhou, who was leaning back languidly upon her chair, turned her eyes onto him and said, "Although I do not know who you are, but without having to guess, you are someone from the black market. It is always said that people that comes through your door should be treated as a guest, so what now? Is this the kind of attitude you have always treated your guests with? You, medical cultivator Lin, the ghost doctor is right. Once past the door, he's a guest and you must not be rude." The middle-aged man upon the main seat had spoken, and his low voice was filled with authority, causing medical cultivator Lin, who was still filled with rage from humiliation, to not dare say another word. At that moment, the other people then spoke up, "Chief, look at him still wearing his mask, like he does not dare face people. I really wonder about his origins. How can we truly trust a man like this?" "That's right, Chief. No matter what, we can't possibly bet the entire Green Gallop black market's reputation for this year all upon this one man. Look at that slovenly and lazy demeanor of his, and I am guessing that he's not even matured enough. How can a person like this shoulder such a heavy and important responsibility?" The middle-aged man upon the main seat looked at Feng Zhou, his gaze fixed upon that mask with blooms of red spider lilies, as he asked, "I wonder if the esteemed ghost doctor would remove that mask of yours and show us your real countenance? I seem to recall that it was all of you that invited me here to help." Feng Zhou smiled mirthlessly as she gazed at the men and said, "How had it now been turned to seem like I am not given a choice whether I want to help?" She dusted off her clothes and stood up to say, "Since you cannot believe in me, then you can find someone else better to do it. Truth be told, in regards to this matter, I am not really interested." Immediately after her voice fell, she did not wait for the men to say anything but just strode towards the door. "Will the esteemed ghost doctor please hold your step?" The man on the main seat spoke, and the guards outside the main hall immediately moved to stop the person. But they had just come to stand in her way for a moment when they were sent flying with a flick of Feng Zhou's sleeves. Scram! A cold shout sounded, and the two guards fell to the ground with a grunt. The several men within the hall quickly shot to their feet when they saw Feng Zhou's sudden attack on the guards. One of them shouted in rage, pointing angrily at her to say, "Guards! Arrest that wildful kid at once. All of you hold it." The middle-aged man upon the main seat shouted with a booming voice, which made all the guards surging forward to quickly retract their arms and turn to look at the man. Even the other men within the hall turned to face him as well. "All out!" The middle-aged man came walking over and shouted to the guards surrounding the place before he turned to face Feng Zhou and said apologetically, "Esteemed ghost doctor, do not misunderstand. That is not what I meant. It's just that the competition this time is truly of utmost importance to us. The Green Gallop black market has consecutively lost for the past 3 years and we really cannot afford to lose another time. Moreover, the top has sent word down that if we are to lose again this year, my position as the chief here would come to an end. Hence," the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. "Chief Ku." Feng Zhou looked at the man and said, "The reason I had initially agreed to come help was only because of the black market's reputation. But having come here, Chief Ku has caused me great displeasure. If you still deem to seek my assistance, then we will have to talk about remuneration." Chief Ku was taken aback a moment, but he went on to nod his head and said, "That is but natural. As long as you win this year's competition, I will definitely not treat the esteemed ghost doctor shabbily." Hearing that, Feng Zhou then showed a satisfied smile. "When will the competition for miracle medicine be held?" "It's 3 days later." Feng Zhou made her way back inside and said, "Then tell me everything about it, so that I can understand it better." Of course, of course." Chief Ku said upon hearing the highly confident tone of the ghost doctor, his heart greatly relieved. He then explained the miracle medicine grand meet in detail to the ghost doctor. 3 days later. That day was the day medical cultivators from all over the Green Gallop country would come compete. As the medical cultivators that the Green Gallop black market sent had consecutively lost for the past 3 years, hence, this year's miracle medicine grand meet was of grave importance to them. When Feng Zhou rode the flying beast chariot and arrived at the venue, the summit of Mount Green South, she saw that the mountaintop was already filled with people. For those who were participating in the grand meet, they were allowed to land directly at the summit to avoid the densely packed crowds of people below. Climbing down from the flying beast chariot, Feng Zhou's sharp eyes spotted a familiar figure sitting upon a seat in a highly conspicuous position upon the stage. Seeing that, a glint of puzzlement subconsciously flashed in her eyes and she pointed with her chin to ask Chief Ku beside her. "Who is that senior uncle with the big bushy beard?" "Big beard? Uncle?" Chief Ku was rather taken aback and he followed Feng Zhou's gaze to look. His gaze then fell upon a tall and wide-chested man with a rather reserved demeanor. With that one look, he could not help but break into a smile and shake his head while he said, "The esteemed ghost doctor has just come to the Green Gallop country for the first time and it is only natural that you will not know. That person's identity is anything but from a simple background." "Oh. Why makes you say that?" Feng Zhou asked curiously. "His surname is Ling, named Mo Han. He's the Green Gallop country's most famous teacher at the Starry Cloud Academy. The origins behind his identity is highly mysterious and he is an immortal cultivator, his cultivation rank having reached the Golden Core. A more important point is that he's merely 25 years of age and so you can address him as Reverend or Senior, but calling him Uncle, ha ha ha. I think very few people would call him that." "Only 25 years old?" The expression on her face became rather strange and she said, 25 years old and why would he want to keep that big bushy beard for? I had thought that he would be at least 35. Ha ha. That is why I said the origins behind his identity is kept highly mysterious, as no one has seen his real countenance before." Chief Ku said with a laugh, his gaze upon Ling and Mohan as well. "I had not thought that he would come here. I'll be going over to pay my respects later. Would the esteemed ghost doctor like to go with me? A mysterious teacher from the Starry Cloud Academy? Fengjiu nodded, looking like she realized something, and it was not know what she was thinking. When she heard that Chief Ku was going over to extend his greetings, she had immediately smiled and said, "Of course." A powerful entity like that, it would naturally be highly beneficial to make his acquaintance. Hence, Chief Ku led Fengjiu to go towards the side Ling and Mohan was at. And when they appeared before him, Ling and Mohan immediately noticed the eye-catching figure of the man dressed flamboyantly in red. He was no stranger to that suit of red clothes and that mask with the red spider lilies, as he remembered that those items had been placed at the side back on that night in the hot spring. When he recalled that night's event in his mind, his penetrating gaze fell upon that man, carefully examining the figure. That night, due to the misty fog in the hot spring, he had not been able to see clearly. But that highly disfigured face had been imprinted clearly within his eyes, and at that moment, he had to admit to himself that the red-clothed young master was as dazzling as the sun in the sky, his demeanor devilishly graceful, especially that pair of highly clear eyes tinged with smiles, completely unforgettable. But looking at that pair of eyes, why did he feel that they looked somewhat familiar? Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Teacher Ling, it's been a long time and I did not expect to be able to see you here. I am greatly honored. Chief Ku had quickly stepped forward and clasped his palm over his fist with a bow, to offer his greeting with a smile. Hearing that, Fengjiu could not hold back her laughter. If Chief Ku had only known that the thief who appropriated those highly prized miracle medicine of his was this bearded uncle before his eyes, he wouldn't be feeling that honored at this moment. I see, it's Chief Ku. Ling and Mohan stood up to return the greeting by clasping his hand over his fist, his gaze then swinging over to Fengjiu, and he asked, "And this is?" "Ha ha. He is the medical cultivator our black market has invited to participate in this year's Miracle Medicine Grand Meet. This. He's called the Ghost Doctor." Chief Ku said sheepishly, as he did not know what the Ghost Doctor's name was at all, and he was suddenly at a loss how he was supposed to make the introduction. "Uncle Ling." Fengjiu called out that form of address in a crisp voice, her gaze brilliantly filled with a bright sparkle, a crafty glint in them, the corners of her mouth holding back a rather infuriating smile, her demeanor like they were on familiar terms as she said, "If Uncle Ling feels that Ghost Doctor is too much of a mouthful to say, then just call me Ghostly and it will be fine." Hearing her call him Uncle Ling, Ling and Mohan unconsciously stroked at the beard under his chin as he stared thoughtfully at the red-clothed young master before his eyes, the expression on his face filled with bewilderment and confusion. Uncle? He had kept his beard for a long time, but no one had ever addressed him in that manner. But for the tricky little lass he had met back in the 9 Entrapment Woods, she had kept on addressing him as uncle every time she opened her mouth then, and now this red-clothed young master was doing the same thing. Could it be that he really looked that old? Fengjiu's gaze narrowed and she split her mouth into a smile. "That's right. I am only 15 this year. I heard that uncle is already at a grand old 25. That is a whole decade older than I am. What else should I call you but uncle?" 15? Chief Ku, standing beside Fengjiu, suddenly stared with his eyes bulging wide, his face in complete shock. Chief Ku could not help himself but looked at the Ghost Doctor before his eyes from head to toe, sizing him up. He wasn't able to see the Ghost Doctor's face clearly, but from his demeanor and mannerisms, the man should at least have to be over 20 years old already. Who would have thought that he would suddenly claim himself to be only 15? At that moment, he could not help but suspect whether it was right for him to stake the entire Green Gallop black market's reputation upon this man. As Chief Ku was suddenly finding his forehead covered in a layer of cold sweat, Ling and Mohan was staring deeply at Fengjiu as he knew that the other party had recognized him, fully aware that he had been the dark-robed intruder who had sneaked into the hot spring that night. Another middle-aged man strode over to them, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over the flamboyantly red figure of Fengjiu before he turned to Chief Ku and said with a sneer, 15? Ha ha, Chief Ku. From where have you dug up such a little kid who still had not been weaned off from his milk? Doesn't the black market have anyone else? Do you really have to resort to using a bumbling kid to come take part in the miracle medicine grand meet? Aren't you afraid that you will only end up completely shaming and humiliating the black market you belong to? When Chief Ko heard those words, he swung a sharp and dignified gaze upon the middle-aged man and said impolitely, I do not seem to recall that the affairs of the black market is of any concern to this gentleman here. Haha, the black market has lost for 3 consecutive years and I must say I can understand how Chief Ko must be feeling. The middle-aged man then looked tauntingly at Chief Ku and then pulled a young man of about 18 or 19 years of age forward, to put on a fawning smile towards Ling and Mohan as he said, Teacher, Ling, this is my youngest son. He had not even managed to finish his words when he was suddenly interrupted. Ling and Mohan did not even look at the father and son pair, his gaze fixed only on Fengjiu as he said, Young one, the miracle medicine grand meet has not yet begun. Why don't you take a walk with me? Sure. The corners of her mouth curled up in a smile and she turned to Chief Ku to say, I'll be back when the meet begins. Chief Ku stared in surprise at Ling and Mohan and then turned his gaze onto Fengjiu before he replied, Sure. Go right ahead. Watching the 2 people, one dressed in black and one in red walking to the other side, he started to question himself within his heart. The 2 of them knew each other? What relationship do you have with the black market? Ling and Mohan asked as he looked at the red-clothed youth who was a few notches shorter than he was, his brows creased together. It was little wonder the youth had addressed him as uncle. Standing together, the youth did indeed look like a kid still not fully grown. It's just as you have seen. They invited me here to help them. They want me to win back the top position for them. Fengjiu said casually, finding herself a rock before she sat herself upon it. His eyes were deep like an ancient lake as he gazed probingly at the red-robed youth before him and he then asked, Have I seen you before? Follow the latest novels n/velben.com. Hearing him say that, Fengjiu looked at him, her faintly smiling gaze tinged with a glint of tease. Uncle, are you still wearing those red underpants? The instant her voice fell, her eyes shone hungrily like a wolf as she looked at him with a filthy gaze, smiling as she said, Actually I like red too. Look, I wearing all red myself. Those words made Ling and Mohan suddenly feel a highly wicked chill. Especially when the youth's gaze was staring so blatantly at him like a hungry wolf, which just made him feel highly uncomfortable. He thought to himself in his heart, this youth couldn't possibly have that kind of undesirable habit, would he? Uncle Ling? What's wrong? It was not known from when Fengjiu had leaned her body over to come right before him, already almost sticking to his chest as she asked her questions. What are you doing? Ling and Mohan's face turned chilly and he immediately moved himself back a few steps. I didn't do anything. Fengjiu exclaimed innocently. His face darkened as he stared at the youth, his voice deep and low as he berated in a stone-cold tone, a man should act just like a man should. Like what you are doing now, it's absolutely scandalous. Seeing him walk away with a flick of his sleeves, Fengjiu began laughing softly and she stepped up with light steps to follow behind. But before she could get close, Fengjiu was stopped by Chief Ku who came approaching her from the front. My little ghost doctor brother, the grand meet is about to begin. Come over here quickly so I will tell you a little about your opponent. Chief Ku said, gesturing for her to go over to where several medical cultivators from the black market were gathered. Seeing that, Fengjiu immediately kept her smile away and followed Chief Ku to go to the spot where the medical cultivators were. She then listened to Chief Ku introduce her to the names and proficiency levels of several other medical cultivators on the opposing side a distance away as he pointed them out, and he told her about their individual areas of expertise as well. Roughly about an hour later, when everyone was still making their final preparations, the 8 judges from the Medical Cultivators Guild announced that the Miracle Medicine Grand Meet had officially begun. The first stage was an elimination round, and the medical cultivators themselves did not need to personally step up to compete. The contest would be based on the level and type of medicine that the medical cultivators presented up to them. All the medicine would be judged by the 8 judges and given either a passing or failing grade, and the elimination decided from there. Success: Joy Medical Store, Painkiller Compound, Too Common, Fail. City South Rouen Family, Gas Dispersing Fluid, Unevenly Concocted, Taste Too Overpowering, Fail. Compound Medical Guild, Blood Clotting Medicine, Effects Slow and Inferior, Fail. Hearing the 8 medical cultivators from the Medical Cultivators Guild announcing the participants failing one after another, the people standing below were becoming more and more nervous. Actually, the things they had presented up for the contest were medicine that they had thought would be able to make the grade. But when they were placed in the hands of the orthodox medical cultivators, they were thought to be so highly picky that they were failing everything, so strict that their hearts were all lodged within their throats, afraid that the medicine they presented up would fail to make the mark as well. After the sweeping first round, the almost 100 medical cultivators from various places who had rushed all the way here had only 30 people left who advanced to the next stage. Those that managed to get a passing grade were mainly powers or families of higher repute from different places, and among them was a teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy. My little ghost doctor brother, with the kind of medicine you are capable of producing, the only person that would be able to compete with you will only be that teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy, and that elderly old man from the Herb Guild. Chief Ku gestured and then continued to say, the teachers teaching medicine in the Starry Cloud Academy had never taken part in the Miracle Medicine Grand Meet in the past years, and it is not known where they had taken part this year. As for that old man from the Herb Guild, he has taken the first position for the past 3 years. He is an honorary medical cultivator of the Herb Guild, and he is a 7th level medical cultivator. What about the medical cultivator from the Starry Cloud Academy? What level is he? Her eyes flashed, as an idea formed in her head. It was said that it was extremely hard to gain admittance into the Starry Cloud Academy. But, if she were to go in there as a medical cultivator to take on the position of a teacher, wouldn't that give her even more freedom to peruse the books in the Starry Cloud Academy's library? The medical cultivator emblem he wears on the front of his chest shows that he is a 3rd-ranked grand medical cultivator, his medical proficiency above even that of the old man. After saying that, Chief Cook could not help but let out a sigh, already feeling that it was no longer possible for them to win this year. If there was only that 7th level medical cultivator here, it would have been slightly better, but alas, the teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy had come as well, which had completely stoppered their way forward. It looks like his position as the chief was about to come to an end. My little ghost doctor brother just needs to try his best. Faced with a 3rd-ranked grand medical cultivator from the Starry Cloud Academy, it wouldn't be humiliating to lose after all. When Fengjiu heard that, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, to reveal a faint smile as she said, "We've not even competed. How do you know we'll lose?" Now, we will proceed with the 2nd round's assessment. Will the 30 medical cultivators who were selected please come onto the stage? Vi sit en velben, cm for EU ovals. The words that floated down from the stage caused everyone within the surrounding crowd to go silent. They saw a long table placed upon the stage that was filled with a huge messy pile of herbs, and the 30 medical cultivators who advanced came walking out from the crowd, to walk towards the stage. Fengjiu, who was walking up to the stage, suddenly felt a force pushing her from behind, and her entire body fell, falling off the stage. The red clothes billowed, and everyone only saw a flash of red upon the stage and a figure falling from off with a cry. "Arr!" One of the medical cultivators fell wretchedly to the ground, and was scratched by the sharp rocks upon the ground. And as he fell and landed badly, with that fall, the medical cultivator could not stand back up. While up upon the stage, a young-looking young master stood resplendently with his red clothes fluttering gently, his mask of red spider lily blooms reflecting eye-catching brilliant rays of light. People could only see the faint vestiges of a smile at the corners of his lips and feel a sinister yet mesmerizing presence exuding from the man's body as his slightly disdainful gaze glanced at the miserable-looking middle-aged medical cultivator who had fallen wretchedly off the stage, who was sitting upon the ground. Seated up upon the stage, Ling Mohan watched the entire scene, his deep and penetrating black eyes glinting darkly at that sinister and mesmerizing figure, when the figure suddenly turned around without any warning and the figure's eyes just stared right into his sharp and incisive ones. And it was at that moment that the sharp glint faded from his eyes and he just remained seated quietly, his face stoic, his body straight and upright. Feng Zhou glanced at him in surprise, thinking that the uncle was also a person who masked himself deeply. She could be considered to have encountered him many times, but with every encounter, she had always been able to see a different side to him. That had inevitably made her think, just what kind of a person would he truly be? The people on the stage just threw a cursory glance upon the medical cultivator who had fallen off and did not bother with him after that as they went to take their proper places upon the stage. That middle-aged medical cultivator had discreetly shoved the red-clothed young master, and quite a number of them had seen it. Hence, when he was kicked off the stage by that red-clothed young master, no one kicked up a fuss about it. Meanwhile, the face of the family head of the clan that medical cultivator had been from immediately darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Take him off the mountain." He gazed malevolently at the red-clothed figure, but knowing that the other party was the black market's candidate, they did not dare to do anything against him so blatantly in front of everyone. The source of this content N/O/V/L/N. A middle-aged man standing next to the messy pile of herbs then issued a prescription to each of the participants and said in a low voice, "Pick out the herbs written down upon the list, and the first 10 people to come up here with the complete list of herbs will advance to the next round, while the rest will be eliminated. Begin!" The moment his voice fell, all the medical cultivators up on the stage immediately began looking through the list they held in their hands while they snatched for herbs upon the table. When the teacher from the Starry Cloud Academy finished picking out the herbs and came walking out, he could not help but to glance beside him, to sweep his gaze over the red-clothed young master carrying the herb basket, and his brows immediately pinched together. Feng Zhou turned her head slightly, and flashed a smile at him. In just moments, after 10 people advanced and the rest were eliminated, they immediately went on into the final round of the competition. They were to concoct medicine on the spot, and the rarest and highest grade one would win. Looking at the herbs numbering several tens in kinds and variety, Feng Zhou immediately began concocting her medicine. The way she carried out her concoction was rather different from others, and even if other people were looking at how she did it, they would not be able to learn it. Because it was done just like modern time experiments, processing and refining layer by layer, to finally produce a finished concoction. When she finished with her concoction, she walked over and brought the bottle of green-colored liquid to the 8 judges from the Medical Cultivators Guild and placed it right before them. "Please appraise. This is medicine? What a beautiful color." A female judge about 30 years of age among the judges exclaimed in surprise when she saw the half-filled bottle of medicine in the transparent jar, thinking it rather inconceivable. "Pretty and graceful elder sis, this is indeed medicine, I do not deceive one so young and the elderly." The female judge blinked at Feng Zhou, her mesmerizing smile and her clear and mirth-filled eyes causing the 30-odd-year-old medical cultivator to blush a slight pink, her face burning slightly. Watching all that, Ling Mohan's brows furrowed up together and he thought to himself, "This kid is just downright atrocious." At that moment, Feng Zhou turned her head slightly and looked at Ling Mohan to ask with a smile, "Uncle Ling, why do you keep staring at me?" Hearing those words, the lady medical cultivator could not hold back her laughter, and it spilled forth as the gaze she threw upon Feng Zhou became tinged with gentleness while she asked, "Would this youth here now tell me what kind of effects this medicine has?" "This medicine here is called the 3rd-grade speed-enhancing fluid. Once a person takes it, it can increase a person's speed by 10 folds when he's running away for his life. Even when a mere spirit user is being chased down by his spirit master, once he drinks this bottle of medicine, he would possess the speed needed to escape. Hearing those words, everyone up above and down below the stage all gasped in surprise, all the numerous pairs of eyes shining covetously at that bottle of green-colored medicine. If it was as Feng Jiu had said, then that bottle of medicine would not just be mere medicine, but would be a miraculous life-saving fluid at the most critical of moments. Humph. Preposterous. The teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy snorted in derision as he came walking over to put his bottle of medicine upon the table and to throw a contemptuous glance upon Feng Jiu to say, "That's just outrageously preposterous. I have been dealing with medicines for so many years and I have never ever heard of anything like this speed-enhancing fluid. That's just pure utter rubbish." "That's true, judging by how old you are already and you're still just a third-grade grand medical cultivator, it can be seen how limited the level of your proficiency in concocting medicine is." Her idle words had instead infuriated the older man so much his face grew red and he pointed a finger angrily at Feng Jiu to say, You, this disrespectful little wretch. Such sheer arrogance and conceit. Pure ignorance and idiocy. All right. There's no need to squabble. This bottle of medicine is indeed a highly prized medicine of the third grade. An old man in the middle spoke up and everyone went quiet. Even the teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy stared with his eyes wide as he said, "Chief Yu, have you looked at it properly? That little kid is capable of concocting such a highly prized third-grade medicine?" Hearing that, Chief Yu became displeased and said, "Old Chin, you are questioning my ability in appraisal now?" Seeing that his face was looking highly displeased, the teacher of medicine from the Starry Cloud Academy quickly readjusted his attitude and demeanor and went on to say respectfully, "I do not dare. Chief Yu is the guild master of the Medicine Guild and an respected authority in the entire field of medicine who would naturally be much more knowledgeable and experienced in this domain. I have acted highly inappropriately and I beg for Chief Yu to not hold it against me." Saying that, he turned to look at Feng Jiu beside him, his gaze looking rather conflicted, unable to make himself believe that he would lose to such a young youth. Ling Yimohan's eyes shifted slightly and his gaze fell upon the red-clothed youth where it then became more subdued. The Black Market's Chief Ku had immediately upon hearing Chief Yu's words, suddenly became so overwhelmed and moved that tears almost burst out from his eyes. "It's actually a third-grade miracle fluid. It's a third-grade miracle fluid right there." He had initially thought that there was no more hope, but who would have known that he would be met with such an astounding surprise in the end? How could he still remain calm at this point? Find EU chapters on nv/lbi.com. However, it was at that moment that 16 black-robed men suddenly leapt out, with 10 among them possessing cultivation levels at the peaks of the foundation level with the other 6 at the golden core levels. The moment they appeared, a highly powerful oppression immediately spread throughout the place, encompassing throughout the entire mountaintop. Whoa! It's people from Hell's Palace. What? Hell's Palace. Run! Arg! Quick! Run! The people from Hell's Palace are here. In an instant, the panicked crowd immediately fled in disarray, terrified screams and horrified shouts erupting from all over the mountaintop. Seeing that things had taken a rather bad turn and the enemy's oppressive aura was just too strong, Feng Jiu was the first to leap off from the stage as she shouted, "Leng Shuang! Run and get off the mountain!" Her voice had just fallen when a powerful surge of oppressive aura washed over her in assault, rendering her entire body frozen. The next moment, she felt pain in the back of her neck and she lost consciousness to fall to the ground. "Mistress!" Leng Shuang saw Feng Jiu being knocked unconscious and carried away, completely shocked as she rushed herself forward. However, she possessed highly limited powers in that situation and a powerful wave of energy came bursting towards her, blasting her away completely. When she next turned to look, she could no longer see any sign of her mistress and those 16 dark figures. Ling and Mohan immediately went in pursuit but then came back not long after and said apologetically to everyone, "They came in too fast and left too quickly. I could already find no trace of them by the time I went out in pursuit." The people from the medical cultivators all shook their heads one by one when they heard that, and Guild Chief Yu said with a sigh, "You are not to be blamed. Those people from Hell's Palace have always been highly elusive and possess high power. That youth must have attracted their attention because of his gifted talent in cultivating and concocting medicine. What kind of a power is Hell's Palace? Will my master be in any danger?" Ling Shuang came right before the people and asked anxiously. The black market's chief came over and said, "Hell's Palace holds more might than our black market, and it's a power that not even the Starry Cloud Academy or the various family clans can afford to provoke. The Lord of Hell's Palace is also a highly powerful entity who is even more elusive. No one knows where the Hell's Palace is really located, and for our little ghost doctor brother to fall into their hands, I'm afraid that it will only bode ill for him. It can't be. Nothing will happen to my master." Ling Shuang shouted loudly, her eyes gazing frostily at the black market's chief. "The black market must help me find my master. Rest assured. We will definitely look into locating your master's whereabouts," Chief Ku said, not refusing Ling Shuang. Up to TED Chapters nnvelben.com. You can set your heart at ease in regards to that. To my knowledge, the Hell's Palace had recently abducted quite a number of elixir and medical cultivators. Your master might not be in any danger at all, the chief of the Medical Cultivators Guild said, and then gave out a sigh. It had been a proper and well-organized miracle medicine grand meet to pick out strong talents, but those guys from Hell's Palace had to come make a mess of everything. The incident quickly spread like feathers caught in the wind, making people sigh helplessly while they could only guess whether that red-clothed young master was still alive or dead. However, as the darkness of night descended, a dark figure came silently with a few long leaps over the rooftops to come to a courtyard. "Our respects to Hell's Lord." The 16 black-robed cultivators within the courtyard knelt respectfully on one knee and greeted solemnly. "All rise." A low and chilling voice imbued with a powerful oppressive aura rang out. With a billow of his robes, he sat himself down by the stone table. As he turned around to sit, his countenance also came into view. That was a shockingly handsome face, one looking like that of a celestial being. The features on that face seemed like they had been carefully sculpted by the heavens, the outline of the face highly distinct like it had been carved out with a knife, cold and unyielding but not reducing the handsome looks in the slightest. Under the strong straight brows was a pair of eyes filled with a mysterious light, holding in a chilling but alluring sharpness. With one single glance of those eyes, one could not help but lower their heads, unable to meet the sight of those enchanting jet-black eyes filled with such oppressive power. And beneath that highly raised and straight nose, was a slightly thin pair of sexy-looking lips, where at that very moment were pressed together, his entire being exuding with a powerful and chilling aura, august and imposing like a celestial deity, a tyrannical air of one who was able to seemingly reign over the heavens and earth. If Feng Zhou had seen him at that moment, he would surely yell out in surprise, "Uncle Ling." That's right. The Lord of Hell's Palace, Hell's Lord, was exactly the very same Ling and Mohan that Feng Zhou was familiar with. Ling and Mohan was just an identity he had assumed as a teacher of the Cloudy Brook Academy while on his travels out in the world. The big bushy beard he had on his face was also something that had been carefully treated and stuck on, so real it could easily pass off as the real thing. "How is the he?" the Hell's Lord asked softly, in a deep voice filled with lazy indolence, tinged with a dominating aura. Reporting to Hell's Lord. That kid we brought back is still unconscious and has not awoken. One of the black-robed cultivators answered respectfully. Watch him carefully. Bring him back to Hell's Palace with me tomorrow. Hearing those words, the 16 black-robed cultivators were absolutely filled with delight. The Lord is coming back to Hell's Palace? His voice had just fallen when a guard from behind shouted out in shock, "Guards! That kid is trying to escape." When the 16 men heard that, they immediately leapt to sail through the air, towards the place behind them. Seeing that, the Hell's Lord stood up, and just as he was thinking to walk to the back, he paused in his steps and rubbed at his chin. Thereafter, he pulled out a half-side silver mask and wore it over his face before he strode forward to walk towards the back. When he came to the back, he saw the red figure tangling with his subordinates upon the rooftop. The dodges carried out at shocking speed, and those highly vicious attacks elicited a ripple in his eyes. Back at the summit, he was knocked out from behind while taken unawares, and now that he had his guard up, even 2 of his subordinates who were Foundation cultivators were unable to bring him down. It must be said the kid made him look at the young one in a different light. Unfortunately, having fallen into his hands, escape was no longer possible. Oof! A black-robed man with Foundation cultivation was struck by a kick from Fengjiu, and his entire body fell back a few steps as he clutched at his chest to rub the pain away, while cursing out in a low voice. Sheesh! What did this kid grow up eating? That made that leg of his to become so strong. Fengjiu retracted her leg and threw out a punch towards the other black-robed man with Foundation cultivation and sneered, "Breast milk, of course." Hearing those words, the Hell's Lord, who was standing below with his hands behind his back, lifted the corners of his mouth in an arc so faint it was not highly unnoticeable, his gaze fixed upon that red-clothed figure as he ordered, "Capture him." "Yes, my lord." The cultivators in the golden core stage immediately acknowledged, and 2 men among them leapt flying into the air, their powerful oppressive aura flaring. The moment they struck, they immediately held Fengjiu in a tight grip. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Gods! Not only are you guys bullying me with numbers, you're even torturing the weak. Ow! Stop twisting! That's my arm! Fengjiu cried out, so infuriated she stared fiercely at them. This was the difference in having power, in a world where the powerful reigned. Even if her powers could be considered to be among the very top in the 9th grade Sunglory country, when she's here in a 6th grade country like this, faced with these immortal cultivators, she would not be able to even withstand a single strike. With such powerful enemies before her, she had known that she would not be able to escape, but she had still wanted to give it a try. As expected, the result of her attempt was having both her arms twisted up behind her. Ouch! Having twisted the arms of others all this while, and she had not thought it to be so painful. Not that she was caught in the grip of others, she felt that her bones were almost about to pop out of their joints. My lord! We've captured the fugitive. The 2 golden core cultivators said as they held the fugitive in a tight grip, to come before the Hell's Lord. Fengjiu lifted her head, and that was when she saw the figure dressed in a suit of dark cloud-patterned robe as he stood before her with his arms behind his back. The top half of his face was covered by a silver mask which only exposed the countenance below the nose, revealing those sexy-looking lips and that distinct jawline and his cold hard chin. That slender and well-toned body, that straight-backed and muscular physique with the strong presence exuding from his being made Fengjiu's eyes light up. Immediately, she acted just like a recalcitrant and unruly ruffian as she whistled and said in high praise, "What a sexy and highly alluring example of a pretty boy." Seeing such blatant hooliganism being shown to their lord before everyone by such a ruffian, the 16 dark-robed cultivators were stunned, and they immediately turned their eyes to steal a quick glance at their lord, before they hurriedly lowered their heads to hide the uncontrollable smiles that were threatening to spill forth from the slightly lifted corners of their mouths. A sexy and highly alluring example of a pretty boy? That was talking about the Lord? That little youth must have tired of living. When the Hell's Lord heard Fengjiu's words, an eyebrow lifted up and a slight arc curled up devilishly upon his lips. Sexy? Alluring? Maybe. This lord here can take it as a compliment. But, that low and deep voice that was tinged with a kind of magnetic languidity, no matter how one heard it, it seemed to be filled with a kind of deadly danger. Compliment? The 16 dark-robed men exchanged glances between each other, the skin stretched taut over their faces as they lowered their heads even deeper. At the moment, Feng Jiu was instead rather taken aback as she stared at the man before her while thinking to herself in her heart, why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be that I've met this person somewhere before? But that's not possible at all. This man had such an outstanding presence, and if she had met him, she would definitely not forget it. The thoughts were still running through her mind when she suddenly saw the man shoot out a few blasts of qi, and she immediately felt her body go limp as she fell to sit upon the ground helplessly. Lock him up. If he manages to escape, I will hold all of you here responsible. The Hell's Lord said in a suppressed voice. With a flick of his sleeves, he turned and left. Yes, my lord. The 16 black-robed cultivators chorused respectfully, and they immediately pulled up the youth sitting upon the ground. After her body went limp, Feng Jiu could feel that the mystical energy within her body had been sealed up. Feng Jiu's heart jumped slightly at that realization, and she then said, my mystical powers have already been sealed by your lord, there is no need for you to be holding on to me. I can walk on my own. Moreover, with all of you guarding me, how will I be able to escape? Ha! I'll advise you to not even think of escaping. If you try it again, beware that will then break your legs. One of the cultivators threatened as he released his grip upon the youth and said, walk. Being locked back inside the room, Feng Jiu knew she would not be able to escape in this manner, and she no longer thought about that. But only she herself knew that the man had only sealed her mystical powers but had not known of the spirit powers within her. With that, she only needed to find the right opportunity, and she might just be able to slip out of their grasp. But, before that, she sought to understand why these people had captured her for? Hell's Palace? She did not remember having offended such a power before. Early the next morning, Feng Jiu was brought onto an airship by her captors. When the airship left the ground and flew towards the skies, Feng Jiu, who had been sitting inside, came walking out to see a man seated at the front of the ship drinking wine. She opened her stride wanting to walk over there but was stopped midway. Let him pass. The Hell's Lord ordered without even turning his head around. When Feng Jiu walked over, she sat herself down without asking and picked up the wine flask to pour herself a cup of wine. After taking a sip from it, she asked, who is it that you want me to save by capturing me? Or, you just seek my abilities in the cultivation of medicine? Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. Although the people were filled with thick bloodthirstiness, they did not seek to kill her, or otherwise, she would not have lived till now. And she guessed that the only thing she possessed that people would yearn for would be her abilities in healing and medicine cultivation. Seeing her leisurely and carefree demeanor without showing the slightest sign of fear and terror caused a glint of admiration to come into the Hell's Lord's eyes as he said, "You're not afraid that I will have you killed? You would have already killed me if you wanted to. Why would you have waited till now?" She rubbed at her tummy and asked the guard standing at the side, is there anything to eat? Give me some. I have not eaten anything all the way since yesterday. The guard turned his gaze towards the Hell's Lord, and after receiving acknowledgement from the Lord, the guard walked towards the middle of the ship. After a short while, he brought out a few dishes of snacks and placed them upon the little table. Seeing that he wasn't even wearing his mask and that the youth's completely ruined countenance was fully revealed, Feng Jiu went on to wolf down her food without any sense of propriety. The Hell's Lord's gaze flashed and he then said, "Eat slowly. There's more if that's not enough." Cough, 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 cough. It would have been fine if he had not said anything. The moment he spoke, Feng Jiu immediately choked from shock, the snacks stuck in her throat refusing to go up nor down, her highly disfigured face turning red from choking. Seeing that, the Hell's Lord's brows creased up together as he watched the youth thumping himself on the chest while pouring himself a cup of water hurriedly to gulp it down his throat. After the youth managed to catch his breath, the youth then started staring straight at him. What? This kid was acting so very strange. The jet-black eyes turned around to see the several golden core cultivators looking at him in startlement. His brows creased together and he swung his gaze upon them. What are all of you standing there gaping for? You have nothing better to do? Out! Yes, my lord. The golden core cultivators answered in a hurry. While they were retreating from the place, they threw a glance at the red-clothed figure. They really could not see what was so special about this youth that he could make their lord speak to him with such gentle words. After Fengjiu looked at him for a moment, she then ignored the Hell's Lord and continued to chomp on the snacks. This time, she ate them a little slower and her half-lowered eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why is that voice sounding more familiar the more she heard it? Where had she heard this person's voice before? When it became evening, the airship stopped upon a flat piece of land. The Hell's Lord walked down from the airship and Fengjiu followed right behind him. But then, very soon after, her eyes were blindfolded by some kind of black cloth. She was led by them to walk all the way. She only knew that it was a long and winding route and her ears heard a number of people respectfully welcoming the Hell's Lord's return. Let him have a change of clothes and send him to the medical tower. After she heard the Hell's Lord's voice sounding in her ears, she was led away by people. After coming into a room, one of the cultivators untied the black cloth covering her eyes and he threw a set of gray robes over to her at the same time. Hurry up! Change and then follow me. Seeing that the cultivator was just standing there within the room to stare at her, she glared at him with her eyes and said, "Then get out." How am I supposed to change with you staring at me? Both of us are men, so what is there that I cannot look at? Hurry up! Quit yapping! That was a golden core cultivator and it was a man just about 20 over years of age. He was one of the 16 men who had returned here together with them and he was called Grey Wolf. I am not used to being stared at. Fengjiu said with her brows furrowed up. Kid, you're being really troublesome. If you still do not change, I'll help you do it. Upon saying that, he took wide strides to approach her, fully intent on stripping off the kid's clothes. However, before he could get close, Fengjiu opened up her mouth and hollered ARGH. Molest! Arg! The room was pushed open immediately and the several cultivators poked their heads in to see. When they saw the situation in the room, their eyes glared fiercely as they asked, who molested who? After one of them stared at the two people in the room, he began to smile slyly as he stared at the cultivator inside and said, Grey Wolf, I had not thought that you had such a hobby. Up to TED chapters nvelben.com. Get out! The golden core cultivator's face had turned dark as he stared fiercely at Fengjiu and he then shouted, 2 more of you come. Strip off that kid's clothes for me. Hearing those words, Fengjiu's eyes narrowed and an icy glint flashed as a smile played out over the corners of her lips. Strip off my clothes? You can come right up and try. Do you think I do not dare? Grey Wolf strode forward and his hands reached out towards the kid's clothes. Fengjiu wasn't about to be polite and seeing him taking a huge stride forward, she immediately stepped in and used Grey Wolf's forward momentum to throw him out. At that same moment, her finger moved slightly at a speed quicker than sound and the cold glint of a silver needle punctured into an acupoint at his hip. Oof! Caught unawares, Grey Wolf fell to the ground. As rage filled up within him, he clenched up a hand into a fist and was summoning up his spirit power when he heard a cold hard voice sound out. Hold it! My lord! When everyone saw that it was the Hell's Lord, they all immediately bowed in greeting. The Hell's Lord came walking inside with his brows creased up together and his chilly gaze swept over the two people as he asked in a deep voice, What's going on? I wanted to change and he refused to go out. He insisted that I do it while he stared, and he even wanted to strip my clothes off. When the words were put in such a manner, everyone would naturally think the worst of the situation, and they all turned their eyes to stare at Grey Wolf, whose face was burning up red, while the others had expressions of icy on their faces. My lord, that was not how it happened. Grey Wolf said quickly. Then what? Fengjiu folded her arms across her chest and glanced sideways at Grey Wolf as she said, You dare to say that you were not staring at me when I wanted to change? You dare to say that you did not try to strip off my clothes? You. Me? What about me? Although my countenance has been ruined, I am however still very picky. Someone like you with a body like a washboard and that pretty boy face really wouldn't be pleasing enough to this young master's eyes. Fengjiu's face was one of utter contempt and her tone very light. But the words spoken there in that room made everyone fall silent as they all stared at her like she was some kind of monster. Even Grey Wolf was staring at her with bulging eyes, his face stupefied with shock. The corners of the Hell's Lord's mouth twitched almost unnoticeably as he stared at the youth's bold and aggressive demeanor without displaying the slightest bit of shame. He could not help but to turn his eyes away from the youth and immediately turn to walk out of the room. Hurry up and change your clothes! Grey Wolf said viciously, leaving behind those words as he quickly turned to leave as well. When the other people there saw that, every one of them started to look at Fengjiu with a different gaze, their hearts properly shocked. They had not thought that that young youth would really be hiding a * habit of cutting his sleeve. Translator note, lit. Cut sleeve, idiom, figure euphemism for homosexuality, originating from History of Western Han. Emperor Han 80, real name Liu Xian, was in bed with his lover Dong Xian and had to attend a court audience that morning. Not wishing to awaken Dong Xian, who was sleeping with his head resting on the emperor's long robe sleeve, 80 used a knife to cut off the lower half of his sleeve. Source, https://glossb.com/ch/n/% sin 6% sin 9 6% sin AD% sin 8% sin A 2% sin 9 6% sin 4% sin B 9% sin 8B% sin 7% sin 9 9% sin 9 6. Seeing them leave one by one, Fengjiu stepped forward to shut the door before she could no longer hold herself back as she broke into a smile. She stared at the gray-set clothes in her hands and she brought them inside to quickly change into them before she came back out. Follow behind us, Grey Wolf said with a loathing glance at Fengjiu before he walking in front to lead the way. Fengjiu swept a quick glance outside and saw that the rest of the cultivators were all there. As for the Hell's Lord, there was no longer any sign of him. Her gaze fell upon the figure of Grey Wolf in front of her, a dark glint flashing very briefly in her eyes. The corners of her lips stiffened as she walked leisurely behind to follow, till they came to a tower that was 7 stories tall. The thick fragrance of herbs mixed with a variety of other medicines assailed at her nose. Within a rather large yard, many people were buzzing around, some carrying out herbs to be sunned, some grinding up herbs, while some others were sorting out the medicines, everyone carrying out a different task. Moreover, these people had already become rather used to having newcomers arrive here after a certain period had passed, and hence, when a badly disfigured youth came in, many of them had merely lifted their heads to glance once before they continued with their tasks, with some not even bothering to look at them at all. Old Lin, I'm handing this kid over to you, Grey Wolf shouted and then immediately walked away after leaving his charge behind, not even looking at Fengjiu at all. At that moment, an old man dressed in green came walking out from the tower to stop before Fengjiu as he looked Fengjiu up and down in a measuring gaze and asked, What is your name? Fengjiu's face split into a grin and said brightly, Ghostly. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb, I, n.co/m. Ghostly? The old man was taken aback for a moment and his brows creased up as he asked, What do you know? Tell me about it so I can arrange a job for you. Fengjiu did not answer his question but instead asked, What is this place? What do all of you do here? Do not ask what you're not supposed to ask, or you'll not live long. Hearing that, Fengjiu lifted an eyebrow and thought about it a while, then just arrange some odd jobs for me. I would at least still know how to complete some of these odds and ends around here." As she spoke, her gaze looked at the tower and she saw that there were quite a number of people inside as well. That place is where medicines are concocted. Newcomers will all just attend to the menial tasks out in the yard here. You can just go over there to sort out the herbs then. The old man indicated and then turned around to go back into the tower. Feng Zhou took a look inside and walked over to where the herbs were, observing the surroundings as she sorted out the herbs. How did you come in?" the youth beside her asked in a hushed voice. Feng Zhou looked at him as she put the same kind of herbs in the same pile and said, "Captured and sent here." "Captured? Are you a medical cultivator?" the youth asked in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Feng Zhou arched up an eyebrow. The youth cast a quick glance inside and then hushed his voice to a whisper. "After a certain interval of time, someone is always captured and brought in here, but those who are captured are all medical cultivators. They're all in that tower. Those of us out here can only be considered to be medical apprentices and are tasked with menial work. If they're all inside, how do you know they are all medical cultivators? It was due to a man who kicked up a big fuss the last time, and that is how all of us here came to know about it." "Oh." Feng Zhou nodded and did not probe any further but just thought to herself in her mind, "This Hell's Palace made themselves a medical tower like this here and abducted so many medical cultivators to squeeze them all inside. What could they be hoping to achieve?" The other side, principal compound, study. "My lord, the others are already waiting in the main hall," Grey Wolf reported respectfully. Seated at his table and dealing with his tasks, the Hell's Lord glanced at Grey Wolf and asked, "Has the arrangements for him been made?" Hearing that, Grey Wolf could not help but lift his head to glance up at the Hell's Lord, to meet with that highly chilling and commanding gaze as he quickly lowered his head once more to answer, "Yes, your subordinate has brought that kid to the medical tower and handed him over to Old Lin." The brush in the Hell's Lord's hand paused and a powerful oppressive aura flared out. His voice was chilling as he said, "His abilities at concocting medicine is significant. The medicines coming out from the black market in the recent months had all come from him. I seem to believe that I have told all of you about this before." Feeling the oppressive aura flaring out in assault upon his body, the air within the entire room seemed to become colder. Grey Wolf was startled and he fell to one knee. "I beg for my lord to quell his anger. Your subordinate merely wanted that kid to suffer a little first. Your subordinate will immediately go have him transferred into the tower." Grey Wolf had thought that since the Lord had only said to bring the kid to the medical tower but had not specifically said to put him in the tower, he had wanted to exploit that little loophole to deflate that kid's spirited arrogance, never expected the Lord to actually ask about the kid. "You have followed by my side for many years and it should be very clear to you that I abhor people who pulls petty tricks. If this happens once more, you can go back to the Black Hell and get some training." Hearing that highly sinister and chilling voice reach his ears, Grey Wolf immediately broke in a bout of cold sweat and he hastily answered, "Yes, my lord. Your subordinate will bear it in mind to never commit such deeds again. Black Hell, that was a truly hellish place and he would never want to return there ever again." The Hell's Lord then retracted his aura and he leaned his body back, his piercing gaze sweeping over Grey Wolf who was kneeling upon the floor. He paused a moment before he said, "That youth is indeed a rather sly character. Putting him inside the tower can wait a few days." "Yes, my lord," Grey Wolf answered, not even daring to sigh in relief. By the time night fell, Feng Zhou and the other workers came to a courtyard allocated to them to get some rest, and when she saw the long rows of large beds, she was immediately shocked. Check new CHers at novilbin.com. We sleep here tonight? Gods! This can't be! Asking her to sleep huddled together with an entire bunch of men here? Her father and grandfather would surely be hopping mad if they knew about this. Are you then expecting individual rooms for each of us? A large brawny man glanced over at Fongjo and he began to disrobe as he said, "It's good enough that they even allow you to sleep." Seeing over 10 or 20 men disrobing and some taking off their shoes, with some even going to sleep completely topless, Fongjo's brows creased up and she turned to walk out from there. What a joke! Dumping her here for her to sleep? She wasn't going to sleep like this. Coming out from that room with the communal beds, she glanced around the yard. She saw that there were guards outside the courtyard and she would not be able to go outside. Hence, her gaze swung around and her eyes immediately shone brightly when they fell upon a large tree within the compound. The black-robed guards watching the courtyard heard the noises behind them and they turned around to look. They saw that youth climbing up the tree with his hands and legs and one of them shouted, "What are you doing? Come down now." Fegjo glanced at the two of them and said, "You guys just stay in your position and not meddle in my affairs." The sourk of this content n/o/v/l/by/n. You. The black-robed man was just about to rush forward when he was held back by the man beside him. That kid is highly jinxed. You'd better not bother with him. Anyway, he's not running around all over the place, just let him do what he wants. The black-robed guards saw Fongjo finding herself a comfortable spot in the tree as she leaned back to go to sleep and he could not help but to admonish, giving up on a perfectly proper bed inside and running to go sleep in a tree instead? I think this kid is rather sick. Fongjo could not be bothered with them as she had not been able to have a good rest since she was brought here. Although it was just a little chill out here, it was better than squeezing herself in there with those 10 to 20 men. Having muddled around in the yard for 2 days, she had roughly grasped the rules in the medical tower. Only medical cultivators were allowed to enter the tower and according to rank, medical cultivators who were able to concoct higher-grade medicines would enjoy a higher position and be treated better in the Hell's Palace. Moreover, though quite a number of them were captured to come in here, because of how they were treated, they all gave up on harboring thoughts of escape, conscientiously remaining inside the medical tower. It was said that as long as one was able to produce medicines that were highly valued, besides the rewards that were duly accorded to them, they could also go to the Tower of Beauties to find themselves a beauty to enjoy a night of merriment and revelry. And as long as they sincerely paid allegiance to the Hell's Palace, at certain intervals, they were also allowed to return home for a period. As for the Tower of Beauties, it was said that it was an information network that the Hell's Palace had groomed and developed. The Hell's Palace had their towers of beauties everywhere, much like brothels throughout. The towers of beauties were beauties gathered from various parts of the lands, all of them with curvy and seductive bodies, and peerlessly ravishing countenances. Even when these stoic and highly old-fashioned medical cultivators have gone in there only once, they would be intoxicated by the soft caressing fragrance of the beauties, unable to extricate themselves from the allure. That was then Fongjo became curious about the Hell's Lord for the first time. Just what kind of a person was the Hell's Lord? What's on your mind? A deep and highly magnetic low voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. That had led Fongjo, who was deeply immersed in her own thoughts, to answer without thinking as she said, "I'm thinking what kind of a man the Hell's Lord really is." The instant her words came out, a shadow guard who was guarding the medical tower from within the shadows immediately felt a twitch tugging at a corner of his mouth as he thought, this kid was even dreaming of their lord when it's still so bright out. That's some guts the kid's got. The bustling yard suddenly turned strangely quiet as all the pairs of eyes gazed queerly at the kid. When their eyes then saw the stern man standing next to the kid, everyone then quickly retracted their astonished gazes and continued with their own tasks. Huh? Fongjo finally came back to her senses, and when she turned to look at the man standing next to her, her eyes lit up and she broke into a sheepish grin. Heh heh heh. Oh, it's the Hell's Lord himself. Haven't seen you for just a few days and you seem to have grown even more good-looking. The Hell's Lord's piercing gaze fell upon Fongjo's badly scarred face to see that smile that felt to be tinged with utmost insincerity. His eyes flashed briefly as his deep voice said, "Come with me inside." And the Hell's Lord then walked inside the tower with his hands behind his back. Seeing that, Feng Zhou quickly caught up with his steps. As she opened up her stride and she caught sight of Grey Wolf looking distraught behind, the corners of Feng Zhou's lips curled up subconsciously, to turn up in a smile. Grey Wolf, who was behind, seemed not to have heard Feng Zhou's words at all. The expression on his face looked highly flustered, his eyes hiding anxiety and worry. Below those eyes were dark rings, the pallor of his face a rather ugly shade. Seeing that his lord had gone inside the building, Grey Wolf quickly followed, thinking to himself that though it was hard to bring up, he had to find an opportunity to seek the healers within the medical tower to find out what was wrong with the situation he was facing. This place is where the medical alchemists concoct medicines. There's another level on the second floor, and the third level is a library where there are books about medicine concoction. The fourth and fifth levels are storage for herbs, while the sixth and seventh levels are where the finished medicines are kept. While the Hell's Lord walked, his low voice sounded. He brought Feng Zhou to come to a room and said, "I have gotten people to abduct you here because I wanted to use your gifted talents in medicine concoction to produce a medicine that is able to inhibit the effects of frost poison. Once you successfully develop that, I as the lord of this place can guarantee you of your return home." Frost poison? Hearing those words, Feng Zhou was a little puzzled, her mind thinking about the 1,000-year frost poison that Uncle Ling was afflicted with. Why was the Hell's Lord seeking medicine to cure the same affliction? That's right. Besides a select group of alchemists who are developing an antidote to counteract the frost poison here, some of the others are developing medicines for the Hell's Palace as well. As long as one is serious in the task given to him, I will not treat them unfairly. But if one is here to stir up trouble, I will similarly not spare them easily. Feng Zhou glanced at the Hell's Lord and then said, "This is not something that can be easily concocted. There are many types of frost poison and the symptoms between them are largely different. If the pulse of the afflicted person is not taken or his body's condition not carefully checked, which medical alchemist would dare concoct the medicine carelessly?" Feng Zhou stretched her hands out with her palms open and shook her head as she sat down by a table. "If I have not taken the person's pulse and not even seen the person, I am not able to concoct anything." The Hell's Lord looked at the kid for quite a while, remaining silent throughout, and it was not known what was going through his mind. He then stood up and said, "Then you should just familiarize yourself with the situation here, and when you are able to outrank the medical alchemists in the medical tower, we'll then discuss further about this." Check new CHPters at novilbin.com. Seeing that he was about to leave, Feng Zhou quickly reached out a hand to grab him. She tugged at his sleeve and shouted, "Wait!" The Hell's Lord turned around with his face creased in a frown, his gaze falling upon the fair hand that grabbed at his sleeve, and his eyes flashed as he shouted out in a cold voice, "Let go!" With a flick of his sleeve, he dislodged the hand tugging at it off and pulled his sleeve free. Feng Zhou did not mind it at all as she said, "Hell's Lord, you ordered for me to be abducted here but did not even provide me with a proper place to sleep, leaving me to squeeze with so many others upon a large common bed. Isn't the Hell's Palace ashamed of themselves at all? And there's more. You have sealed my mystical powers, and with the security here being so tight, are you afraid that I will still be able to escape? Do you really have to restrict me from even stepping out through the courtyard's main doors?" She then glanced up at him, and seeing that he had not just walked away with his sleeves billowing out, she went on to say, "Since you have invited me here to concoct the medicine, then I should at least be treated as a distinguished guest. You can have people go ask around, those guys at the black market worship me like the way they treat their grandfather. Compared to you guys here, isn't the way you guys treat your guests lacking way too much?" Seeing the kid so audaciously speaking to the Hell's Lord on the right way to treat a guest, Old Lin and Grey Wolf could not help but to steal a glance at the kid, feeling that the kid was too naive in his thinking. After all, he was a prisoner, why was he even talking about things like the correct way to treat a guest? However, what they had least expected to see was the Hell's Lord's level of tolerance towards this kid. It had surpassed their expectations of their lord several times by now. The Hell's Lord swept his glance over the face of the youth that was pouting with indignation, and he then ordered, "Grey Wolf, have an independent courtyard arranged for him and he is free to move about within the Hell's Palace." "Yes, my lord." Grey Wolf acknowledged, his gaze sweeping over Feng Zhou briefly, not understanding why his lord is treating the kid so well. Seeing his lord walking out, Grey Wolf called out to say softly, "My lord, please return first. Your subordinate isn't feeling too well and would like the healers in the tower to have a look at me." The Hell's Lord turned his head back to gaze at him and curtly replied, "Mm." Pfft. Feng Zhou could not hold her laughter back as she looked at the nervous-looking Grey Wolf, and she shook her head to glance at him. "A man suffering from erectile dysfunction is an illness. You should have it treated." Once those words came out, the Hell's Lord who was on his way out paused in his steps and turned his head back to see Grey Wolf, who was glaring with his eyes opened so widely that he looked like he was about to kill someone. That deep gaze then turned further and looked into the eyes of the youth, which were sparkling with mirth. "Erectile dysfunction?" The low and highly magnetic voice fell upon Grey Wolf once again, the Hell's Lord's gaze moving downwards from Grey Wolf's humiliated face quickly to stop at an area just below his waist, an indiscernible smile curling up the corner of his lips. Without needing to think about it, it must be that youth's doing. So it was erectile dysfunction. No wonder Grey Wolf had been so haggard and fretful the past 2 days. "It's you! You are the wretched brat behind it, isn't it?" Grey Wolf was glaring at Feng Zhou, his fists tightly clenched up as murderous rage flared out from him intensely. Unfortunately, Feng Zhou was not afraid of that murderous gaze in the least, but had lifted up her chin to glance at Grey Wolf in askance. "What do you mean it's me? What does you being afflicted with erectile dysfunction got to do with me? Do not forget, I am the well-known and highly renowned ghost doctor, and if I am not even able to detect such a minor condition in you, that would just trash my reputation as the ghost doctor." Hearing that, Grey Wolf was boiling with fire and looking at the strange gazes everyone was throwing upon him. He felt absolutely humiliated, but he was not able to do anything to that person at all. Cough. The Hell's Lord coughed slightly and said, "Since you have erectile dysfunction, you have to get it treated. There are quite a few healers within the tower. Just get them to have a look." Upon saying that, the Hell's Lord strode off towards the outside. Feng Zhou grinned sinisterly as she looked at Grey Wolf a glance, before she followed behind outside. Once outside, she saw the Hell's Lord standing in the yard outside, and she went up to him to ask, "Hell's Lord, you wouldn't happen to be waiting for me, would you?" The Hell's Lord turned around and looked at the youth standing right before his chest, his deep voice lowered as he said, "This place is the Hell's Palace. Do not forget your place here and do not carry things too far. Otherwise, I will deal with you personally on their behalf." Seeing him immediately leaving right after issuing a warning, Feng Zhou's mouth pouted a little. At the end of it, couldn't he just say she was being too short-sighted and it will do? But, she also thought it rather strange. No matter which way you looked at it, the Hell's Lord did not look like he was someone with a good temperament, but why had he given in to her in so many ways? And allowed her to play her little tricks? Actually, what Feng Zhou did not know was, as the Hell's Lord had interacted with Feng Zhou as Uncle Ling before, in his eyes, Feng Zhou was just a highly eccentric and crafty little youth. But as he felt a natural sense of familiarity towards this youth, and her calls of Uncle Ling had made him begin to suspect that he might have aged. But it cannot be denied that the Hell's Lord could not make himself feel any enmity towards this youth. As per the Hell's Lord's instructions, as long as it was not restricted grounds, Feng Zhou was able to walk freely in any other place. Hence, she did not even take half a day before she got to know the insides and outsides of the area clearly. Among them, several places had boundary barriers placed upon them, but she did not step into them. But instead, she had been able to discover a good place, a hot spring within the mountain right behind the academy. It was said that that place was a personal piece of land that belonged to the Hell's Lord himself and no one else was permitted to enter. Fengjiu had merely just taken a look at the place from outside and had immediately left, because that place had a boundary barrier set upon the place. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. After having gone one big round, Fengji went back to the medical tower, going into the third and fourth levels where the herbs was kept to have a quick look at the place, immediately unable to draw herself away. The magic herbs she had gotten the black market to help her gather had never been completed, and she had never expected that this place would have everything here. Immediately, she happily picked out a few of the magical medicine and she was intending to concoct some medical salve that could remove scars. Old Lin, who had followed her up, saw the youth picking out more than 10 kinds of magical herbs to put in his basket and who was about to go downstairs when the old man could not help but opened his mouth to ask, "What did you take all that for?" "Those are all highly precious magical herbs and every one of them are worth thousands of gold." Hearing that, Fengjiu was completely straight-faced as she looked at Old Lin and said, "All of this is of course to be used for concocting the medicine. The Hell's Lord said he wanted the antidote for frost poison produced and I need to bring all these back to research into them a little." At those words, Old Lin was still a little doubtful as he said, "But the medicinal properties of those herbs aren't suitable for countering the effects of frost poison at all." "Old Lin, it seems that you do not know this. All herbs and medicines pair up and counteracts each other in some way or another. Although I am not yet able to concoct the antidote, but I know that it will not be a mistake for me to bring them back to research into them." Fengjiu's face was serious as she spoke, looking highly righteous and stalwart in demeanor, driving Old Lin into a moment of surprise and then speechlessness. "Then, is there anything else that you will need? We have many kinds of medical equipment in this medical tower. If there is anything you need, you can come find me anytime." Hearing that, Fengjiu suddenly smiled till her eyes narrowed up into sparkling slits as she said, "Old Lin, you're really such a nice guy. Don't worry, if I find that I need more medicine, I will come back here for more and I will surely come seek you if I need any medical equipment. Come on, let's go. You can lead me to go pick out some things that I will need." She went on to pat Old Lin on the shoulder like he was a buddy of hers and went downstairs together with him. That very night, Fengjiu began to mix up the salve for scar removal right in her own private and independent little courtyard. Meanwhile, on the other side over at the main building, Old Lin was reporting to the Hell's Lord on those herbs that Fengjiu had taken from the medical tower that day, and after he finished, he continued on to say, "But your subordinate thinks that it's rather strange. The medicinal properties of those herbs are not used for treating frost poison, but that Ghostly had insisted that the herbs are suitable." "Ghostly?" the Hell's Lord asked, casting a sidelong glance at Old Lin, his voice raising up an octave at the end syllable of his question. Old Lin was taken aback, thinking silently to himself, why had the Lord not caught the main point he was trying to deliver? He was reporting to the Lord that the youth had taken so many of those highly precious magical herbs, but the Lord had not uttered a single word about it, but was instead reacting after he heard the youth's name. But at that moment, he did not dare delve any longer on that and he could only reply, "That's right. That youth had said to just call him Ghostly and it will do. You can be dismissed," the Hell's Lord said with a flick of his hand, indicating for him to go. "My lord, those herbs. Give them to him if he wants them." "Yes, my lord." Hearing that, Old Lin did not dare to say a word more. He bowed respectfully before retreating from the place. He remained sitting for a while more and after drinking another 2 cups of wine, he stood up, opening his stride to take a leisurely stroll outside, but he had unknowingly walked himself to reach outside the youth's courtyard. Seeing that the light was still lit inside the room and the shadow thrown upon the paper on the windows walking around inside, a sudden moment of purpose struck and he immediately strode inside. U updates tnvel/by.com. Feng Jiu inside the room was in a good mood as she hummed a merry little tune while spreading the salve she had just mixed up together in front of the mirror, thinking to herself that her countenance would soon be restored, and the sour mood at having been captured and imprisoned here was finally soothed. "You took my herbs just for you to make something so nonsensical? Wah!" The voice that had suddenly sounded out behind her greatly startled her, and she instinctively jumped and turned around. She saw the Hell's Lord, and she did not know from when he had already been standing there with his hands behind his back, to stare at her with curious interest in his eyes. "The fact that you can be so shocked just like this only shows that you have committed too many dirty deeds," the Hell's Lord said with his eyebrow lifting up, as he stared at that youth whose face was covered in that black and green paste. When Feng Jiu saw that it was the Hell's Lord, she finally heaved a sigh of relief, her hand patting herself over her heart as she said rather indignantly, "I'll say, my mighty Hell's Lord. It's already so late at night and you choose not to sleep but come running to this little place of mine for what? If you want to run here, then run. Why do you choose to float about like a wraith, so silently and stealthily as you come in? What are you trying to achieve with that? You really shouldn't scare people out of their skins like this, you know?" Seeing his gaze staring fixedly at her, she subconsciously looked down at her body and thought, although I'm only wearing my white inner robe, but the inside around my chest is still bound, unremarkable and flat, I have not exposed anything. "What? Why are you staring at me like this?" Feng Jiu asked, not understanding. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. And at that moment, the Hell's Lord's heart jumped slightly as he stared at that face that was covered in that black and green salve, with that pair of eyes with that sparkle of quick wit and craftiness, and it dawned upon the Hell's Lord. So it's her. It's that little lass from the 9 Entrapment Woods. That little lass who had latched on tightly upon his leg and after having become tired of addressing him as brother-in-law, went on to call him uncle. The one who had saved him when the frost poison had relapsed when he was being persecuted. When he thought of that, a highly complicated glint flashed in his eyes, never having thought that after going round in circles, he had still met her once more, disguised as a young man that had him deceived. If he had not seen her with that green and black goo spread over her face with that pair of eyes showing, he really wouldn't be able to recognize her. Feeling a little discomfited at being stared by the Hell's Lord, Feng Jiu's face creased up as she said, "I'll say. Shouldn't the Hell's Lord be sleeping at this time of the night instead of coming here to stare at me like this?" The Hell's Lord's deep gaze passed fleetingly over Feng Jiu's chest that was covered only by her inner robe and saw that it was flat, without the slightest rise in the cloth. But in his mind, memories of that scene back in the 9 Entrapment Woods when he had accidentally felt that soft sensation in his grasp. Immediately, his ears turned slightly red and he quickly took big steps to walk out. What an oddball. Seeing the Hell's Lord walk off just like that, Feng Jiu only felt the Hell's Lord temperament was just too strange. She went forward and locked the door before she went back to the mirror to apply another layer of the salve. She then went to sleep with all that gunk upon her face. The next day, when Feng Jiu came to the medical tower with her face all covered with the salve, old Lin could not help but be shocked as he came forward to say, "Ghostly, what is that on your face? Why have you come out without even washing your face?" "It's medicine. I can't wash it off yet," she said with a pursed smile on her lips. "Old Lin, I am going to the 4th level to pick out some herbs. You want to come with me? Choose herbs again? Those that you took yesterday. The experiment yesterday failed. Nay, see, in order not to waste any of it, I have applied them all onto my face." Feng Jiu pointed at the salve upon her face and said, her eyes narrowed with smiles. "Air." Old Lin was speechless, and he really did not know what to say. But when he remembered the Hell's Lord's attitude towards the youth and the instructions the Hell's Lord had given him, he sighed out in resignation and said, "Go pick out the herbs you need by yourself. When you're finished I will just have to make a record of it and that will do. I am still busy with something and I can't go up with you." Fengzhou's eyes lit up and she said, "Old Lin, I had not thought that you trusted me this much. Aren't you afraid that I will just waste all those herbs that could not even be bought with gold?" Old Lin was thinking to himself in his heart, "It's not that I trust you, but that the Hell's Lord told me you can take them as you wish. Only the Hell's Lord would allow you splurge and waste like this." Old Lin's gaze fell upon the youth's face, and at the very thought that all those absolutely priceless magical herbs the youth had picked out yesterday had been turned into that salve upon the youth's face, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain. What a wastrel! A wastrel! Shaking his head, Old Lin went on with his own duties. Hence, Fengzhou went upstairs and took quite a number of magical herbs with her once again before locking herself in her room to fiddle non-stop with them until it was evening when the sour-faced grey wolf came knocking on the door. Meanwhile, on the other end in the main building, the Hell's Lord was holding a cup of tea in his hand, having stayed in that position without moving. It was not known what was going through his mind, where he would at times crease up his brows in a frown, and at times have the corners of his lips curl up into an almost undetectable smile. That highly strange sight caused the black-robed cultivator standing guard by his side to become highly edgy, feeling rather afraid. Taking a sip from the cup, he discovered that the tea had gone cold. He put the cup in his hand down and asked, "Shadow One, where did Grey Wolf go?" "Reporting to my lord, Grey Wolf went to consult the ghost doctor about an affliction." His voice had not even fallen when he saw his lord, who was seated and was about to pour out some tea, when the expression on his face suddenly changed. Putting the mask on his face, his lord flew out like the wind, leaving him there to watch in flabbergasted surprise. On the other side, Fengzhou stared at Grey Wolf, whose face had taken an ugly color as he stood at the door and her brows lifted up unconsciously. She folded her arms across her chest and lifted her chin up slightly and asked, "You have business with me?" "I came to seek treatment for my condition." Grey Wolf resisted the urge of wanting to kill someone, trying his best to speak in a calm voice. But that highly stiffened voice and that murderous aura around his body still revealed his innermost true feelings within his heart. "I might be the ghost doctor, but that does not mean that I will treat just anyone's illness," Fengzhou said leisurely, a highly infuriating and thuggish smile hanging upon her face. "Moreover, weren't you showing me you were all that great before? Why would you need me to treat your illness at all?" Grey Wolf ground his teeth together and stared at that oh-so infuriating youth and said, "If not because of you, why would I become like this?" "Hey! Stop right there!" Fengzhou glanced at him and then said, "You'd better not spout such nonsense. You were the one who became interested in men yourself, and you are blaming it on me instead? That's no logic in that at all." Saying that, the corners of her lips then curled up and she swung her gaze over him from head to toe as she smiled sinisterly. "Actually, I think you're doing rather fine like this. Since you are similarly inclined towards that, now that you can't raise it up, you can just obediently be the bottom one and that would work out. Why would you even want to waste the effort to treat the condition at all? You." Grey Wolf was utterly humiliated by the graphic description in Fengzhou's words but could do nothing against her. Helpless, he could only clench his jaw to ask, "What must I do before you will help treat me?" Seeing Grey Wolf turning red-eyed from anxiety, the expression on Fengzhou's face was highly evil as she said, "For men, it doesn't mean that it must stay up strong all the time. It's healthier for you to leave it soft. Do you understand?" Seeing him turn red-faced from holding it in, Fengzhou rubbed at her chin thoughtfully and then her face suddenly lit up in understanding as she said, "I know. No problem. You can just leave your condition in my hands and I'll guarantee that you'll be satisfied. But shouldn't we start talking about remuneration for the treatment?" Seeing that the youth was finally relenting, Grey Wolf secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "What do you want?" "I heard from Old Lin that there was an occasion where you managed to gain for yourself 2 pearls of the highest grade that was as big as chicken eggs. Discover EU chapters at novellebuy.co. The Lord bestowed that to me." Grey Wolf stared fiercely at Fengjiu. Those were his most highly prized treasures. Hearing that, Fengjiu arched up an eyebrow and then asked, "Does that mean you want it to forever just hang around, never to wither?" The moment those words came out, Grey Wolf immediately deflated. He stared viciously at the despicable youth before his eyes, and Grey Wolf pulled out 2 pearls that were of the highest grade, big as chicken eggs, out from the space ring he wore on his finger and handed the pearls over to the youth. "Hold them properly." Hefting the 2 high-grade pearls in her hands, Fengjiu's eyes narrowed as she turned herself around and went inside as she said, "Come on in. Strip off your shirt top and sit down on a chair." Grey Wolf did not stand on ceremony and immediately took off his outer robe immediately after he went inside and sat himself down upon a chair. "Woohoo, who would have thought? Your body's not too shabby looking." Her gaze fleeted over the prominent muscles clearly defined upon his body as she came to stand behind him. She pulled out her silver needles and stuck them into a few acupressure points around his hip. "It's done. I'm cured just like that." Grey Wolf was a little stunned. "With just a few stabs with needles and he's fine? What? You do not believe me?" She glanced at him and her mouth then split into a grin as she said, "Heh. There's no hurry. You can go back now. I guarantee you that you will see the results when you wake up tomorrow morning." At that moment, Grey Wolf did not see the evil and highly sinister smile upon Fengjiu's face. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe her words all that easily. Just as Grey Wolf was still half in doubt and was putting his clothes back on while securing his belt, a figure suddenly came walking inside. That chilling and terrifying gaze was like ice when they fell upon his body, making him feel like he had just been frozen, not daring to move another inch. Even his voice became a little flustered and trembled slightly because of the other party's chilling and highly oppressive aura. My lord?" The Hell's Lord's piercingly frosty gaze fell upon the hand of Grey Wolf that was securing his belt, those eyes seemingly a chilling and icy blade that turned people's hearts cold. "You helped to treat him?" The deep and jet-black pair of eyes turned to fall upon Fengjiu at the side, unable to see any emotion behind them. His voice was low and steady, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Fengjiu blinked her eyes and nodded, "Treated." She stared a little puzzledly at the Hell's Lord, thinking that the 2 men were a little loony. "Took his clothes off?" His gaze moved back over the completely frozen Grey Wolf, his voice already faintly sounding with a tinge of danger. Took them off." Fengjiu answered honestly as she nodded her head. How would she administer acupuncture without him taking off his clothes? Of course he had to. "Then that means you seen it?" That voice had already turned highly glacial, causing Grey Wolf to feel so chilled that he broke out in cold sweat, to wonder to himself in his heart just what he had done to displease his lord. Or had he somehow unknowingly broken a taboo? Of course! How am I supposed to administer acupuncture without looking? She was thinking things were becoming rather absurd, especially when she could feel that the temperature in the entire room had suddenly dropped quite a bit, like there was a gust of cold wind blowing within, a highly bizarre phenomenon. Looking at her completely bewildered face, a nameless rage rose out of nowhere within the Hell's Lord's heart. He stared right at her for a moment and then, with a billow of his sleeves, he turned and strode outside with wide steps, his deep voice sounding highly chilling and dangerous and filled with rage as it sounded. "Shadow One, have Grey Wolf thrown into the Clear Wind Tower." When Shadow One, who had come chasing after his lord, heard those words, he was flabbergasted with surprise and he just managed to stutter, Clear Wind Tower?" Shadow One's gaze turned to look inside to see the equally stunned Grey Wolf standing frozen in there, his face contorted up in utter disbelief. Fengjiu stood there surprised for a moment, looking at the other 2 men. When he saw the 2 men's faces showing expressions of disbelief, she could not help but blink her eyes a few times and asked curiously, "What kind of a place is the Clear Wind Tower?" "Who would have known?" It was still fine if she had not asked. With that one question from Feng Jiu, Grey Wolf's entire person almost crumbled as he rushed outside immediately. My lord! My lord, your subordinate doesn't want to go to the Clear Wind Tower. My lord! Seeing Grey Wolf rushing out in such a hurry, Shadow One immediately snapped back to his senses and went after him in chase. If the Lord's orders were not carried out, Grey Wolf might not be the only person going to the Clear Wind Tower. He himself might just very well be dragged down together with Grey Wolf. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Hence, instead of having two of them suffer that same fate, Shadow One would rather have just one among them suffer, so he had no choice but to let Grey Wolf down. Feng Jiu stood just outside the door, hearing Grey Wolf's howl of dismay sounding out, and her face creased up in a frown as she thought to herself, just what kind of a place is the Clear Wind Tower? It can actually make the color on Grey Wolf's face change just by hearing it? And, why had the Hell's Lord come here for? Why had he then left in such a huff? Feng Jiu mumbled softly to herself, unable to understand it, then quickly decided she didn't want to think any further on it. She returned to her room and closed the door, continuing with the things she had left unfinished earlier. The next day, when she brought the 4th grade medicine that she had concocted to Old Lin, she saw that Old Lin was highly surprised and his expression excited, and she quickly thought to ask with a disarming grin, Old Lin, can I find out something from you? Ha ha ha, what is it? Ask away, ask away. Old Lin stowed the medicine carefully away like it was some kind of treasure, already thinking of bringing over to show the Lord later. What kind of a place is the Clear Wind Tower? Feng Jiu asked as she nonchalantly picked up and nibbled on a piece of the snack on Old Lin's table. The Clear Wind Tower is a brothel for gay men. Why are you asking me that for? Old Lin had remained inside the medical tower the whole of yesterday, and he was not aware that Grey Wolf had been thrown into the Clear Wind Tower under the Hell's Lord's orders. Cough cough. What? Gay. Gay men? Feng Jiu's eyes stared wide with shocked surprise and then began laughing out loudly, ha 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 ha. A brothel for gay men. Seeing the youth before him laughing so happily, Old Lin shook his head and said, if you need any more herbs, just help yourself to them upstairs. I will bring the medicine to the Lord first. Saying that, he strode himself out, leaving Feng Jiu to chortle delightedly on her own. When Old Lin came to the main building and he saw no sign of Grey Wolf, who was always by the Lord's side, but instead found Shadow One standing guard in the yard, he went on to ask, Shadow One, why do I not see Grey Wolf around? Hearing those words, a corner of Shadow One's mouth twitched and he cast a quick glance towards the inside before he whispered with a hushed voice, Grey Wolf is in the Clear Wind Tower serving customers. What? Old Lin was startled and he said in almost a squeal, serving customers in Clear Wind Tower? Did he just hear that correctly? Shadow One made a shushing action and pointed towards the inside, gesturing for Old Lin to keep his voice down. Old Lin wiped at the cold sweat upon his face and said, I have something I need to tell the Lord about. I'll go in now. Before the study desk, the Hell's Lord sat perusing news and information that had been sent here from various places. At that moment, 2 knocks sounded upon the room's door and Old Lin's voice came floating in. My lord, your subordinate had something I need to report. Come in. Old Lin drew in a deep breath and then walked himself inside. See the figure in black busy behind the desk, he went forward and bowed respectfully before he presented the medicine. My lord. This medicine was concocted by Ghostly and your subordinate has seen it. It's of the 4th grade. Hearing those words, the Hell's Lord put down the scrolls he held in his hands and lifted his head up to say, he concocted medicine that's of the 4th grade? Yes, and it's of a superior 4th grade. Among all the medicine produced in our medical tower, we have never seen one of a superior 4th grade. When he spoke of that, Old Lin was getting rather excited. He had not thought that the unremarkable-looking ghostly would really possess such capabilities. Little wonder the Lord had shown the kid such preferential treatment. The Hell's Lord was deep in thought for a moment before he spoke. When you go back, let the youth imbue his own insignia onto the bottle and then send the medicine to the auction house. Ask them to auction it off under the name of the ghost doctor. Hearing that, old Lin was slightly startled. My lord wants to elevate the fame of the ghost doctor? If it was done through the hands of the Hell's Palace, it would take less than 3 months before the name of the ghost doctor would be known throughout the entire Green Gallops country. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com. Get it done! The Hell's Lord did not want to say much more as he waved his hand to indicate that old Lin should leave. Yes, my lord. Old Lin bowed and then retreated out from the room. And on another side, within the Clear Wind Tower, Grey Wolf, who was hiding inside his own room, glanced at his lower body and he clenched his jaws tightly together as he cursed, "That scoundrel. I should have known that he wouldn't be so kind to treat me so easily. As expected, he has been up to no good." At that moment, the room door was pushed open and a delicate-looking and fair-skinned man came walking in. He glanced at a certain rigidly standing part on Grey Wolf and he could not help himself but to reveal a rather mischievous smile on his face. "Grey Wolf, I'll say, what are you so frustrated about? Other people would wish so much to be able to perpetually stand, and here you are. Look, how long has it been already? Still ramrod straight. That lasting power has all of us completely left behind in the dust, you know." Hearing that, Grey Wolf glared at the man and said, "You're still laughing? Shouldn't you be helping me think of a way out of this? Do you still see me as a brother in arms? I'm not entirely without any ideas." The man smiled as he walked over and said, "You know very well what kind of place this is here, and we have no lack of gay men. Why don't I get you a couple of them to douse that fire? Stop making it worse already. I am frustrated enough," Grey Wolf said in an angry voice. "All right then." The man clapped his hands together and following right after that, several attendants came in carrying a red-colored and almost transparent sheer robe with some rouge. Seeing that scene, Grey Wolf immediately jumped back with his guard up and asked, "What are you thinking of doing?" The man laughed evilly and said, "Of course I'm just carrying out the Lord's orders. Do you really think that I can just let you remain hiding here inside this room? Aye. Ring you, you're being too much. I'm just carrying out the Lord's orders and I will not carry things too far. Rest assured, I will take care of you a little and will not let you lose your first time," the man said with a smile, waving his hand to indicate that the attendants were to go forward to help Grey Wolf change his clothes. "I'll change myself. I don't need them," Grey Wolf shouted. But even he picked up that red pierce of clothing that was thin as a cicada's silk, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot and he exclaimed, I'm just wearing this. This is completely transparent." Rinyu shot a sidelong glance at him and said, "You can also choose to go out there completely naked. I strongly believe that with you being the star attraction, our business these few days will surely be just explosive." And like that, Grey Wolf was forced to change into that sheer red gauze, with makeup put on, and sent up on stage. Meanwhile on another side, upon hearing that the Hell's Lord had gone out, Feng Jiu slipped out to the mountain behind to give herself a nice bath in the hot spring. To Feng Jiu, being at this hot spring in the mountain behind felt safer than being in her little courtyard. Those people came into her courtyard as and when they pleased and they did not even bother to knock, which put her on tenterhooks even to take a bath, forcing her to quickly finish up to get it over and done with. How could that compare to her being able to comfortably and freely take her time here, without needing to fear people barging in any moment? Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Having soaked herself for a good hour, she dressed herself up and pulled out the salve from the space and applied a layer over her face. Throughout the recent period, no matter whether it was night or day, her face was always covered with a layer of the salve. She had checked herself before. The scars on her face had faded by quite a bit, and it would not be long before they would all disappear. After applying the salve, she silently left the hot spring in the mountain behind and went back to her little courtyard. Back in her room, she closed all the windows and doors tightly and blew out the candle to shroud the entire place in darkness before she went into the space to cultivate her spirit energy. Ever since coming here, she had not had much opportunity to cultivate, as a single moment of carelessness might just lead to her possession of the space ring and her spirit powers being discovered. Once inside the space, she went to take a look at the fire phoenix, who was still deep in sleep. Seeing that it was not showing any signs of awakening, she sat herself down in a lotus position and recited the chi-gathering chant as she cultivated. It was till the second half of the night that she was startled awake within the space by the ruckus outside, and she quickly went out of the space with a flash to appear on her bed, where she immediately heard her room door being pushed open. "Ghostly! Quick! Come with me quickly!" Old Lin was in a fluster as he rushed forward, coming to drag her out. "Old Lin?" Feng Zhou stared at him in surprise and asked, "What happened? Where are we going in the middle of the night?" "The Hell's Lord went to the Poison Gorge to steal the Heartless Flame Lotus and got hurt. Quickly come with me to go take a look at him." Knowing that Feng Zhou possessed great skills in medicine, immediately upon knowing that the Lord had been injured, Old Lin had in the first instance rushed over here to drag Feng Zhou to go over with him. Hearing that, Feng Zhou was bewildered as she asked, "Isn't his cultivation very powerful? How did he get hurt?" Though while she spoke, she grabbed at the coat at the head of her bed and put it on, to follow Old Lin outside. "You wouldn't know what kind of a place the Poison Gorge is. It is a place filled with venomous poison everywhere, and the Lord of the Poison Gorge himself is highly powerful at the nascent soul stage, a cultivator of immortality, and he is well versed in poisons. Hence, regardless of how powerful our Lord is, it is inadvertent that he can escape unscathed." Feng Zhou followed Old Lin as they hurried over to the main building. The courtyard that belonged to the Hell's Lord himself. It was also the first time Feng Zhou had come to this place. Old Lin led Feng Zhou quickly into the room as he asked worriedly, "Shadow One, how is the Lord? Where is he hurt? Is it serious?" Lying prone upon the bed with his buttocks exposed as Shadow One tended to his wound, the Hell's Lord turned his head to the side and spotted the figure following behind Old Lin. He immediately pulled the blanket up to cover himself as he growled with a low and chilly voice tinged with an almost undetectable trace of humiliation. "Get out!" Feng Zhou had not even been able to see what was happening inside before she saw a wind element force rushing straight at her, pushing her entire person right outside. Not just Feng Zhou was stunned. Even Shadow One, who was dressing the Hell's Lord's wound, and Old Lin, who had come rushing here, were equally shocked. "My Lord?" Geet the L Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. "Get him out!" the Hell's Lord said in a suppressed tone. Seeing that, Shadow One immediately came walking out and said to the flabbergasted Feng Zhou, "You should go outside." Feng Zhou stretched her head out a little, seeking to peek inside a little to see what was going on, when she heard the Hell's Lord's voice ring out. "Shadow One, throw that person out." Hearing that, Feng Zhou immediately slipped herself outside, as she grumbled in displeasure, "It wasn't my idea to come here, why is there a need to shout? That's just preposterous." Old Lin then walked inside in a hurry as he asked, "Where is the Lord wounded?" "He was bitten by a venomous snake at the back of his thigh. I have treated the Lord's wound and purged the venom out. The Lord has also taken the poison clear elixir, and it should be all right now. But the sword wound upon the arm might not allow the Lord to move it too much for the next few days." As Shadow One spoke, he looked at the Hell's Lord and said, "My lord, the medicine hasn't been applied onto the wound." Hearing that, the Hell's Lord flipped the blanket open, to reveal the wound on the back of his thigh near to the buttocks. As the wound was caused by a bite from a venomous snake, Shadow One had cut a small cross over the wound and then summoned his chi to purge the venom. He had been just about to apply the medicine when the two of them had come rushing in. But they were all men. So why had the Lord chased the ghost doctor out? Although doubt filled his heart, he did not dare question his lord as he retreated to one side to allow Old Lin to take over. After applying the medicine, Old Lin bandaged up the wound and the Hell's Lord then put his pants on before tying up the belt where he worked on the wound upon the arm. Outside in the yard, Feng Jiu sat feeling rather bored as she looked at the stars in the sky, thinking how Leng Shuang was doing. Having found no sign of her, Leng Shuang must be worried half to death. When she thought about that, she felt that it was about time for her to slip herself out from the place. But, having come here for several days already, she was not able to see what kind of a person the Hell's Lord was. He had gone to the Poison Gorge to steal the heavenly heart flame lotus, which was one of the most critical treasured magical herb for treating the 1,000-year frost poison. 1,000-year frost poison? The Hell's Lord? And that big bearded uncle? Just how were these three people linked? She was thinking deeply when she heard Old Lin's voice ring out in her ears. Ghostly, are you still here? You can go back and sleep now. The Lord is fine. Old Lin said rather apologetically. He had thought that the Lord had been severely wounded and had hence dragged Ghostly to come here together with him, but had not expected that he would be chased out by the Lord. Old Lin, the heavenly heart flame lotus is a herb that one cannot do without when treating frost poison. The Hell's Lord had taken such great pains to go steal it from the Poison Gorge. Just who is this person to the Hell's Lord that had been afflicted with frost poison? This. Haha, you will know about it in the future. Old Lin laughed heartily and said, it had become so late, and if you are not going back to sleep, I still have to return to catch a few winks for a little while more. I'm getting old and unable to compare with young ones like you. As he spoke, he waved his hand and began making his way outside. Seeing that, Feng Jiu also stood up and was all prepared to go back to sleep for a while in her little courtyard. Who knew that a voice would then reach her from behind? Ghost Doctor, I am allowing you to remain behind and take the night watch. Hearing that, Feng Jiu turned her head back in confusion as she said, Night watch? For what? Shadow One cast his gaze to glance at the youth and then said, with the Lord's orders, there shouldn't be any what or why. The Lord's leg and arm isn't fine and you just have to do whatever the Lord tells you. Seeing that even Shadow One was leaving after speaking, Feng Jiu's eyes stared wide. Come in! Hearing the voice coming from inside the room, she gritted her teeth and opened her stride to walk inside. Coming to the inner portion of the room, she saw the Hell's Lord half lying upon his bed. She then asked, What is it? The Hell's Lord glanced at her and it was not known what was going through his mind. After a brief moment, he then said, Help me change into clean clothes. Why didn't you ask Shadow One to help you change? Her words had come out instinctively and they immediately brought about an icy gaze from the Hell's Lord. Seeing that, she then cowardly backed down in weakness as she asked, Where are your clothes? In the wardrobe. His gaze fell upon her and saw her opening the cupboard to flip through his clothes into one big mess before pulling out a set of white inner robe paired with a black outer robe. Coming to the bedside, Feng Jiu stared at him lying upon the bed and suddenly laughed as she asked, You need me to help you strip off your clothes? Strip. His eyes were fixed upon her, thinking to see whether there would be any trace of a girl's bashfulness. However, he was sorely disappointed when he saw her eyes immediately lighting up from the one word he said, her gaze looking suddenly like a wolf's as they fixed upon his body, those eyes hungry and filled with lust. Seeing her like this, he really could not imagine what kind of a family would groom a girl to grow up into someone like this. There was another point that amazed him very much. Against her touch, he did not know from when that had grown to become a habit, that he did not feel the kind of disgust that he felt when touched by other women. He attributed that strange phenomenon to be due to the fact that he had always mistakenly thought of her as a young male youth, which made his mind to not show any form of rejection. Upon hearing him say that, Feng Jiu was suddenly rather excited. Her face split into a smile as she placed the clothes at the head of the bed, swallowing back her saliva as she reached her hand out, her voice tinged with excitement as she asked, "Then, I going to take them off now? Just helping your lord change clothes can get you so excited? What's getting you so excited about?" he asked, thinking it rather hilarious, feeling that the way her mind worked was really rather strange. "Heh heh, haven't I said it before? I love handsome men the absolute most. Especially someone like you, the Hell's Lord. With the rare opportunity given to me to change Hell's Lord's clothes, how can I hold back my excitement?" she said with a pair of highly smiling eyes, her hands undoing his top, the shirt front half opened, revealing the highly sexy bronze gold pectoral muscles on his chest, causing Feng Jiu to gulp incessantly. Damn! Is this a killer body or what? The beautiful specimen of a man lay on the bed with the front of his shirt half opened, the bronze gold chest teasingly exposed right before her eyes. The half-face mask covering his face did not allow his countenance to be fully seen, but that pair of deep and penetrating eyes were highly seductive like the devil's, the alluring thin lips slightly opened from some unknown delight with the corners curled up faintly. The manly charm exuded from that body so strongly that Feng Jiu almost could not hold herself back from pouncing right onto him. That was just a blatant bait for people to commit a crime on him. If it wasn't because he held such dominating power, TSK, she would have just pounced on him straight away. At that same moment, the Hell's Lord had, because of her statement, love handsome men the absolute most. Especially men like the Hell's Lord would make her heart thump. The strange feeling in his heart that rose in his heart was a first for him, a little glad, a little pleasing, not even realizing that a faint arc had curled up the corners of his lips. Seeing her gulping back her saliva because of his body and her eyes absolutely shining, he strangely felt a certain kind of pride and glee. When he realized the abnormality of the kind of feelings he had at that moment, a certain unease passed over his eyes and he coughed lightly before saying in a low and slightly strained voice, "Stop tarrying and make it fast." Sure. Her eyes had become two arcs and smiles and she took off his shirt in quick order. Her hand had then just touched the top of his pants when he held her hand in a tight grip. "What are you doing? You're not changing your pants?" Feng Jiu asked with an eyebrow lifted. Hearing those words and then seeing that pair of shining eyes staring lasciviously at him, the Hell's Lord's face darkened and he said, "Just the shirt will do." "Oh!" Feng Jiu exclaimed a little ruefully as her gaze glanced at the pants string briefly. "Just so close. So close." Seeing that expression on her face, the Hell's Lord's mouth twitched, unable to make himself look at her any further, and he turned his eyes away to look in another direction. After changing out of his blood-stained shirt, the Hell's Lord finally laid back to rest and then ordered, "You go sleep in the outer room and I'll call for you if I need anything." Feng Jiu glanced at him and asked, "You are not removing your mask?" Geht the L-Testvels on no/v/elben.c/om. This person seemed to have always worn his mask, even when he sleeps, like he does not want her to be able to recognize him. Could it be that he was someone she knew? Out. The Hell's Lord glanced at him, his voice cold and hard. Seeing that, Feng Jiu shrugged her shoulders and did not say anything more as she walked to the front portion of the room to lie down upon the soft lounge. She closed her eyes but was unable to fall asleep as her mind thought about how she was going to escape. Before she ran away, should she pilfer some of those magical herbs and bring them with her? The next morning, the Hell's Lord awoke and walked to the front part of his room and saw the figure curled up upon the lounge. The black and green salve upon her face had almost dried up overnight and the surface layer had cracked a little, but that person was still deep in sleep and snoring like a pig. He raised a foot and nudged at her foot, but she merely curled up tighter and mumbled, "Go play on the side. Don't disturb me." An eyebrow arched up on the Hell's Lord face, his deep gaze flashed with a dark glint. He stared at her and then went walking outside to the courtyard to order the guards to fetch water for him to wash up. When it reached the Chin hour, between 7 to 9 a.m., Feng stirred and flipped herself over, forgetting that she was sleeping upon a narrow lounge. With that turn of her body, she fell with a crash onto the ground, the sound so loud that even the Hell's Lord who was having her breakfast outside could hear it. Ow! She gasped in pain and rubbed at her arm as she stood up, her entire being fully awoken by the fall, and she suddenly noticed that figure standing at the door who was looking rather amused at her, where she then returned an angry stare at him. "What are you looking at? Never seen anyone fall into the ground before?" Pfft. Shadow One held back his laughter and nodded to say, "I really haven't seen anyone who would sleep till they fall off their bed." "Just how deeply asleep were you?" Feng Jiu ignored him and then felt the medicinal salve on her face to check it. Finding that it had already dried up, she immediately said, "I'll be making a move first." Without waiting for a reply from Shadow One, she went striding out. When she came to the courtyard outside, she saw the Hell's Lord eating his breakfast, and the steps that were carrying her out suddenly faltered when she saw the exquisite dishes upon his table. She then immediately shouted out to the guard outside, "Bring me another bowl and a pair of chopsticks." Thereafter, she quickly went to the back and rinsed out her mouth before coming to the table and sitting herself down. "I am thinking you will not mind me eating with you." She accepted the bowl and chopsticks that the guard brought in and then discourteously picked up a green-colored dumpling before she took a bite out of it. Her eyes lit up and she then mumbled with food still in her mouth, "Mm. The juice if the meat is still wrapped up in there. It's so fragrant." Seeing her looking just like a gluttonous cat, like she had not eaten for the past few centuries, the Hell's Lord slowed himself down and then ordered, "Get them to bring in another portion." That easy and highly nonchalant voice, however, caused Shadow One to quickly raise up his head in shock. Seeing his lord not showing any disdain towards the youth who was seated and eating with him at the same table with that face plastered all over with medicine, but had instead ordered for another portion to be brought in, Shadow One could not help but think a little about the situation. His lord had always shown dislike towards women, but he was now showing such great concern to this youth. Could it be? His lord really has the broken sleeve habit? What are you doing standing there in a daze? Hearing his lord's voice reaching his ears that was faintly tinged with displeasure, he immediately snapped back to attention and threw a quick glance towards the youth who was eating happily away, before hurriedly acknowledging, "Yes, my lord." He then walked outside and ordered the guards standing there to go ask the kitchen to bring in another round of breakfast. Seeing the several steaming hot dishes of little snacks and various cuisines, Feng Jiu's eyes immediately lit up. She then very helpfully picked a few pieces for the Hell's Lord, in a show of ingratiation. "Hell's Lord, you should eat. Have some of this." Thereafter, she did not even bother to see whether he ate or not. After just picking food that one round, she began to eat. Seeing the youth helping his lord pick out food, Shadow One, who was standing at the side and waiting, stared and said, "You can just pick and eat on your own. Why are you picking food for the lord?" "My lord doesn't eat." The words "food picked by others" had not even been spoken when he saw his dominating and revered lord staring at the food in his bowl a moment, before he picked them up with his chopsticks and eating it. That made him feel like a gasp of air had suddenly become lodged right inside his chest, neither going up nor down, making him feel highly uncomfortable. When Feng Jiu saw him eat, her eyes narrowed up with smiles, completely thinking herself to be the host, forgetting just who was sponging on who in whose courtyard, as she picked some food for herself before picking up a little bit for the lord. "Hell's Lord, have a taste of this. You haven't had any of this yet." She picked out the last piece of a snack within a little dish for him. Every single little dish had 4 pieces of the snacks, and it was only after Feng Jiu ate the other 3 pieces, before she would pick out the last piece for the lord, the kind of attention even causing the Hell's Lord to raise up his eyebrow briefly. Shadow One, who watched from the side, was almost about to cry. He wanted to shout out so much, "My lord, can't you be a little more aloof? Why are you accepting everything? You eat whatever that youth picks out for you? That is a man in front of you, you know? Where's your integrity?" The one meal of breakfast had Fengjiu feeling so happy in her heart. She caressed her rounded little belly and burped before standing up to say, "I need to go back now. Phew, so full." Discover EU chapters at novelleby.co. Seeing that fellow who just stood up with sweep of her behind to leave immediately right after breakfast, the Hell's Lord then swept his gaze over the dishes that had been completely cleaned out and asked, "Haven't he been provided with meals?" Shadow One lowered his head and replied, "Yes, he was. But the things others eat would definitely not be as good as what my lord has." The meals the lord ate were all personally prepared by top-grade chefs, and every single dish was exquisite and delicious, naturally something that the food all the others ate could not compare with. Hearing that, the Hell's Lord nodded his head and stood up, walking towards the outside as well. Shadow One saw it and immediately followed behind, to go out of the courtyard to order the guards there, get people to come clear up the table. He then quickly moved to catch up to his lord up front. Returning back to her courtyard, Fengjiu washed off the medical salve cleanly off her face and saw that the scars on her face were growing more faint by the day. She could not help but smile happily to say, the biggest advantage in coming here would be this. She applied some more of the salve back on, and she then went walking outside with her face covered with the salve, intending to walk around a little to help with digestion, never having thought that when she came to the side of the miniature rock mountain, she would see the black figure standing by the pond with his hands held behind his back. Seeing that figure in black holding his hands behind as he stood, his half-turned face handsome and stalwart, that silver half-mask glinting brightly from the reflection under the sun's rays. She secretly shook her head and then scolded in scorn, "Demon." She had initially intended to walk away, but when she remembered the meal she had sponged at his courtyard this morning, she gave it another thought and finally went walking over. "Hell's Lord, you." Whoa! Her words had barely just left her mouth when, because her foot had slipped, her entire person went falling forward. Shadow One, who was standing not too far away, saw him slip and his entire being lost his balance. Seeing that he was about to fall into the pond, Shadow One was secretly laughing to himself, "Kid, you deserve it." But the scene that his eyes saw after that made him feel unwell all over. When the Hell's Lord heard her voice, he immediately turned his head to look. When he saw her slipping upon the stones under her feet, he leapt forward towards the side of the pond and went forward to catch her almost by instinct. But, when her person fell into his arms, he was suddenly startled and he froze. A young lady's petite figure crashed into his arms, the soft body stuck against his sturdy and firm chest. The faint fragrant scent of herbs that belonged uniquely to her wafted into his nose, stirring up a tiny ripple in his heart. That pair of fair white hands were tightly gripped around his shirt collar before him, her tiny face buried within his chest. He could only see the smooth and luxurious ink black hair, and the little person in his arms then raised her head in startlement, her eyes meeting his lowered penetrating gaze. At such close proximity, their four eyes meeting each other, an unnamed emotion then spread through his heart. And that situation fell into the eyes of Shadow One, who had been standing not too far away, which had turned into one where the two people looked tenderly into each other's eyes, causing him to feel highly confused in his heart. Isn't that so? That's two big men there. Even if the youth was a little petite in size, but it was nevertheless still hard to disregard the fact that he was still male. But now, his lord was actually embracing the man at the waist and not releasing his grip, with them sticking so close to each other and staring into each other's eyes. That scene had made Shadow One instinctively look around at the surroundings, thinking that he should not let anyone witness this. Otherwise, his lord's whole life's stellar repute would be completely destroyed. Fengjiu was however stunned as she stared at the Hell's Lord, who had an arm wrapped around her waist, her mind devoid of all those messy and nameless kind of feelings. Her only thought at that moment was, she was a man at that very moment. Is it really appropriate for the Hell's Lord to be hugging a man like this? Being stared at by that highly penetrating gaze like this, she could not help but feel a shiver run through her and goose pimples broke out all over her body as she quickly retreated away. Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Apologies, I just slipped for a moment. Fengjiu said as she backed away, laughing sheepishly while she said, I just came over to offer a simple greeting. You just carry on with what you were doing. Carry on. Seeing the woman leaving like she was running for her life, the Hell's Lord lowered his head and stared at his hand, seemingly recalling about something which made Shadow One who stood by the side unable to hold himself back but to speak up. My lord, at the Beauty Tower, a few very beautiful ladies just arrived a couple of days ago. Hearing that, the Hell's Lord turned to look at him and said, And then? And your subordinate was thinking whether my lord needs me to summon them over to serve you tonight? Upon saying those words, Shadow One saw his lord sweep an icy gaze upon him, making his scalp crawl so hard he almost could not endure it adequately and was about to fall to his knees. On another side of the Hell's Palace, Fengjiu rubbed her arms vehemently as she walked, muttering to herself, that Hell's Lord, could he really have the broken sleeve habit? Even if he did, he wouldn't really have set his sights on me, would he? After all, my face is so badly disfigured and with this black-green goo on my face all this time, how could he possibly have fallen for me? He couldn't possibly have, he wouldn't have. I must be thinking too much into it. She breathed out deeply to calm her heart and seeing the medical tower in front of her, she widened her stride to walk towards it, to greet Old Lin who was checking the herbs in the yard. Old Lin. It's ghostly. Old Lin turned his head back to look at her and then suddenly looked to his left and right before coming beside her to ask, I heard that the Lord asked you to guard his sleep throughout the night last night? Fengjiu acknowledged with a nod of her head. Why would the Lord ask you to guard his sleep? What did he ask you to do? Old Lin's tone of voice was surprised, the gaze he looked at her with puzzled. Hearing those words and then seeing Old Lin's nosy demeanor, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. I didn't do much but to merely help him change his clothes and then went to sleep. Fengjiu said, sounding a little helpless. She was now a man all right? Being stared at with a gaze like that while being questioned, did they really think that she might have committed some unspeakable deeds with their lord? SLE. Slept? Old Lin exclaimed in flabbergasted shock, his voice raising up in pitch due to surprise. And at the moment his words came out, everyone within the courtyard turned their heads to look at them. What are you shouting out so loudly for? We slept separately. Fengjiu said in resignation with a roll of his eyes. Phew! You scared this old man for a moment. Old Lin patted himself on the chest as he blew out a deep breath to say, Oh right. In the next couple of days, concoct another few bottles of medicine for me. 3rd grade ones will do, best if it's another 2 or 3 bottles of 4th grade ones, or the same one you gave me before will do as well. Hearing that, her eyes turned around and she said, Sure, I'll go up and get the herbs. Upon saying that, she went on her own upstairs. In regards to how the Lord treated the youth, he was to be allowed to take whatever herbs as he wished, and he would just need to have it recorded. Hence, Old Lin did not follow the youth upstairs. U updates tnvel/by.com. 2 days later, in the main building. At the stone table within the courtyard, the Hell's Lord supported his head lightly with one hand, a book held in the other. His eyes did not leave the pages of the book and his demeanor was one where he was completely absorbed, but a corner of Shadow One's mouth twitched, gazing up into the skies in speechlessness. He had already been standing there for close to 2 hours, struggling inside as he thought. Should I inform the Lord that he is holding his book upside down? But seeing that his lord would turn a page at certain intervals after moments have passed, he then thought to himself whether that book was supposed to be read upside down? Shadow 1. Hearing his lord call him, Shadow 1 immediately snapped back to attention and took a step forward to reply loudly, "Your subordinate awaits." The Hell's Lord's eyes lifted up from his book and he looked with a slightly confused gaze at Shadow 1 standing ramrod straight with his chest puffed up, looking highly stalwart and spirited as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Your subordinate awaits the Lord's orders." The Hell's Lord's gaze measured him from head to toe and after looking lost in thought for a moment, he went on to ask, "Tell me, when a person always unconsciously thinks of another person all the time, what could be the cause?" "Thinking of killing him," Shadow 1 replied without even thinking. Because, when someone was always on his mind, that person would be someone he wanted to kill very badly. Hearing that, the Hell's Lord glanced at him with a strange gaze and then went on to say, "If it was not to kill but was instead thinking." His words paused, as it was hard to express what he had in mind. "Not to kill him?" Shadow 1 looked towards the Hell's Lord and all of a sudden, looking like he just thought of something, he hesitated a moment before saying, "My lord, if it was a man thinking about a woman, then that man must have certain designs towards that woman." But what? But if it was a man thinking of a man, then I'm afraid that man might be fond of other men. Shadow 1 said it very carefully, paying close attention to the expression on his lord's face. "Have certain designs towards that woman?" The Hell's Lord mumbled, thinking it to be unimaginable. Because he had a strong dislike of women, how could he have any designs towards any woman? But his mind had always unconsciously given rise to the image of that person and that pair of smiling and highly crafty eyes. And the kind of strange feelings his heart had been filled with made him think that he had to clear it all up. "Tonight, go to the Tower of Beauties and bring over 2 of their ladies." The Hell's Lord's sudden command shocked Shadow 1 greatly, causing him to become both surprised and delighted at the same time. He then asked a little uncertainly, "My lord, what did you just say? Was it for your subordinate to bring you 2 ladies tonight to wait upon my lord?" The Hell's Lord swept him a glance and said in a deep voice, "Go when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions?" Yes, your subordinate will go inform them now." Shadow 1 acknowledged in delight, quickly moving outside. The heavens has opened its eyes and the Lord is finally interested in women. These past 2 days had him really worried, afraid that the Lord would show some broken sleeve tendencies. Having been in the Clear Wind Tower for a few days, Grey Wolf was just coming back when he saw Shadow 1 with his face split with a foolish grin and Grey Wolf was somewhat puzzled so he stopped Shadow 1 to ask, "What is it? What made you so happy?" You're back? Was your stay in the Clear Wind Tower good?" Shadow 1 asked teasingly with a laugh. When he heard that being brought up, Grey Wolf's face darkened. "Don't even mention the Clear Wind Tower to me." Saying that, Grey Wolf shot Shadow 1 a glance and asked, "You haven't told me. What could have made you so happy?" "Heh. Let me tell you. The Lord asked me to go to the Tower of Beauties to go make arrangements to have 2 beauties sent to him tonight." Shadow 1 went close to say with a smile, his face filled with joy. "Law. Ladies?" Grey Wolf asked, staring at Shadow 1 in astonishment. "The Lord really asked you to go arrange for 2 women to go serve him tonight? Could I have heard you wrongly?" "It's true. I think that the Lord has finally been enlightened." Grey Wolf's face was one of disbelief as he continued to ask, "In the few days that I have not been around, did anything special happen? Has my lord been agitated by anything?" It must be known that their lord usually could not even stand females coming close to him, so how could it be possible that he would ask Shadow 1 to arrange for 2 women to go over? Could it be his lord's abhorrence of women had been cured? Find new chapters on nv/lbi.com. We'll talk about it when I come back. I need to go over to the Tower of Beauties to inform them about it. Shadow One said while he patted Grey Wolf on the shadow, taking wide strides towards the Tower of Beauties. From his perspective, picking out 2 beauties to serve his lord tonight was a big thing and he could not afford to be careless. Night came and Feng Jiu came out to walk around a little, taking a stroll to aid with digestion. When she came to the outside of the pavilion, she saw Shadow One leading 2 ladies with ravishing countenances and highly shapely bodies walking over an approach from the direction of the rock garden. In a moment of curiosity, she then called out, "Shadow One." Shadow One heard her voice and turned to look, to see the youth dressed in his red clothes and his mouth split into a grin. "So it's the ghost doctor. What a coincidence." Feng Jiu went over, her gaze looking at the 2 highly ravishing ladies behind Shadow One as she asked, "Why are there 2 such peerlessly ravishing beauties here? They couldn't be beauties from the Tower of Beauties, could they?" From what she had been able to gather, only the Tower of Beauties had beautiful women throughout the Hell's Palace. In the other places, even in the Hell's Lord's own courtyard, people who served him were a bunch of shadow guards and it was rare to see women like this moving about. Heh heh. The ghost doctor is the ghost doctor indeed. You got it right with just one guess. Shadow One seemed to be willing to explain it a little further and after glancing at the 2 highly ravishing ladies, he said to Feng Jiu, "They are the newest additions to the Tower of Beauties and it was the Lord who instructed me to bring them over to accompany him in sleep." Accompany him in sleep? Feng Jiu stared wide-eyed and stunned and her face had a strange expression as she asked, 2 at a time? Will your lord be able to withstand it? Hearing those words, Shadow One was immediately displeased and the color of his face darkened. What is there to withstand or not? You've seen my lord's strong and vigorous body. Are you saying that my lord just looks good outside and useless on the inside? Hearing that being said, the corner of Feng Jiu's mouth twitched and she was at a loss for words. I shall not stop the ghost doctor from his stroll anymore. Shadow One said as he led the ladies towards the main building. Seeing that, Feng Jiu's eyes glinted and an evil smile curled up on her lips as she immediately followed right behind them. 1 dragon against 2 phoenixes, how could she not go watch and learn from it? In the main building, the Hell's Lord came out having just finished with his bath and beads of water were still hanging from the ends of his hair. He came to the table to sit down and was pouring himself a cup of water when he heard the voice of Shadow One coming in from outside. My lord. Come in. His voice low and magnetic sounding from inside. Shadow One came walking in when he heard the voice and seeing the lord seated at the table, he went forward to ask, My lord, your subordinate has brought the people here. Do I let them come in now? Ask them to come in. Yes. Shadow One's voice was tinged with delight as he immediately went out to lead the people in. The Hell's Lord looked at him with a puzzled look in his eyes, not knowing what Shadow One was being so happy about. What he really didn't know at all was a certain little rascally one was climbing up onto the roof from a tree, silently creeping towards the roof right over the main house. And as at Hell's Lord's courtyard in the main house had only 2 guards and no one else hidden among the shadows, no one discovered the red figure creeping silently over the roofs. Shadow One retreated immediately upon leading the 2 ladies in, closing the door shut behind him as he left, to stand guard outside in the yard with a wide smile split across his face. In the room, the Hell's Lord looked at the 2 absolutely stunning ladies but in his mind, he was thinking of the disfigured face of that lass. His eyes flashed faintly and he was seemingly rather distracted. My lord, let your servant her wipe my lord's hair dry. One of the ladies said softly as she stared at the man who was as beautiful looking as a celestial deity, her eyes sparkling, mesmerized and filled with joy. The Hell's Lord snapped back to his senses. When he saw the lady who was dressed in a full red dress, his brows creased together and he said in a displeased tone, Who allowed you to wear red? The highly oppressive aura flared out very naturally from the Hell's Lord, tyrannically and dominatingly, terrifying the two ladies so badly that they immediately fell to their knees. "My lord! Forgive us." And at that same moment, Fengjiu, who was up above on the roof, suppressed her presence and secretly pried open one tile to look inside, to see the two ladies kneeling on the ground as they trembled before the Hell's Lord. In her heart, she silently thought to herself, he really doesn't know how to treat the fairer sex tenderly. Your F48 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. Get up. Wring my hair dry. The Hell's Lord said with a darkened face, trying his best to retract his oppressive aura. Yes, yes, my lord. The lady in red replied hurriedly, getting up to walk over to the screen to pick up the towel hanging there before going forward to carefully help the Hell's Lord wipe off the water beads hanging at the end of his hair. The Hell's Lord then stared at the other pretty lady standing in front of him with her head lowered and his brows knitted together before he said, "You come here." "Yes, my lord." The other lady acknowledged and raised her head shyly with a tinge of timidness as she glanced at the Hell's Lord, before shifting her tiny feet to come before him. The Hell's Lord stared at the slender waist before him and he raised his hand up to embrace it. But once his arm was clasped around it, the feeling immediately felt wrong. That was obviously a lady just the same, similarly a woman's hips, so how come the feeling he got while his arm was around it felt so different? The lady saw that the Hell's Lord's arm clasped around her hips was loosening and tightening intermittently, and in a moment of delight, she leaned her entire body over as she breathed out softly, "My lord." Her voice had just sounded when her entire person was roughly pushed away, causing her to fall wretchedly onto the floor. "Ah!" The lady screamed out in shock, her eyes brimming with tears from having fallen so hard to the ground, her face looking doleful and bashful as she looked at the man who had changed his attitude so suddenly and drastically. When Shadow One heard the cry of surprise in the room, he pushed the door open and came running inside in a hurry. What happened? However, when he saw the scene within the room, he was a little stunned. "Who allowed you to lean upon your lord's body?" The Hell's Lord stood up and all of his chilling oppressive aura came flaring out, highly terrifying, shocking the two ladies in the room to fall trembling on their knees, not daring to even raise their heads. All of a sudden, a faint and tiny sound came from atop the roof and the Hell's Lord's eyes immediately turned icy as he shouted, "Who is that?" Energy gathered in his palm and he threw it straight up towards the roof. "Ah!" Fengjiu cried out in shock, her entire body falling down having been caught completely unprepared. When the Hell's Lord saw that all too familiar figure in red, his eyes narrowed as he shot himself forward to catch the person falling. And Fengjiu instinctively clasped her arms around his neck, burying her face in right by his head. It was till she discovered that she was safe that she raised her head up, and when she saw the darkened expression on his face, she smiled a highly sheepish smile. "Oh, Hell's Lord. I hope I have not disturbed you, have I?" Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. The moment the voice dropped, her gaze fell upon that face without his mask and she suddenly felt that the face seemed somewhat familiar. When Shadow One saw that it was that youth once again, he unconsciously raised his palm over his face as he thought, "Why is this kid everywhere? It's just unfathomable." And seeing that it was the kid falling, the Lord had even immediately gone running up to catch him, like he was worried that the kid would be hurt. That one moment where the Lord had looked so anxious made his own face turn pale. Blast it! The Lord really has his eyes set on that kid. Cradling the person in his arms, the Hell's Lord's face was dark and his voice tinged with anger as he asked, "What are you doing up there on the roof? Don't you know if you're not careful you could very well be taken to be an assassin and be killed? Damn it! How could this woman be such a handful?" If not for the fact that he had been able to see that it was her and that was why he had not lashed out with a palm, this woman here will already be dead. Heh heh heh, I had climbed up to the roof to admire the moon. That's right. Admire the moon. Fengzhou continued to smile sheepishly, and suddenly seeing that the Hell's Lord was still carrying her in his arms, she quickly added, Hell's Lord, you can put me down now. At that moment, the Hell's Lord's gaze had fallen instead onto Fengzhou's arm, where her red clothes had been torn to reveal a bleeding gash upon her fair-skinned arm. Seeing his gaze staring at her arm, Fengzhou turned to look as well. And with that glance, she said with a laugh, that must have been a scratch from the tiles when I fell. It's nothing much. It will be fine after I go back and bandage it up. As she said that, she struggled, thinking to climb down from his arms. Who knew that he would refuse to release his grip and then use such a chilling gaze so filled with rage that looked at her so threateningly that it made her freeze, not daring to move another inch. Just what is wrong with this guy? Completely ignoring two highly coquettish and graceful beauties standing right there and insisting so persistently on holding on to this man? Hell's Lord, you. Shut up. He shouted in a deep booming voice, carrying Fengzhou to walk towards the table. Seeing the two ladies still kneeling there, he unconsciously furrowed up his brows slightly as he said, Shadow One, send them back. My lord. Don't. Fengzhou shouted, as she stared at the Hell's Lord carrying her and refusing to let go, and then went on to say, Aren't they brought here to wait on you and sleep? Why would you chase them away? Look at these two beauties, so delicate and incredibly beautiful. With such alluring figures, what a pity it is to send them back. Shadow One was for once looking at Fengzhou with approval in his eyes, feeling that those words completely reflected what he felt in his heart. It was only after so long that the Lord had opened his mouth to ask for two beauties to come wait on him, and if he was to send them back right now, wouldn't he have busied himself into a tizzy for nothing? It was all right for him to have busied himself for nothing, but the problem was if the Lord was led astray this time, what was he then to do? Wait on me and sleep? The Hell's Lord looked Fengzhou. Who told you that they were here to wait on me and sleep? Shadow One did. She didn't even think at all before she spoke. Hearing that, the Hell's Lord swept a frosty glance upon Shadow One and then lowered his head to look at the woman he held in his arms to ask, So, you then came crawling secretly up upon my roof? Heh heh, it was all because I haven't seen such a fascinating kind of battle. Once those words came out, it didn't feel right and she quickly clamped her mouth shut. Shadow One could no longer make himself stand by and watch, and with the high possibility he could be sent flying with a swat, he opened his mouth to suggest, My lord, do you want to put the ghost doctor down first? The Hell's Lord shot a glance over at him and then carried Fengzhou over to the table to sit down as he ordered, Bring me medicine. Explore new novels on nvelbai.com. Upon hearing that, Shadow One had no choice but to bring the two ladies out and went to retrieve the medicine for wounds to bring it in there before placing it upon the table. Seeing his lord carrying the youth in his arms while he sat upon his lord's lap, he opened his mouth, wanting to speak but then did not know what to say. Fengzhou's body was stiff as she sat upon the Hell's Lord's lap, and it felt as if she was sitting upon a bed of nails, her entire body highly uncomfortable. But someone seemed to not have detected anything amiss at all as he carried on doing as he wished, acting like there was nothing wrong at all. Hell's Lord, about this little bit of injury is nothing at all, and I shouldn't trouble you to have to apply medicine for me. I should be getting up and be on my way back already. Fengzhou said as she thought to stand up. But her behind had just parted from the Hell's Lord's lap when she was pressed back down. Sit properly. She stiffened up like a log as she was pressed back down onto his lap, not daring to move carelessly. When Shadow One saw that, he could only sigh lightly as he walked himself outside, to stand guard outside the door. It did not need to be said that from the way things looked, his lord had already fallen too deep into the muck, and could no longer be pulled back out. Shadow One? Why did I see those two ladies go back with crying faces? What happened? Didn't the Lord let them wait upon him into bed? Grey Wolf could not help but to step forward and ask in curiosity as he came walking in when he saw Shadow One standing guard at the door. "Why have you come here?" Shadow One asked, blocking the door. He threw a quick glance inside and then went forward to stop the man, not wanting Grey Wolf to see the Lord embracing the youth and even helping him apply medicine. "What's wrong? Why are you stopping me for?" Grey Wolf was unaware of the situation, and seeing that the door was not closed, he stretched his neck out to peek a glance inside. But seeing that Shadow One was persistently blocking him off right before his eyes, he could not help but become frustrated and to stretch a hand out to push him away as he complained, "What are you up to?" But, when his eyes fell upon the scene within the room, the strength went out from his legs and he very nearly fell to sit upon the ground. Did I see that right? The Lord is embracing that kid! Grey Wolf had his hand gripping Shadow One's collar tightly, his eyes wide and bulging with shock. Shadow One pulled him to a spot further outside in case his words could be heard by his lord inside. "Even if you've seen it, you have to pretend you haven't seen anything. Go back to where you came from. The Lord will not be free to see you right at this moment." "No. Don't ask me. I do not know anything," Shadow One said as his lips stiffened tightly, returning back to the door to resume guard. Inside the room, Fengjiu stared at the highly uglily wrapped bandage around her forearm, and the corners of her mouth twitched as she slanted her head slightly at an angle. Looking at the maskless Hell's Lord at such a close distance, she suddenly felt that she had possibly really met him before the more she looked at him. "Hell's Lord, have we met before?" Hearing those words, the Hell's Lord finally remembered that he had not put his mask back on after his bath, and his lowered eyes flashed faintly with a dark glint. He raised his eyes up to glance at her, and the arm around her waist did not loosen in the least, but he instead shifted the focus away by saying, "How long do you intend to keep applying that thing on your face?" "Har?" Fengjiu was taken aback a moment, and when she recalled the fact that she had the green and black salve applied all over her face split into a wide grin as she replied, "I will be about done with it in about a few more days." In another few more days, her nice and pretty countenance would be restored. "Just thinking about it makes me so happy." Seeing her eyes curving up into two smiley crescents, the faint fragrance of herbs unique only from her wafting in through his nose, and a woman whom he did not revile to touch in his embrace, his eyes gradually darkened, and his throat kept gulping incessantly as he felt a fire rise within him. He had never had any feelings for anyone else but her, where he was feeling a kind of incomprehensible impulse. What kind of a feeling a palpitating heart was, it seemed he might already know now. Seeing that the Hell's Lord really wasn't intending to release his grip, Fengjiu's gaze changed and the ends of her lips turned up into a sinister smile that was tinged with a bit of ridicule as she asked, "Hell's Lord, how does it feel to be hugging me like this?" Well, truckers, that all for this part. See you all in the next video.